In July of 1980, Sarah Hall and her 5 children moved from their home in New Jersey to rural Oregon to escape the violent outbursts of her abusive husband, Robert. They settled into a small cabin in the peaceful Cascades town of Pinewood, hoping to finally find a safe and secure place to call home. For a time, it seemed like their fears were behind them. Then, on the morning of April 11, 1982, Sarah, her 14-year-old daughter Lisa, and her 5-year-old son Andy drove back from visiting a friend. They stopped at Hillside Park to pick up 10-year-old Ben and ran into 15-year-old Eric, who was hitchhiking home with his friend Dave. After lunch, Lisa made plans to stay overnight at the neighboring Benson family's house, while Sarah stayed at home with Ben, Andy, and the boy's young friend, Jason. Lisa left for the Bensons around 8 p.m., leaving her mother with the younger children. 12-year-old Tara Hall joined her sister for a short while, but returned home to sleep at around 9:30 p.m. That night would mark the last time the Hall family would be whole. A horrific and avoidable tragedy was about to change their lives forever. On the morning of April 12th, Lisa returned home from her sleepover to a scene she would never forget. She found the lifeless bodies of her mother, older brother Eric, and his friend Dave in the living room. They were bound with tape, and her mother had been gagged with a cloth. The attack on them had been shockingly brutal. 2 knives and a hammer, all stained with blood, were found at the scene, one knife bent at an angle from the force used. Evidence showed the murders happened in the living room, but the killer had arranged the victims' bodies in a gruesome display. Sarah was found near the couch, partially unclothed, with multiple stab wounds, including one that severed her voice box and nicked her spine. A mark on her head matched the butt of an air rifle, suggesting she had been struck to subdue her. Eric and Dave suffered severe head trauma from a claw hammer. Eric's throat was slashed, while bruises on Dave's neck indicated he had been strangled. Lisa went upstairs to check on her younger siblings and found Ben, Andy, and Jason unharmed in their bedroom. However, Tara was missing. Neither Lisa nor the Bensons had heard anything suspicious during the night, but a couple living nearby reported faint screams around 1:15 a.m. Tara's jacket, shoes, and a box of tools were missing, and the phone was left off the hook. The blinds were drawn, suggesting the perpetrator tried to hide their crime. Investigators suspected the victims likely knew the assailant. Early suspects included a local man who fled Pinewood shortly after the killings. Though later found in Washington, he passed a lie detector test and was ruled out. Another suspect emerged when a neighbor, Marilyn Kane, claimed she found a bloody jacket in her basement, which she turned over to police. Her husband, Tom, reported a missing hammer similar to the one used in the murders, raising suspicion. Despite this, he too was cleared. Meanwhile, young Jason provided inconsistent accounts of the night, once describing details he claimed to have dreamed. Under hypnosis, he recalled hearing noises in the living room and seeing Sarah with 2 unknown men before Eric and Dave intervened. Tara was then led out of the cabin and never seen again. Despite thousands of investigative hours, police found no clear motive. Speculation ranged from ritualistic killings to drug-related violence, but no evidence supported these theories. A family acquaintance mentioned that Eric and Dave had recently stolen drugs from local dealers, but this too lacked proof. For years, Tara's disappearance remained a focus, with the FBI briefly taking over the case. However, their efforts yielded no new leads. It wasn't until April 1985 that a bottle hunter discovered part of a human skull and jawbone near Cedar Falls, over 60 miles away. Additional items found nearby included a jacket, jeans, a blanket, and a surgical tape dispenser. Forensic testing confirmed the remains belonged to Tara. The case lay dormant until 2008, when Marilyn Kane alleged in a documentary that her husband Tom and his friend Bill Sanders were responsible. She claimed that on the night of the murders, She awoke around 2 a.m. to find them burning something in their wood stove. Marilyn also stated Tom had a deep hatred for Eric. However, Tom passed a polygraph test, and Bill, who reportedly had ties to organized crime, died in the late 1980s. In 2016, a hammer matching Tom's description of his missing tool was found in a pond. Authorities believed it was deliberately disposed of. The renewed investigation identified several suspects, including Tom. Marilyn further revealed that Tom had mailed her a letter after leaving Pinewood, cryptically stating, "I paid for your love with 4 lives." A counselor who worked with Tom later claimed he confessed to killing Sarah and Tara but denied harming the boys. In 2018, police announced that DNA from the crime scene tape matched a known suspect, reviving hope that justice might finally be served. The truth behind the Pinewood murders could lead to disturbing revelations, but for now, the case remains an open wound. It was supposed to be a simple, productive weekend. My husband, my business partner Greg, and I had rented a cabin deep in the woods to finish up plans for an important project. We had been working on this for months, and this trip was meant to wrap up the last details. The cabin was far from everything, quiet, and seemed like the perfect place to focus. The drive was long, and when we got there, the cabin looked older than I thought it would. The wood floors groaned with every step, and the windows were so small that the sunlight barely got in. It felt closed off, but it was private, and that's what we needed. We unpacked, settled in, and started working right away. The first day went fine. We sat at the big table with papers and laptops scattered everywhere, working until the light outside started to fade. Once it got dark, though, the cabin felt even smaller. The trees outside seemed to crowd in, their branches scratching against the windows when the wind picked up. It felt like the forest was trying to get inside. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard something. At first, it sounded like the old wood shifting or the wind blowing, but after a while, the sounds became harder to explain. A faint scraping, then a heavy thump. I lay in bed, frozen, listening to every creak. My husband was asleep next to me, breathing deeply, unaware of anything. I kept telling myself it was just animals. We were in the middle of nowhere, after all. The next morning, Greg was already up when I came into the kitchen. He looked rough, like he hadn't slept much either. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. We both knew we had too much work to get through to talk about a bad night. By midday, Greg went outside to take a break while my husband and I stayed inside, working on the project. 20 minutes passed, then 30. When Greg still didn't come back, I started to get irritated. We had deadlines and he was wasting time. I told my husband I'd go check on him. Stepping outside, the cold air hit me right away. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No birds, no crunch of leaves, just dead silence. I called Greg's name and walked around the side of the cabin. That's when I saw his car. The door was open, but Greg wasn't there. His phone was lying on the ground next to the car. The screen shattered. My chest tightened as I looked around, but there was no sign of him anywhere. I ran back into the cabin, my heart racing, and told my husband. We grabbed flashlights and ran out into the woods, calling Greg's name. But the forest didn't answer. It was so silent that even our own voices sounded wrong. The hours dragged on, and before we knew it, the sun started going down. The dim light from my flashlight caught something in the dirt, a streak of red. My stomach flipped. I followed it a few steps, but it stopped suddenly, like whatever had caused it had been dragged away. That was it. No Greg, no answers. Just the sick feeling that something awful had happened. We went back to the cabin, locked every door and window, and tried to call for help. But there was no signal and the cabin didn't have a phone. My husband said we should leave, but the road was narrow and dangerous in the dark. We decided to wait until morning. Neither of us slept. Every little sound outside made me jump. The hours crawled by, and I kept looking at the windows, half expecting to see something looking back. When the sun finally came up, we didn't waste a second. We packed our things, got in the car, and left. As we drove away, I looked back at the cabin. It felt different now, less like a place and more like a trap. Something about it was wrong, but I couldn't explain it. When we got back to town, we reported Greg missing. The police searched the area but found nothing. No signs of a fight, no tracks, no clues. Just Greg's car and his broken phone. Weeks turned into months, and eventually they stopped looking. The project fell apart without Greg, and so did everything else. My husband and I couldn't move on. Every night, I'd lie awake, replaying the weekend in my head, wondering if I had missed something. I kept seeing that red streak in the dirt and the empty woods around it. Sometimes I think about how quiet the forest was that day. No birds, no insects, nothing. Like the woods were holding their breath, waiting. And now I can't shake the feeling that whatever was out there that weekend, it wasn't done. My grandfather wasn't a man who shared much about his life. The scars on his hands and the way he carried himself told me he'd been through things I couldn't even picture. When he said we had something to take care of, I didn't ask why. I just got into the truck. The drive to the cabin was long and quiet. The old rifle in the back seat and the bag he threw in before we left told me this wasn't a normal trip. We went deeper into the woods than I'd ever been. The trees grew so thick they blocked out most of the sunlight, and the air felt heavy. I didn't see a single car or even a power line. We finally spotted the cabin as the sun started to set. It was small, with crooked walls, like it might collapse any second. But there was a light in the window. Someone was there. My grandfather parked the truck off the road, hiding it behind some trees. He pointed toward the cabin, and we got out. The woods were so quiet it made my ears ring. Every step I took sounded too loud, like the crunch of leaves and twigs might give us away. My grandfather handed me a flashlight but motioned not to use it. The moon gave enough light to see. When we got closer, I could tell the cabin wasn't as run down as it looked from a distance. The wood was sturdy, the windows clean. This place wasn't abandoned. Someone lived here. My grandfather crouched behind some bushes, pulling a pair of binoculars out of the bag. He watched for a while, then handed them to me. I saw a man inside, pacing back and forth. His shadow moved across the floor. I couldn't make out his face, but he seemed restless, maybe angry. On a table near him was a long knife, gleaming in the light. I didn't know who he was or why we were here, but something about the moment felt wrong. My grandfather signaled for us to move. We walked in a wide circle, staying out of sight, until we reached the back of the cabin. The ground was uneven, and I struggled to step quietly. Every little noise I made felt like it echoed in the silence. At the back door, my grandfather motioned for me to stop. He moved toward the door, his step steady. He grabbed the handle and turned it slowly. It opened without a sound. He slipped inside and left me waiting in the shadows. I stood there, my chest tight, counting the seconds. 5, 10, 15. Then I heard a soft thump from inside, followed by nothing. My stomach twisted, but I didn't move. I stayed where I was like he told me to. After what felt like forever, the door opened again. My grandfather stepped out, his hands empty, his face calm. He walked past me without saying anything, heading back toward the truck. I followed, looking back at the cabin one last time. The light in the window was still on, but the shadow inside wasn't moving anymore. We drove back in silence. The trees seemed even darker now, closing in on us as the truck rumbled down the dirt road. I wanted to ask what had happened, who that man was, but the words wouldn't come out. I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answers. When we got home, my grandfather told me to head inside while he stayed behind with the truck. I went to my room, but I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what I'd seen, or rather what I hadn't seen. The next morning, the truck was spotless, and the bag was gone. My grandfather was sitting on the porch, drinking his coffee, like it was any other day. I looked at him, trying to read his face, but it was blank. Whatever had happened at that cabin, it wasn't the first time for him. It was just part of something bigger, something I wasn't meant to know about. Years later, I still think about that night whenever I see a cabin deep in the woods. I picture the man pacing inside, the knife on the table, and the silence that followed. But there's one thing I can't shake. Sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear it. That soft thump from inside the cabin, like it's still happening. Or maybe it's something else, something out there, waiting in the woods, watching. I rented a small cabin deep in the woods for the weekend. I wanted to get away from everything, work, noise, and all the stress piling up in my life. The cabin was old but solid, with a stone fireplace, wooden floors, and a small bedroom with old, creaky furniture. It had been raining since morning, but by the time night came, the rain turned into a full-blown storm. At first, I didn't mind the rain. The sound of it hitting the roof was calming, and sitting by the fire with a book felt cozy. But as the hours went by, the storm started to feel different, like it wasn't just a normal storm. The wind howled like something alive, shaking the windows. Lightning lit up the woods outside every few minutes, showing the tall, dark trees swaying violently. It almost looked like they were leaning toward the cabin. Around midnight, I heard a loud thud against the side of the cabin. It wasn't the wind or the rain. It was something heavy hitting the wall. I froze and listened. For a while, there was nothing but the sound of the storm, but then it happened again. Another thud, louder this time, like it was closer. I tried to tell myself it was just a branch blown by the wind, but my gut told me it wasn't. I locked the front door and went around checking all the windows, making sure they were shut tight. I peeked outside, but I couldn't see anything except rain running down the glass. I decided to stay in the living room by the fire. I turned off all the lights, thinking it might make it harder for anyone, or anything, outside to see me. The room felt colder now, even though the fire was still burning. My breathing sounded loud in the quiet moments between the wind gusts. Then I heard it again, this time on the roof, a heavy thud. My chest tightened as I realized something was up there. I grabbed the only thing I could find to protect myself, a metal poker from the fireplace, and slowly walked toward the front door. I didn't have a plan, but just sitting there, waiting, felt worse. As I stood there, I heard a new sound, a slow, scraping noise, like nails or claws dragging across the wood. It started on the roof and moved down the side of the cabin. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I held the poker so tightly my hands hurt, but I didn't dare move. The scraping stopped at the window. I turned my head slowly, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would give me away. I couldn't see anything outside, just the rain and the faint reflection of the firelight. I stood there for what felt like hours, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Eventually, I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something. I was letting my imagination run wild. I went back to the couch, keeping the poker close, and lay down. I stayed awake as long as I could, but at some point, I must have dozed off. When I woke up, everything was quiet. The storm had stopped, and the cabin felt eerily still. The silence was almost worse than the noise of the storm. I looked at the clock. It was just after dawn. I decided to step outside and look around now that it was light. Maybe seeing the area in daylight would calm my nerves. But when I opened the door, I froze. The ground around the cabin was covered in large, muddy footprints. They weren't animal tracks. They were human. The prints circled the cabin over and over, like someone had been walking around all night, watching. The footprints didn't just stop there, though. I noticed something else, something that made my stomach drop. A second set of prints was leading away from the cabin, heading straight back into the woods. They weren't mine. I moved into the cabin a year ago, wanting to leave behind the noise and stress of the city. It was a small place, but it was enough for me and my baby girl, Mia. The woods around us were quiet and thick with trees, a perfect place to start over. I felt like I'd finally found some peace. That first winter was tough. I quickly learned how important firewood was. I spent hours cutting wood every week to keep us warm during the freezing nights. While I worked, Mia usually napped in her crib. I kept a baby monitor with me so I'd know if she woke up. One cold afternoon, I went out to cut more wood. I bundled Mia up and laid her in her crib, making sure she was safe and warm. The woodpile wasn't far from the cabin, just a few steps into the trees. I liked the work, it was tiring, but the sound of the axe splitting logs and the smell of fresh wood felt good. After about an hour, I heard a faint cry through the monitor. I froze mid-swing, my chest tightening. Mia didn't cry often, and when she did, it was usually soft and short. This was different. It sounded sharp, almost scared. I dropped the axe and ran back to the cabin, gripping the monitor tightly. Her cries grew louder as I got closer, but when I threw the door open, the sound stopped. Everything was silent. The crib was empty. For a moment, I just stood there, frozen. My eyes darted around the room, looking for her. The blankets in the crib were pushed to one side, but Mia wasn't there. The door was locked. The windows were shut. I couldn't make sense of it. I ran outside, shouting her name even though she couldn't answer. The woods suddenly felt strange, heavier, like they were pressing in on me. My boots crunched in the snow as I searched, calling for her. But there was nothing, no sound, just the cold wind blowing through the trees. I felt panic rise in my chest like a weight I couldn't shake. I dropped to my knees, my breath freezing in the air, and that's when I saw them. Tracks in the snow. They weren't mine, and they weren't from any animal. They were boot prints, big ones, and they led away from the cabin. I stood up, my legs shaking, and followed them. The prints were fresh, and whoever made them was moving fast. They cut through the trees, over uneven ground, twisting deeper into the forest. I tripped more than once, the cold stinging my face, but I didn't stop. The tracks led to an old hunting cabin I'd never seen before. It looked abandoned, with boarded-up windows and a crooked door. But I could hear something inside, soft cries, muffled but clear. I pushed the door open hard, the wood cracking under my weight. The smell of mold and dampness hit me. Inside, the place was dark and filthy, but in the corner, on a dirty old mattress, was Mia. I ran to her, my heart pounding. She was cold and shivering, but she wasn't hurt. I grabbed her and held her close, her little body trembling against mine. I didn't look around. I didn't try to figure out who had brought her here. I just ran. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and shoved the table and chairs against it. I sat by the fire with Mia in my arms, my mind racing. How had they gotten in without breaking the door or windows? Why had they taken her? And why leave her somewhere I could find her? The snow fell all night, and by morning the boot prints were gone, erased like they'd never been there. I called the sheriff's station, but they didn't have much to say. They promised to send someone to check things out, but no one ever showed up. Since then, I've reinforced every door and window. I don't let Mia out of my sight, I've stopped going far from the cabin, even for wood. But no matter what I do, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us. Sometimes at night, I hear faint footsteps outside. When I check, there's nothing there, just the empty woods. A few days ago, I found a baby blanket lying on the porch. It wasn't Mia's. Whoever was out there, they're not finished. They wanted me to know they can come back anytime. And the scariest part? They don't even have to break in to get to us. I'd always liked the quiet of my cabin near the border, but it wasn't without its problems. At 75, I wasn't as strong as I once was, but my years as a sergeant in the military had taught me how to deal with tough situations. Living this close to the border meant I had to be alert all the time, especially at night. The woods didn't just hide animals. Sometimes it hid people who didn't belong here. That evening, the air was cold, and the sun sank behind the trees, making long shadows stretch across the ground. I sat on the porch, holding my coffee, when I noticed movement along the tree line. At first, I thought it was just a deer, but then I saw it wasn't moving like one. It was too careful, too quiet. I set my cup down and picked up my binoculars. Through the lenses, I saw a man, middle-aged, dirty, and carrying a backpack. He was creeping toward the cabin, keeping low like he didn't want to be seen. My heart skipped a beat. Over the years, I'd seen all sorts of people, hikers, hunters, even lost travelers. But this felt different. This man wasn't lost. He was up to something. I stood up and made sure the rifle by the door was loaded before stepping back inside, locking the door behind me. I peered out the window, watching him come closer. He stopped about 50 feet away, looking around like he was making sure no one was watching. He didn't seem lost. He looked like he had a plan. The sky was getting darker, and the trees swallowed the light. I crouched low behind the curtain, watching him from the crack. He walked around the cabin, stopping at the windows and the door. Then he went to the back of the house, reaching into his bag. My stomach turned. Was he armed? Was he desperate, looking for a place to hide? I couldn't take any chances. Then I heard it, a soft clicking sound. I knew what it was right away, a lockpick. He was trying to break into the back door. My fingers tightened around the rifle as I moved silently toward the kitchen, making sure I didn't make a sound. I stood by the door, listening. The clicking stopped, and I heard the door creak as he tried to push it open. I wasn't ready to kill anyone, but I wasn't about to let someone hurt me either. I stood still, waiting. The man stepped inside, his shadow sharp against the moonlight. His movements were slow, careful. He froze when he heard the click of the rifle's safety. I could tell he was trying to figure out what to do. Without saying a word, I flipped the safety off. The man's eyes widened, and he quickly backed away, stumbling as he turned and ran out the door into the night. I locked the door again, my heart racing. But that wasn't the end of it. For the next few hours, I stayed near the window, my rifle ready. I could hear him outside, moving around the cabin. Twigs snapped under his feet. Leaves crunched as he circled the cabin. He was waiting for an opening. Each time I heard a sound, I'd look outside with the binoculars, but he was always just out of sight. It wasn't until late into the night that I saw him again, standing at the edge of the forest. This time he wasn't alone. There were two others with him, all carrying backpacks. My heart froze. I wasn't dealing with a lost traveler anymore. I was dealing with a group, likely smugglers or worse. It hit me then, these people weren't going to leave. They were going to try again. I knew I couldn't take the risk. Quietly, I slipped out of the cabin through a side window. I moved low, staying in the shadows as I made my way to the old trail that led to the ranger station about 2 miles away. I knew the area better than they did, so I kept to the back trails, moving fast but quiet, keeping the rifle in hand. When I reached the ranger station, I found it empty. The ranger must have been on patrol. I used the emergency radio to call for backup, describing what was going on and my location. Help came quickly. Less than an hour later, law enforcement arrived at the cabin. They caught the men trying to break in again. The officers told me the group had been smuggling things across the border for a while. They'd likely been watching my cabin for weeks, thinking I'd be an easy target. I couldn't sleep that night, not even after they were gone. I kept thinking about how close they'd come, how one wrong move could have ended with me in a ditch somewhere. The cabin never felt the same after that. It wasn't a home anymore, it was a warning, a reminder that safety is never as solid as you think it is. I stayed alert, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were still watching, waiting for me to slip up. Weeks passed, and things seemed to go back to normal. But I knew better. The silence was too quiet, the shadows too still. And sometimes, late at night, I'd hear a twig snap or the rustling of leaves from deep in the forest. I'd look out the window, but all I saw were trees, the same as always. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I'd been watched before. What stopped them from coming back? It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend. Just me, a small cabin in the woods, and a break from everything. I'd been working nonstop on my medical research, so I needed to get away from the noise and stress of the city. The cabin was tucked away, far from any road, surrounded by tall trees. All I could hear was the wind blowing through the leaves. It seemed perfect for what I needed, time to myself. But the second night, things started to feel off. I had just finished some research and was about to head to bed when I saw something strange on the wall. At first, it looked like a small shadow, nothing to worry about. But when I got closer, I saw it clearly. It was an insect, a dark, spiny bug, about the size of a quarter. His body seemed to blend right into the wall, almost like it was part of it. It didn't move, but there was something in the air, like it was watching me, waiting. I figured it was just a regular bug, maybe a beetle or something harmless. But then I remembered something I'd read about while doing research for work. There's a type of tick in this area called the woodland tick. It's known to be dangerous, can bite you and make you really sick, even if you don't notice it at first. Some of these ticks can carry diseases like Lyme disease, and that's what scared me. I remembered reading that they weren't that common, but still, this bug didn't seem right. I tried to grab it with a tissue, but it was quick. Too quick. It shot across the wall and disappeared into a crack in the wood. My heart started racing. There was no way I was imagining it. The thing looked like it had a dark, greasy shine, and I was sure it was dangerous. I spent the next few hours searching the whole cabin. I had my flashlight, scanning every corner, every inch of the walls, but I didn't find anything else. I kept telling myself it was just my nerves, that I was overreacting. I had been under a lot of stress lately. Maybe I was just tired, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, I barely slept. Every noise in the cabin sounded like something was moving around, maybe more insects. Every little creak and crack made me jump. I just wanted to leave. In the morning, I packed my things quickly. The sooner I was out of there, the better. But as I gathered my stuff, I felt something on the back of my neck. It was like a sharp pinch, an annoying itch. I scratched it, but when I looked at my finger, there was something dark on it. It was a tick, small, buried deep in my skin. My heart sank. I had no idea how long it had been there, but I knew I needed to act fast. I remembered everything I had read about ticks. The longer they stay, the more dangerous they become. They can carry serious diseases, and I couldn't risk that. I grabbed a pair of tweezers and, hands shaking, pulled the tick out. I put it in a small container, planning to look it up later. My pulse was racing, but I tried to stay calm. I cleaned the bite, packed everything quickly, and got into my car. I needed to go to a clinic right away. The drive was long, and the ticking of the clock in my car felt deafening. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something moving behind me, but there was nothing. I finally made it to the clinic. The place was small and quiet, but they said they'd test the tick and run some blood tests. They'd know soon if I was in trouble. A few hours later, the doctor came in. I wasn't sure what I expected to hear, but the words I got weren't good. No Lyme disease, but they couldn't be sure about everything. They said it was a rare type of tick, but it could still have carried something. I couldn't help but feel like I had dodged a bullet. I'd gotten lucky this time, but as I thought about it more, the weight of what had happened hit me. The tick might have been small, but it carried a potential that could have wrecked my life. Could have left me sick for months. I wasn't even sure if it was the same type of tick I had read about, but at that point I didn't care. I just wanted it all to be over. When I look back at that trip, I can't help but feel uneasy. The woods seemed so peaceful when I first arrived, but there's something about nature that's unpredictable, something that feels too quiet, too still. It's easy to think that nothing can go wrong when everything is calm. But what I learned is that danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it hides in the most unexpected places, like a tiny, silent creature on a cabin wall. I thought I was safe, but maybe that was the biggest mistake I could have made, because the next time I might not be so lucky, and that thought still sends a chill down my spine. I had decided to spend the weekend at a ranger's cabin deep in the mountains. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small wooden shack with a bunk bed, an old wood stove, and a table. I wasn't a ranger, but this cabin was open to hikers and hunters needing a place to rest. I liked staying there because it was far from everything, no phone signal, no distractions. Just me, the forest, and the wind. The first night was uneventful. I lit a fire in the wood stove, read for a bit, and drifted off to sleep to the soft creaking of the old cabin. The next morning, I decided to hike further up the trail. It was cold, and the air felt fresh and sharp. I spotted deer tracks in the dirt and heard the faint sound of a stream in the distance. I spent most of the day out there, soaking in the peace. By the time I got back, the sun was just starting to dip behind the trees. That's when I saw it. The door to the cabin was slightly open. I stopped in my tracks, staring at it. I was sure I had locked it before leaving. My chest tightened, and I felt uneasy. At first, I thought maybe I had been careless and hadn't closed it properly. But as I got closer, I saw footprints in the dirt leading up to the door. They didn't match my boots. I stood there for a while, just staring at the cabin. My mind tried to reason with me. Maybe it was just an animal or another hiker passing by. But the prints were too clear, too precise. Someone had been here. I felt a wave of panic. The idea of hiking back to my car in the dark wasn't appealing, but the thought of walking into the cabin made my stomach churn. Still, I forced myself to step inside, hoping whoever it was had already moved on. The cabin looked the same as I had left it. My bag was still in the corner, untouched. My gear was all there, but something about the room felt wrong, like the air was heavier. I quickly shut and locked the door, this time dragging a chair against it to make sure no one could push their way in. I tried to shake the feeling off and sat on the bed, gripping my hunting knife. I told myself I'd stay awake for a while, just to be sure. Sometime around midnight, I heard it. Footsteps outside, crunching slowly in the dirt. The sound was soft but steady, circling the cabin. My chest tightened, and I could feel my heart pounding. I froze, gripping the knife in one hand and staring at the door. The steps stopped, and everything went silent. Then, there was a faint tap on the window. My throat went dry. I didn't move. I didn't want to look. A second tap came, louder this time. It wasn't frantic. It was slow and deliberate, like whoever was out there wanted me to know they were still there. I sat frozen for hours, clutching the knife so tightly my hand ached. The footsteps eventually faded, and the tapping stopped, but I didn't relax. I stayed awake, staring at the door, listening for any sound. The next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the window. I hadn't realized I had fallen asleep until I heard voices outside. I peeked through the curtain and saw a group of men in uniform. They were rangers. I opened the door, my legs shaky, and they asked if I was okay. I nodded, but I couldn't find the words to speak. One of the rangers explained they were searching for a man who had been on the run for weeks after a violent crime in a nearby town. They said he was dangerous and possibly armed. They mentioned they had found fresh tracks near the cabin and advised me to leave with them for my own safety. I didn't argue. As we hiked down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see movement in the trees. When we were a good distance away, I turned back for one last look at the cabin. That's when I saw it. A piece of paper stuck to the window, fluttering slightly in the breeze. I couldn't read it from where I stood, but I knew it hadn't been there before. The rangers hadn't mentioned it, and I wasn't about to go back to check. I kept walking, my stomach twisting. Later that night, after I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about that paper. It haunted me. I finally decided to check the trail camera I had left near the cabin. It was set to capture anything that moved while I was gone. The first few photos were normal, deer passing by, birds in the trees. But then I saw him, a man standing outside the cabin in the middle of the night, staring at the door. His face wasn't clear, but his posture was. He wasn't wandering. He was waiting. The last photo made my blood run cold. It was taken just before dawn while I was asleep. The man was standing inches from the window, staring directly at the camera, his hand pressed against the glass. I never went back to that cabin, and I never found out what was written on that piece of paper. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear faint footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, just like before. I thought it would be a peaceful weekend, just me and the sound of rain in a small village cabin. I rented it to get some quiet time and escape the noise of the city. The village was tiny, hidden deep in the hills. The cabin was right at the edge of a thick forest, far from the rest of the village. It was simple but cozy, with wooden walls that made little creaking sounds when the wind hit them. The rain started soon after I arrived in the afternoon. It wasn't just a drizzle. It poured hard, turning the dirt paths around the cabin into slippery mud. By night, it was coming down even heavier, hammering on the roof and windows. The power kept flickering, so I lit some candles. Their dim light made shadows on the walls, which seemed to move whenever the flames flickered. I was trying to read a book, listening to the storm outside, when I heard a sound that didn't fit. It was a faint tapping noise. At first, I thought it was just part of the rain, but it had a pattern to it. It wasn't random. I put my book down and listened closely. The sound came again, this time clearer and closer. It seemed to be coming from the back of the cabin, near the door that opened to the forest. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just a branch knocking against the cabin. But when I went to check, I saw there weren't any trees close enough to touch the walls. The tapping came again. It sounded like it was right on the door now, soft but steady. My stomach sank, and my hands felt cold. The rain was loud, but I listened as hard as I could, trying to catch any other noise. Nothing, just the tapping and the storm. I decided to ignore it, thinking maybe it was some animal trying to get out of the rain. I went back to the little living room, sat down, and tried to focus on my book again. But the sound wouldn't stop. It wasn't changing or moving. It stayed the same, slow and steady. Then it hit me it wasn't random at all. It sounded like someone lightly knocking, as if they didn't want to be too loud. My skin crawled at the thought. I grabbed a flashlight from the side table and checked the locks on all the windows and doors. Everything was locked. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The tapping stopped after a while, and I started to feel silly for being so jumpy. I convinced myself it was just the wind playing tricks. But as I sat back down, I heard a floorboard creak behind me. My heart raced as I slowly turned around and shone the flashlight toward the kitchen. Nothing. I swept the light across the room, checking every corner. Still nothing, but something felt off. The air felt heavy, like someone was in the room, watching. I couldn't see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The tapping was gone, but the silence felt worse. I went to the bedroom, locked the door, and sat on the bed with the flashlight in my lap. The rain was still loud, but I stayed awake, listening for anything out of place. Hours passed like that, my body stiff with fear. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up to the faint light of morning coming through the curtains. The rain had slowed to a soft drizzle. I felt a little foolish for being so scared. I told myself I had probably just let my imagination run wild. I stepped outside to check the cabin's surroundings. The ground was soaked, and the grass was flattened in spots where puddles had formed. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Bare footprints, leading from the forest to the back door of the cabin. They weren't mine. They weren't from any animal. Someone had been out there, walking barefoot in the rain, right up to my door. The prints didn't end at the door. They circled around the cabin and then led back into the forest. My chest tightened as I stared at them, trying to make sense of it. Someone had stood outside in the storm, watching the cabin. Watching me. I couldn't stay there another second. I didn't even pack my things. I grabbed my car keys and left. I drove straight onto the main road, not stopping until the cabin was far behind me. A few days later, I got a call from the cabin owner. He wanted to know why I had left the place unlocked when I left. I froze. I knew I had locked the door when I left. He said something else, too. When he went to check the cabin, he found muddy footprints inside, leading from the back door to the bedroom, the same bedroom where I had spent the night. Whoever it was hadn't left after the rain stopped. They had been inside with me, waiting. I live in a small, remote community in northern Alberta, Canada. Our town has a population of about 350 people. Winters here are brutal, with temperatures often dropping to minus 40 degrees Celsius. But for many of us, that's the way we like it, isolated and peaceful. Every winter, my friend Connor's cousin, Kyle, and his parents head out to their cabin deep in the wilderness to go ice fishing. Their cabin is about 60 kilometers from the nearest town, surrounded by nothing but thick, snow-covered forest. They go there every year like clockwork, always returning with plenty of fish and stories about the cold, quiet isolation. Kyle, who was 17 at the time, usually hated it. He complained about how boring it was, how the nights felt too quiet, and how the distant howls of wolves always seemed to set him on edge. But one year, something happened that ensured none of them ever returned. It was January 2005. Kyle's family left town early in the morning, loaded with supplies for a week-long trip. It had been a cold winter, and the snow was piled high, blanketing the roads and trees. When they arrived at the cabin, they spent the first day settling in, unpacking, clearing snow, and getting their ice fishing gear ready. They had a small ice hut set up on the frozen lake nearby, about a 5-minute walk from the cabin. The first 2 days went by uneventfully. Kyle was bored out of his mind, as usual, complaining about the cold and the eerie sounds of animals at night. But the third night was different. Around 1 a.m., Kyle was startled awake by a loud thud against the cabin wall, followed by the agonizing cries of what sounded like an injured deer. The sound was unsettling, high-pitched and desperate. It sent a chill through Kyle, but he tried to brush it off, assuming it was just some predator taking down its prey. Still, he couldn't shake the unease that settled over him. The next morning, Kyle decided to investigate the source of the noise. He bundled up in his parka and stepped outside into the crisp morning air. The snow around the cabin was undisturbed, but as he walked around to the back, he found something that made his stomach drop. There was a large pool of blood staining the snow. Surrounding it were wolf tracks, unmistakable in the fresh powder. But what stood out most were the human footprints, bare, unshod feet, leading from the forest to the spot where the blood had pooled. The tracks were deep, spaced unnaturally far apart, and disappeared back into the woods, dragging a trail of blood behind them. Kyle stared at the scene, trying to make sense of it. The idea of someone walking barefoot in this freezing weather seemed impossible, yet the evidence was right in front of him. He went back inside, shaken, and spent the rest of the day trying to convince himself it was nothing. His parents dismissed his concerns, saying there was no way anyone else was out here in the middle of nowhere. But Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. That night, Kyle lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling and listening intently for any sound. Around 2 a.m., he heard it again, a loud, deliberate thud against the wall. This time he froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He stayed in bed, clutching the blankets, trying to convince himself it was just an animal. But then he heard something else, a faint, scraping sound, like nails dragging across wood. It was coming from the common room of the cabin. Summoning his courage, Kyle got out of bed and crept toward the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was making the noise. But when he peeked outside, there was nothing there. He shook his head, muttered to himself, and turned to head back to bed. That's when he heard it. A soft, deliberate knock at the cabin door. Kyle froze, his blood running cold. The knock was slow, methodical, and deliberate, as if whoever or whatever was on the other side wanted him to know they were there. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. But Kyle's terror was far from over. The next morning, Kyle's father decided to check outside, insisting it was just a wild animal. But when he opened the door, he stopped in his tracks. There, written in blood on the cabin door, were 2 words, "Knock, knock." The trail of blood from the previous day was still there, leading back into the woods. But this time there were more footprints, bare, human, and impossibly large. They circled the cabin, as if whoever had left them had been watching them through the windows. Kyle's father decided it was time to leave. They packed up their things in record time and loaded everything into their truck. But when his father turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. He tried again, but it wouldn't start. Panic set in as Kyle's mother started to pray, and Kyle kept glancing out the window, his breath fogging the glass. Then he saw it. At the edge of the woods, just beyond the tree line, stood a figure. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and thin, with long, gangly limbs. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over its bones, and it was completely naked despite the freezing temperatures. The figure took a step forward, then another, each movement slow and deliberate. Kyle screamed for his parents, but they were already scrambling to get out of the truck. His father grabbed an axe from the back, and his mother clutched Kyle's arm, pulling him toward the cabin. But as they turned to run, the figure started to move faster, its long strides eating up the distance between them in seconds. They barely made it back inside, slamming the door shut and bolting it behind them. The figure stopped just short of the door, its breath fogging the glass as it stared at them through the window. For hours, they stayed huddled in the cabin, listening to the sound of it circling the building, tapping on the windows and scratching at the walls. Then, just before dawn, the sound stopped. When they finally worked up the courage to look outside, the figure was gone. But the blood trail and footprints remained, leading back into the woods. Kyle's family left the cabin later that day, abandoning their gear and driving back to town as fast as the icy roads would allow. They never spoke about what happened, and they never returned to the cabin. To this day, the cabin remains empty, a silent monument to the terror they experienced. And whatever was out there in the woods that night, it's still out there waiting. I've heard a lot of stories about strange experiences in the woods, and I've even told a few myself. But nothing could prepare me for what happened to me 12 years ago. It was a kind of terror I had never felt before or since, and I still can't fully explain it. Even now, thinking back, I get chills and my chest tightens as if I'm back in that moment. I'll try to share it as clearly as I can, though it won't be quick. This is going to take some time to explain, so bear with me. Before I was born, my parents built a small cabin in the western part of Colorado, nestled in the mountains. It wasn't too far from Gunnison, but it was remote enough to feel like a true escape from the world. We'd go there every chance we got. Summer vacations, long weekends, and holidays were spent up at the cabin. It became a part of me, a second home where I could explore the forests, breathe the mountain air, and let my imagination run wild. We weren't the only ones with cabins in the area. Several other families had similar setups, and over the years my parents grew close to some of the neighbors. The adults would have cookouts and fishing trips, and us kids, well, we just roamed. We spent our days running through the woods, climbing trees, and building forts. We'd get scraped up and filthy, but we didn't care. It was freedom. One thing we never did, though, was venture onto the old property down the road. You couldn't miss it. The dirt road to our cabin cut through a wide, empty field, and right in the middle of that field was the abandoned property. There were several structures: a green 2-story barn, a smaller red building that looked like a shed or maybe an old airplane hangar, and a white tractor barn. Perched on a small hill at the back of the property was the house. It was barely visible from the road, but you could make out its broken windows and peeling paint. The whole place gave off an eerie vibe, and we avoided it like the plague when we were kids. Even the tree near the house seemed wrong. It was the only tree on the entire property, but it was massive, gnarled, and always filled with crows. They'd sit there, squawking and flapping their wings like something out of a horror movie. We used to make up stories about the place. Rumors of strange noises, shadows in the windows, and things no one could explain. But none of us dared to get close, not until we were older. By the time I was 15, that fear had turned into curiosity. The stories weren't scary anymore. They were a challenge. My friends and I started going to the property during the day, sneaking through the broken fences and exploring the buildings. It was exactly what you'd expect: rotting wood, rusted tools, and piles of junk. But there was something exciting about it, like we were discovering secrets no one else knew about. One day, I found something that made my stomach drop. We were in the green workshop, poking around the workbench. I opened one of the drawers and found an old notebook. It was a cheap, colorful notebook with a cartoon character on the cover, something from the late 90s. When I flipped it open, I froze. It was mine. My name was scrawled on the first page, along with the names of my siblings. We had used this notebook as kids to keep score in games and write silly notes to each other. I recognized the messy handwriting immediately, but I had no idea how it had ended up here. I showed it to my friends, but they just shrugged. None of them knew anything about it, and neither did my siblings when I asked them later. What really unnerved me, though, were the last few pages. They were filled with handwriting I didn't recognize, neat, deliberate, and completely different from the messy kid scribbles on the earlier pages. I couldn't make out all the words, but it didn't feel right. That should have been the moment we stopped going to the property. But we didn't. Over the next couple of years, we made the abandoned property our hangout spot. We even set up an area in the workshop where we could sit and talk. We'd hear the occasional creak or thump, but we always blamed it on the wind or animals. Nothing seemed dangerous, and I was always the first to brush off any concerns. That changed during the summer of 2011. I had just turned 17 and recently gotten into dirt biking. My best friend, Ethan, was the one who got me hooked. He had an older Yamaha 125 cubic centimeters dirt bike and taught me how to ride on the trails around the cabin. After months of practice, I'd saved up enough to buy my own, a Honda 200 cubic centimeters that I loved. We spent every weekend tearing up the trails, finding new routes, and pushing each other to see who could go faster. One evening in late July, we decided to ride out to the abandoned property. The monsoon rains had let up for the day, and the air was cool and crisp. We'd been riding all afternoon and wanted to end the day with a quick stop at the old barn. Ethan rode ahead on his Yamaha, and I followed close behind. We reached the driveway and pulled up in front of the hangar. I parked my bike and waited for Ethan to circle back around. He liked to loop around the buildings to check things out, so I didn't think much of it when he disappeared behind the barn. I sat there, letting my bike idle in neutral, staring at the white tractor barn. It was a massive structure with huge sliding doors on either end and smaller side doors for people to enter. Most of the doors had rotted away, leaving the interior exposed. You could see straight through to the other side, where the grass grew tall and wild. As I waited, I caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just the wind shifting something inside the barn. But when I turned my head, I didn't see anything move. The barn was quiet, and the shadows inside were still. I shook it off and turned my attention back to the driveway, listening for the sound of Ethan's bike. Then I saw it. A pale hand reached around the edge of the barn door. It was thin, almost skeletal, with skin so white it seemed to glow in the fading light. The fingers were long and bony, and they gripped the door frame like they were testing it. My heart started to race, but I couldn't look away. Another hand appeared, lower on the frame, followed by a head. The thing that peeked around the corner was human-shaped but wrong. Its skin was the same sickly white as its hands, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. Its eyes were impossibly dark, like black holes that seemed to swallow the light around them. It stared at me, unblinking, its head tilted slightly to the side as if studying me. I couldn't move. My body felt frozen, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. I wanted to believe it wasn't real, but then I noticed the reflection of my bike's headlight in its eyes. It wasn't my imagination. The thing smiled, its mouth stretched wide, revealing short, jagged teeth that looked more like animal fangs than human teeth. The smile didn't feel like an expression of joy or friendliness. It felt like a warning. I knew I had to move, but my hands wouldn't cooperate. My heart was pounding, and my breath came in short, panicked gasps. The creature didn't move, but its gaze never left mine. It was as if it was waiting for me to make the first move. Finally, I snapped out of my paralysis. I yanked the bike into gear and gunned the throttle, tearing down the driveway. I didn't care if Ethan was behind me. I had to get out of there. When I reached the road, I glanced back and saw Ethan following close behind. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide with fear. We didn't stop until we were back at my cabin, where we both jumped off our bikes, panting and shaking. What the hell was that? Ethan finally managed to ask. I didn't answer. Couldn't. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept replaying the image of that thing in the barn. Its dark eyes and sharp teeth burned into my memory. I've told this story to a few people over the years, but no one seems to believe me. Maybe that's for the best. The abandoned property was sold a few years later, and the new owners tore down most of the buildings, including the white tractor barn. Part of me is relieved it's gone, but another part of me wonders if that thing is still out there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for someone else to come too close. Even now, when I sit on the porch of the cabin at night, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I took a job cutting wood in a forest far from town. It wasn't the kind of work most people would want, but the pay was good. They gave me a cabin to stay in. It was small and plain, just a bed, a little stove, and a table. The forest around it was thick and quiet, almost too quiet, except for the occasional rustling of animals. At first, I didn't mind. I liked the peace. I'd spend my days working hard, then sleep deeply at night. But as time went on, I realized something about this place felt wrong. The first few days were fine. I'd wake up early, just as the sun was coming up, and head to the trees marked for cutting. I worked until my arms and back ached, then headed back to the cabin to rest. Felt good, in a way, but then small things started happening that I couldn't explain. I'd leave my tools in one spot, only to find them in another when I came back. At first, I thought I was just tired and wasn't paying attention. Maybe I'd moved them without realizing it. But it kept happening, and it wasn't just tools. My food supplies would shift places, too. One morning, I found large footprints in the mud outside the cabin. They didn't match my boots, they were much bigger. I told myself it was probably just a hunter or someone passing by. But I couldn't figure out why anyone would come this far into the forest and get so close to my cabin. That night, for the first time, I locked the door before going to bed. After that, sleeping became harder. I started waking up in the middle of the night, feeling like I needed to listen. Sometimes, I'd hear faint snapping sounds, like someone stepping on twigs nearby. I tried telling myself it was just animals, but deep down I wasn't so sure. Then one night, I woke up to a loud bang against the side of the cabin. It was so sudden and strong that I froze in place, my heart pounding. I reached for the axe I kept by the door and stood there, holding my breath, waiting to hear it again. Nothing came after that, but I didn't go back to sleep. When the sun came up, I went outside to check. That's when I saw the marks on the cabin wall. Long, deep scratches ran down the wood where I'd heard the noise. They weren't from any animal I could think of. The lines were too deliberate. I tried to convince myself it didn't matter, but I was starting to feel scared. On what ended up being my last day there, I decided to finish early and leave. I don't know why, but something told me it wasn't safe to stay anymore. I worked quickly, cutting and stacking the wood, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Around noon, I noticed something strange. The trees further out looked darker, like they were standing closer together than they had been before. It didn't make sense, but I avoided that part of the forest. As I walked back to the cabin to pack, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. My own footprints from earlier that morning were covered by new ones. They were much bigger than mine and headed straight toward the cabin. I tightened my grip on the axe and hurried back. When I got there, the cabin door was wide open. I knew for a fact I had locked it. Inside, everything was a mess. My bed was flipped over, my supplies were scattered across the floor, and those same scratch marks from outside were now carved into the walls inside. They were deeper this time, like someone or something was angry. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed what I could and ran to my truck. My hands were shaking as I started the engine, and I didn't feel safe until I was driving away. Even then, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something running after me. When I finally made it back to the main road, I felt a little relief, but not much. The feeling of being watched stayed with me, like something was still out there, waiting. When I got home and started unpacking, I realized the axe I'd been holding so tightly was gone. At first, I thought I must have left it in the truck, but when I checked, it wasn't there. Instead, I found a handprint on the side of my bag. It was smeared in mud and far too big to be mine. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little noise outside my window made my skin crawl. The worst part? The next morning, when I opened my front door, my axe was lying on the porch. The blade was clean, but the handle was covered in fresh, muddy handprints. I went up to the cabin by myself for the weekend. It was in a tiny town out in the middle of nowhere, far from the nearest neighbor. I found it online, and it seemed perfect, quiet, secluded, and just the kind of place I needed to escape from the noise and stress of the city. But I didn't expect to find the graveyard. The graveyard was old. The tombstones were covered in weeds, barely visible through the thick brush. The cabin was up on a hill, and from the porch, I could see the graveyard stretching out below me, silent and still, surrounded by dark trees. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as the sun started setting, something felt off. It was like the place was watching me. That night, after I ate, I decided to go for a walk in the woods. The trees were tall, blocking out most of the moonlight, but I could still see the path ahead. I didn't mean to end up in the graveyard, but somehow I found myself there. It wasn't far from the cabin, maybe a 10-minute walk, but I hadn't planned on going. When I reached the edge of the graveyard, I stopped. It was eerily quiet, and for some reason, I felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. I stood there for a minute, looking at the gravestones. Some were broken, some barely standing, and I could see dates on a few of them, some going back to the 1800s. But then something caught my eye. In the back, half hidden behind a big tree, was a grave that looked new. The stone wasn't old, and the name on it was still clear, even though it seemed like it had been carved recently. I felt a pull of curiosity, and I walked over. It didn't seem to belong. It was too new, like it was out of place. I crouched down to get a better look and touched the stone. The moment my hand brushed against it, I felt it. The air around me shifted, cold, wrong. It felt like the ground itself was moving, like something was there, something I couldn't see. The pressure around me grew heavier, like something was about to happen. I stood up quickly, ready to leave, but just as I turned, I heard a soft thud, like something had dropped to the ground. My heart jumped, and I looked back toward the stone. For a second, I thought I saw the dirt near it shift, like something was moving beneath the earth. I couldn't explain it, but I suddenly had this horrible feeling, like I was being watched. I didn't know why, but I felt like I had to leave, right then. I didn't look back as I ran through the woods, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept running until I reached the cabin, slamming the door behind me and locking it as fast as I could. I didn't sleep that night, not a wink. I kept the lights off, not daring to look out the windows. The feeling of being watched, of something waiting for me, was too strong. I felt like something was right outside the cabin, waiting for me to make a mistake. It was real. I couldn't explain it, but I knew I wasn't alone. The next morning, I didn't waste any time. I packed up and left before the sun even came up. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the image of that grave or the feeling that something had followed me from that graveyard. I tried to push it out of my mind, but the thought wouldn't go away. When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I looked up the cemetery online, but I couldn't find anything about a new grave. It was all old news except for one strange comment. Someone had left a message saying they had felt a strange presence near the back of the graveyard, the same spot where I had been. They mentioned hearing things they couldn't explain, but what really got to me was what they said at the end. It's not a place to go alone. I don't know what I felt that night in the woods, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever it wasn't human. And the next time I even think about going near that cabin again, I won't be alone. It was supposed to be a calm weekend at the cabin, just me and my ex-husband, surrounded by the quiet of the woods. We decided to try and be civil, even though everything between us had fallen apart. The cabin was far from the nearest town, tucked away in the forest, so all we could hear was the wind and the occasional sound of a twig breaking. We didn't talk much, each of us keeping to our own space. I took the bedroom upstairs, and he stayed downstairs in the room by the kitchen. The cabin itself was nice, a place we'd rented years ago, but this time the woods felt different. The trees looked darker, the air thicker, even though it was still daylight. It was like the shadows stretched longer than they should have, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. That evening, after dinner, we both went to our separate corners of the cabin. I was sitting on the couch, reading a book when I heard the first noise. A loud thump, like something heavy hitting the floor downstairs. At first, I told myself it was just the house settling, but then I heard footsteps, slow and heavy. My heart started to race. It was too quiet for it to be nothing. I stood up and glanced down the stairs, but I couldn't see anything from where I was. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, the cabin was dead silent. Then, a soft scraping sound came from the kitchen. My mind was racing. Was it my ex down there? Or maybe an animal? I hesitated but decided to go check. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, my breath caught. There, in the kitchen doorway, was my ex-husband. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring into the dark. "Are you okay?" I asked, but he didn't respond. He was completely still, his eyes locked on something beyond me. I turned to look, thinking he might be staring out the window, but the trees outside were barely moving in the wind. Everything looked normal, yet the air felt heavy. "What is it?" I asked again, but there was still no answer. Then, out of nowhere, there was a loud crash from the back door. My blood turned cold. Something was out there. I grabbed my ex's arm and pulled him toward the front door, the only way out. But the door wouldn't open. It felt like someone was pushing against it from the other side, keeping it shut. I stepped back, panic flooding through me. The scraping sound was louder now, closer, like something was moving across the floor. I was sure I had locked the back door earlier. So why did it sound like someone was trying to get in? Then the lights flickered. I grabbed the flashlight from the counter, my hands shaking. I turned it on and aimed it at the back door, but all it did was cast long shadows on the walls. The scraping stopped, but I could feel something was wrong, like the air itself had changed. The silence was thick, almost suffocating. I turned to my ex, but he was gone. I didn't hear him leave, but he wasn't in the kitchen anymore. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. I couldn't stay here any longer. I rushed to the front door and tried again to force it open, but it felt like something was pushing back from the outside. I ran to the windows, hoping to see him, but there was no sign of him anywhere. He had to be nearby, right? Then, I heard movement in the trees, something or someone moving fast in the darkness. My stomach dropped. I looked out into the woods and saw a figure standing just outside the cabin. It wasn't my ex-husband. The person or thing wasn't moving, just standing there watching me. I froze, unable to breathe. The figure didn't make a sound, just stood in the dark. I slowly turned off the flashlight, not wanting to be seen. The rustling stopped, and I could hear the footsteps move away, but they didn't sound like they were going far. They were just fading into the trees. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't leave the cabin. I stayed in the kitchen, waiting, staring at the back door, the silence almost unbearable. Time seemed to stretch on, but the sounds outside never came back. It was like the world had gone still. When the sun finally came up, I couldn't bring myself to move. I hadn't slept at all. I couldn't stop looking at the door, listening for any sign of my ex, but nothing came. The whole place felt wrong, like something was off, and I couldn't explain it. I waited as long as I could, and finally, when I couldn't stand the silence anymore, I left the cabin. My ex's car was gone. His things were gone too, as if he'd just up and vanished. I didn't know what to think. He was there one moment and then he wasn't. I looked around the cabin, feeling like I was being watched, but there was nothing. I'll never forget that night. Whoever or whatever was out there with me wasn't human. And to this day, I still feel like it's watching me. Every time I hear the wind, every time a twig snaps in the distance, I wonder if it's waiting for me to come back. We were staying in a small cabin deep in the woods, far away from everything. My husband and I thought it would be the perfect getaway, a chance to relax and forget about the noise of the city and our busy lives. The rain had started early that evening, soft at first, but now it was pouring hard, slamming against the tin roof. At first, the sound was calming, but as the night went on, it felt heavier, like it was trying to cover up everything else. The cabin was small but comfortable, with one main room and a tiny bedroom in the back. We had brought everything we needed, so there was no reason to step outside, especially with the storm. My husband had started a fire earlier, and it filled the room with flickering light. I sat on the couch, staring at the flames. The quietness of the woods felt strange, almost too still, but I tried to enjoy it. Still, something didn't feel right. I told myself it was just my nerves, not being used to this kind of silence. I glanced over at my husband. He was in a chair by the fire, half asleep and snoring softly. I told myself we were safe. Then I heard it. At first, it was faint, almost drowned out by the rain. A light tapping sound on the side of the cabin. I froze, listening. It happened again, slower this time, like someone was gently knocking. I stood up, my chest tightening. I walked to the window and tried to look out, but the rain running down the glass made it hard to see. I could barely make out the shapes of the trees swaying in the wind. No movement, no figure, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was there. Then the sound came again, louder and closer this time. It wasn't on the side of the cabin anymore. It was at the front door. A cold wave of fear ran through me. I stayed where I was, frozen, listening. My husband shifted in his chair but didn't wake up. The sound changed. The door handle rattled slightly, like someone was testing it. My breath caught in my throat, and I crept toward the door as quietly as I could. The lock was still in place, and I let out a small breath of relief. Then the noise stopped. The only sounds left were the rain pounding on the roof and the crackling of the fire. I stood there for what felt like hours, waiting, listening, but nothing happened. I told myself it was just the wind playing tricks on me. I went back to the couch, but I couldn't relax. My eyes kept darting to the windows and the dark corners of the cabin. Every shadow felt like it was moving. My nerves were completely shot. And then, through the rain, I heard it. A soft crunching noise, like someone stepping on wet leaves. My stomach sank. Someone was out there walking around the cabin. I rushed over to my husband and shook him awake. He opened his eyes, confused, but I didn't explain. I grabbed the flashlight we had brought and turned it on. I shined the beam through the window, moving it across the trees. The light caught the rain and branches, but there was no one in sight. I pointed the light toward the ground, and my heart dropped. There were footprints in the mud, fresh ones, leading from the front door around the side of the cabin. They disappeared into the darkness beyond the light's reach. Neither of us slept that night. We sat by the fire, the flashlight in my lap and a knife in my husband's hand, listening to the rain and every little creak of the cabin. I kept staring at the windows, expecting a face to appear. The rain didn't let up, and by morning, it had washed away the tracks. The forest was silent, but it didn't feel peaceful. It felt like it was holding its breath. We packed our things quickly and left, not saying much to each other. As we walked back to the car, I kept looking over my shoulder. I felt like we were being watched, though I couldn't see anyone. Even now, months later, I can't forget that night. I still hear the tapping sometimes, even when it's not raining. And sometimes, when I look out my window at home, I swear I see footprints in the dirt outside, leading to my door. Last year, I went to visit my uncle in South America. He and his best friend had built a small cabin deep in the forest. They used it as a spot to stay during their hunting and fishing trips. When he asked me to come spend a week there with him, I said yes right away. I wanted to get away from the city for a while, and being in the middle of nature sounded perfect to me. The first few days were peaceful. The cabin was simple. One big room with some bunk beds, a tiny kitchen area, and a wood stove. At night, the forest would come alive with sounds. Crickets chirping, frogs croaking, and leaves rustling here and there. My uncle said it was just animals moving around. I believed him and didn't think much of it. On the fourth night, his best friend joined us. He didn't talk much, but he was easy to be around. We spent the evening cooking over the fire outside and listening to my uncle's hunting stories. When it started to get colder, we went inside, locked the door, and got into our bunks. The fire in the wood stove crackled softly, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange noise. It was faint but steady, like someone lightly tapping on the wooden walls of the cabin. I stayed in bed, listening. At first, I thought it might be a tree branch moving in the wind, but the air outside was completely still. The tapping stopped for a moment, then started again, this time closer to the window. My chest tightened, and my heart started racing. I looked over at my uncle and his friend. They were both sound asleep. I didn't want to wake them up over something that could be nothing, so I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and pointed it at the window. The beam lit up the darkness outside, showing only the trees and bushes. I didn't see anything out of place, but the feeling of being watched crept over me. I lay back down, telling myself it was nothing, probably just an animal. But just as I was about to fall asleep again, the noise changed. It wasn't tapping anymore. It sounded like scratching, slow, deliberate, moving along the wall near my bed. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. My eyes stayed on the ceiling, my breathing shallow as I tried not to make a sound. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first light came through the window, I sat up and told my uncle about what I'd heard. He just shrugged and said it was probably a raccoon or something. He and his friend headed out to check their traps while I stayed behind to clean up the cabin. I tried to keep busy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Every now and then, I felt like I was being watched, like there were eyes on me from somewhere in the trees. Later that day, we found tracks in the dirt near the cabin. They didn't belong to any animal I knew. They looked human, but the person was barefoot, and the steps were uneven, like whoever it was had a limp. My uncle and his friend exchanged a quick look but didn't say much. I could tell they didn't like what they saw. That night, we stayed inside. My uncle kept his rifle close, and we let the fire burn brighter than usual. The hours dragged on, and nothing happened at first. I started to convince myself it was all in my head. But just before dawn, we heard it. Heavy footsteps outside, circling the cabin. The steps were slow and steady, stopping every few seconds before starting again. My uncle motioned for us to stay quiet and still. The steps stopped right outside the door, and then we heard the sound of the door handle rattling, like someone was trying to open it. My uncle's friend grabbed a knife and stood ready. My uncle aimed his rifle at the door, but none of us moved a muscle. After what felt like forever, the rattling stopped. The footsteps started again, circling the cabin once more before fading into the trees. None of us slept after that. We stayed awake, listening until the sun finally rose. When we stepped outside, we saw deep footprints all around the cabin. They went in circles over and over before disappearing into the forest. We packed up right then and left. My uncle didn't say much on the drive back to town, but I could tell he was shaken. He later told me he didn't plan on going back to that cabin anytime soon. Even now, I still think about what happened. I know those weren't animal tracks, and the sounds that night weren't random. Someone or something was out there watching us, playing with us. I'll never forget the way those footsteps stopped by the door, like whoever it was knew we were inside and wanted us to know they could get in if they wanted to. Whatever it was, it didn't follow us back. At least, I don't think it did. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window, slow and steady, just like that night. I was 29 when it happened, just a few months into being a cop. I'd rented a small cabin up north to get some peace and quiet. The city was wearing me out, and I thought a weekend away might help clear my head. The cabin was far out, surrounded by thick forest, with just a narrow dirt road leading up to it. It was the kind of place where every little sound stood out: the wind in the trees, the creaking of branches, and the occasional rustling in the bushes. The first night was quiet, too quiet. I didn't sleep much. It felt like the calm before something bad, but I told myself I was just being jumpy. I wasn't used to being out in the middle of nowhere. The second night, though, things changed. Started with a dull sound, like something hitting wood. I was lying on the couch, flipping through a book when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't random either. I froze and waited, trying to figure out where it came from. Then it came again, closer. It sounded like footsteps, slow and steady, moving across the wooden porch outside. I switched off the lamp, leaving the room in the dark. My heart was pounding in my chest. I felt stupid for not bringing my gun, but this was supposed to be a break, not a work trip. I crawled to the window and barely pulled the curtain back, just enough to peek outside. The porch was empty, but something didn't feel right. That kind of wrong where every part of you is screaming to get out. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed up, listening to every creak, every snap outside. Nothing else happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my stuff fast, but as I went to load the car, I noticed something strange. On the ground near the porch were footprints, big ones, barefoot, and they definitely hadn't been there yesterday. I stared at them for a while, trying to make sense of it, when I heard a snap from the woods. It sounded like a branch breaking under someone's weight. It was close, too close. I didn't stick around to see what or who it was. I grabbed my bag, tossed it into the car, and got out of there, speeding down the bumpy dirt road as fast as I could. A few miles out, I stopped at a small gas station. I called the local sheriff, hoping for some answers. I explained what happened and asked if anyone had reported people hanging around in the area. He paused before saying, "Not exactly people. We've had reports of squatters or drifters in those woods. Probably best you stay away from there." That was the last time I went near that cabin. But I couldn't stop thinking about it, especially the footprints. They didn't feel right. They were too big, too exact. Whatever made them wasn't just wandering by. For weeks after, I kept imagining someone, or something, standing just out of sight, watching me as I packed, as I ran. They weren't in a hurry. They didn't need to be. They wanted me to know they were there. Even now, years later, I think about how close I was to whatever it was. What if I'd stayed another night? What if I hadn't packed so quickly? I still see those footprints in my head, and I can't shake the thought that whatever made them wasn't done with me. Maybe it's still waiting out there, somewhere watching and waiting for someone else to make the mistake of staying too long. I was working at a border post in Arizona, out in the middle of the desert. The cabin I stayed in was small and simple, just a bed, a table, and a stove. It wasn't much, but it did the job. My task was to keep an eye out for illegal crossings and anything unusual. Most days were slow, and it was just me and the desert for miles. The cabin was far from everything. The closest town was hours away, and once the sun went down, the desert became pitch black. If you stepped outside at night, you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. The wind would whistle through cracks in the cabin walls, sometimes making it sound like the place was alive. It was eerie, but I'd gotten used to it. One night, I was looking out over the desert with my binoculars. The moon gave just enough light to see the shapes of cacti and rocks in the distance. As I scanned the horizon, I saw something move, a shadow darting between some bushes. I stopped and stared, trying to make sense of it. I thought maybe I'd imagined it. I lowered the binoculars, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. It was gone. I figured it was just the wind messing with my eyes. But a while later, I heard a soft tapping noise outside. It was faint, like someone lightly drumming their fingers on the wooden walls of the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out into the cold night air. My light swept across the desert, but there was nothing there. No footprints, no movement, just the sound of the wind blowing through the empty landscape. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down at the table. My ears were on high alert, listening for anything out of place. Hours passed, and the silence felt heavier than usual. Then, around 3 a.m., I heard it again. This time, it wasn't tapping. It was a scraping sound, like metal dragging against wood. It was coming from the back of the cabin. I froze. My stomach dropped, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I didn't want to go outside again, but I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. I grabbed my flashlight and my weapon, slowly made my way to the back door, and opened it. The cold air hit me, and I shined my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing, just the same empty desert stretching out in all directions. But then I noticed something in the sand, boot prints, fresh ones. They led away from the cabin toward a nearby ridge. My chest tightened. Someone had been here. I followed the tracks for a short distance, my flashlight flickering in the wind. They went up to the ridge and then just stopped, like whoever it was had vanished into thin air. My mouth felt dry as I turned around and made my way back to the cabin, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I got back, the door to the cabin was wide open. I knew I had locked it. Inside, nothing looked out of place at first. But then I saw something on the table that hadn't been there before. A single bullet. It wasn't mine. My hands shook as I picked it up, my mind racing. This wasn't just a random bullet. It was a warning. The next day, I told my supervisor what had happened. They sent someone out to check the area, but by then, the tracks were gone. There wasn't much they could do. They told me to stay alert and report anything else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The week dragged on. Every night, I expected to hear the tapping or scraping again. I kept the doors locked, barely sleeping, listening for any sound. But nothing happened. When my shift was finally over, I packed my things and left without looking back. A few months later, I came across a report about a smuggler caught near the area where I'd been stationed. The man was armed and had been known for leaving warnings behind for anyone who got in his way. A single bullet was his signature. But what the report didn't explain was why his tracks stopped so suddenly that night or how he'd managed to get inside my locked cabin. And as much as I wanted to move on, I couldn't forget the feeling I had when I held that bullet. It wasn't just a warning. It felt like a promise. The cabin trip was supposed to help me take a break from everything. My gym buddy, Steve, brought it up one day after we finished a workout. He said it would be good to get away for a while, and I agreed. A weekend of fresh air and quiet sounded perfect after the weeks of stress I'd been dealing with. We rented a small cabin deep in the woods, far away from phone service and the noise of daily life. The drive there was uneventful. By the time we arrived, the sun was already sinking low, and the trees cast long, dark shadows over the dirt road. The cabin itself was tiny but nice enough. It had a small stove for heat, a couple of chairs, and one bedroom. It wasn't much, but it was exactly what we needed, simple and away from everything. That first night, we started a fire, grilled some food, and spent the evening talking about our workouts and random stuff. It was peaceful, and for the first time in a while, I felt myself relax. By midnight, we decided to head to bed. Steve took the bed while I unrolled my sleeping bag on the couch in the main room. The forest outside was silent except for the occasional sound of leaves moving in the breeze. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first. Everything felt off. The air inside the cabin was colder than before, and I could hear faint noises coming from outside. It sounded like something moving through the leaves. I figured it was probably an animal, a raccoon, or maybe a deer. I stayed still and listened, waiting for the sound to fade. But it didn't. Kept going like something or someone was walking slowly around the cabin. I sat up carefully, trying not to make any noise. The small window near the couch faced the porch, so I leaned slightly to get a look. The moonlight lit up the porch, but I didn't see anything out of place. I thought about waking Steve but decided not to. It was probably just the wind or some curious animal. Forcing myself to lie back down, I tried to sleep, though it didn't come easy. The next morning, I mentioned the sounds to Steve. He just shrugged and said it was probably normal for a place like this. We spent the day hiking a nearby trail and cutting some wood for the fire. Everything felt normal, and by the time the sun set again, I had mostly pushed the strange noises from my mind. That night, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't a sound that woke me. It was a feeling, that unsettling sense you get when someone is watching you. I stayed completely still, my heart pounding, and strained to listen. The rustling noise was back, but it was closer now, right outside the cabin. I sat up slowly, feeling like every movement I made was too loud. I turned to look out the window, hoping I wouldn't see anything. But then I did. There was a figure crouched low near the edge of the porch. I could barely make them out in the dim light, but they weren't moving, just sitting there, looking at the cabin. I froze. My stomach tightened, and I didn't dare breathe. It wasn't an animal, it was a person. They didn't have a flashlight or anything with them, just crouched there in the dark like they belonged to it. I didn't know if they could see me, and I didn't want to find out. I stayed as still as possible, watching them. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Finally, they stood up and moved back into the trees. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I told Steve what I had seen. At first, he didn't believe me, but my expression must have convinced him I wasn't joking. We decided not to stay another night. As we packed up, we tried to tell ourselves it was just some random hiker who had gotten lost. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. They didn't look lost. They looked like they were waiting for something. We loaded the car in silence. As we were about to leave, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. Something on the porch caught my eye. I walked over, my heart racing, and saw what it was, a knife. It was old and covered in rust, but the blade was sharp. Too sharp for something that had just been lying around. I stared at it for a while before picking it up. There were deep scratches on the handle, like someone had been gripping it too tightly. I showed it to Steve and we didn't say a word. We just got in the car and drove away as fast as we could. For days after, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been outside the cabin wasn't just watching us. They had been planning something. Leaving that knife wasn't an accident. It was a message, a reminder that they could have done something but chose not to. This time. I had been wanting some peace and quiet away from the noise of the city, so I rented a small cabin in the mountains of northern England. The ad for the cabin was simple: basic setup, far away from people, and beautiful views. That sounded perfect to me. When I got there, it looked just like I hoped. A small stone cabin with one floor, surrounded by trees, and a clear view of the nearby mountains. Felt peaceful, maybe even too peaceful. The first evening went by without anything unusual. I started a fire, made some dinner, and spent hours watching the sky get darker through the big living room window. By the time it was fully night, the silence felt heavy, like the whole world had gone still. I didn't think much of it then, but it stuck with me as I went to bed. It felt like the quiet outside was pressing in on the cabin, like a heavy blanket. I woke up in the middle of the night. My phone, sitting on the bedside table, said it was just after 3 a.m. The fire had burned out, and the cabin was completely dark. I tried to go back to sleep, but then I heard something. It was faint, like a soft scraping sound coming from outside. I figured it was probably a tree branch brushing against the stone wall, or maybe a small animal looking for food. But the noise didn't stop. It moved, slowly, along the side of the cabin, like someone or something was dragging something sharp against the wall. I got out of bed as quietly as I could and walked to the window. The moonlight wasn't very bright, but I could see the trees swaying slightly in the breeze. I couldn't see anything unusual. Telling myself not to overthink it, I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easy. The next morning, I stepped outside and noticed something strange on the side of the cabin. There were long, thin scratches along the stone wall near the window. They weren't deep, but they were fresh. I looked around the clearing for tracks, but the ground was hard and covered in leaves, so I didn't find anything. It bugged me, but I told myself it must have been a branch after all. That afternoon, I went for a hike on a trail near the cabin. The views were amazing, but something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. It wasn't a clear sense, just that prickly feeling you get on the back of your neck. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just silence. It was unsettling. When I got back to the cabin, I saw something on the porch. At first, I thought it was a pile of mud, small and dark. But when I got closer, I realized it was an animal's paw. Just the paw. It looked like it had been cut clean off, no blood, just the stump. It was too big to belong to a rabbit or fox. Maybe a badger? My stomach twisted as I stared at it. I looked toward the woods, but nothing moved. That night, I locked the door and checked all the windows twice. The cabin didn't feel safe anymore. Felt like I was trapped in a box, waiting for something to happen. I sat by the fire with a knife from the kitchen, staring at the door. Hours passed, and then, around midnight, I heard footsteps outside. They weren't light like an animal's. They were heavy and steady. They stopped right at the door. I froze. I didn't even breathe. I sat there, gripping the knife so tightly that my hands started to hurt. The sound of the footsteps stayed for what felt like hours, but it was probably just minutes. Then, slowly, they moved toward the window. I couldn't see much through the glass, just the glow of the fire reflecting back at me. But I could feel someone or something on the other side watching. Then, I heard a soft tapping on the window. It wasn't loud, just slow and steady, like nails brushing the glass. The tapping stopped suddenly, and I heard the footsteps move away, back toward the woods. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun finally came up, I packed my things as fast as I could. I didn't even bother with breakfast. As I was loading my car, I saw new scratches on the front door. They were deep and ran in long, straight lines, like something sharp had been dragged across it. I drove off as fast as I could, my heart racing. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw someone standing at the edge of the trees. I couldn't make out details, just a tall, motionless figure, watching me leave. I never went back to that cabin. When I tried to reach out to the owner to ask about the place, the listing had disappeared. It was like the cabin had never existed. To this day, I still think about that night. Sometimes, when I'm home alone, I hear faint tapping on the windows, just like before. And every time, I wonder if whatever was outside that cabin followed me home. I had been driving for hours, trying to get away from the noise and stress of city life. A coworker had told me about a small village tucked away in the hills, a place where everything seemed frozen in time. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just wanted a quiet weekend to myself. When I finally got there, the village was as peaceful as promised. Narrow dirt roads, old wooden houses, and thick forest all around. I found a small cabin for rent on the edge of the woods. It was simple but had all I needed: a bed, a fireplace, and a small kitchen. The first evening felt perfect. I made myself a quick meal, read a bit by the fire, and listened to the wind moving through the trees. As the sun went down, the quiet became almost too much. No cars, no voices, not even the sound of animals. Just the occasional creak of the old cabin settling. It felt strange, but I brushed it off. This was what I'd come for: peace and quiet. The next day, I decided to explore the forest behind the cabin. A trail led into the woods and I followed it for hours. The trees were so tall and thick that barely any sunlight got through. The air felt heavy, and everything seemed untouched, like no one had been there in years. At one point, I found what looked like an old campsite. There was a tent that had collapsed, rusty cooking gear, and a fire pit filled with ash. It gave me an uneasy feeling, like I shouldn't be there. I quickly turned around and headed back to the cabin, deciding to spend the rest of the day inside. That night, things started to feel different. As I lay in bed, I heard noises outside, branches breaking, something brushing against the walls of the cabin. I told myself it was just the wind or maybe a deer wandering by. But the sounds didn't stop. They got louder, closer. I turned off the lights and looked out the window, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness. By the third day, I was ready to leave. Something about the place just felt wrong. It wasn't only the sounds. It was the way the few villagers I'd seen acted. Whenever I drove through the village, they just stared at me. No smiles, no waves. Just blank, tired looks. When I tried to start my car that morning, it wouldn't start. I checked everything I could think of, nothing worked. I decided to walk to the nearest house to ask for help. As I walked through the village, it felt completely empty. No kids playing, no one working outside. Just silence. I knocked on one door, no answer. Then another, and another. No one came to the door, no sound came from inside. It was like the whole village had been abandoned overnight. When I got back to the cabin, I saw that the front door was wide open. I knew I had locked it before leaving. Inside, everything looked the same, except for one thing. There were muddy footprints leading from the front door to the bedroom. My stomach tightened. I grabbed a heavy iron poker from the fireplace and searched the cabin. Every corner, every closet. No one was there. But the footprints, they didn't lead back outside. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of the living room, watching the door and windows. Around midnight, the noises started again. Branches snapping, something brushing against the walls. Then I heard a soft tapping on the window behind me. Top, top, top. My heart felt like it stopped. I didn't want to turn around, but the sound didn't stop. When I finally worked up the courage to look, there was nothing there, just the darkness. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first light of day broke, I packed my bag, left the cabin, and started walking down the dirt road. I didn't care about the car anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. As I walked, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. The front door was open again, and standing in the doorway was a man, or at least something shaped like a man. He didn't move, didn't call out. He just stood there, watching me. I didn't stop. I kept walking, my legs trembling, my throat dry. I walked for what felt like hours before I reached a main road. A car finally stopped for me, and the driver let me in. When I tried to explain what had happened, he gave me a strange look. "That village," he said, "nobody's lived there for years. The last people left after some strange things happened. You're lucky to be out of there. Even now, I don't know what was in that cabin with me, or who. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I think I hear that same tap, tap, tap on my window, and I don't think it's the wind." I moved into the cabin in the forest about a year after my wife died. I didn't go there just to get away from the city or to find peace. Everything in my old life reminded me of her. Our apartment, the coffee shop we always went to, even the streetlight we used to cross together. The forest felt like the only place where I could escape those memories. It was quiet and far from everyone. That's what I thought I needed. I was wrong. The cabin was small but strong. It had one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a wood stove that made creaking sounds when the cabin cooled at night. The first few weeks were uneventful. I spent my days cutting wood, repairing things, and walking through the forest trails. At night, I sat by the fire, staring at the flames until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. But the calm didn't last. It started with little things. I'd hear twigs snapping outside when the woods should have been quiet. Once, I noticed footprints in the snow that didn't match mine. Another time, I found a candy wrapper near the back porch, but I didn't recognize it. At first, I told myself it was animals. The forest had plenty of wildlife, but it didn't feel like animals. One night, I woke up to a loud thud on the side of the cabin. My whole body froze, and I lay there holding my breath, listening. After a few seconds, it happened again. Another heavy thud, and then silence. I didn't move the rest of the night. I sat up in bed with the axe I kept nearby, gripping it so tightly my hands hurt. Nothing else happened that night, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, I checked the outside of the cabin. Near the back wall, I found a deep mark in the wood, as if someone had hit it with something sharp. I tried to convince myself it had been there before, but I knew it hadn't. From that day on, I felt like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling, even during the day. I stayed close to the cabin and avoided the trails. I set up some traps around the area, hoping to catch whatever or whoever it was, but the traps were never triggered. Every night, I locked all the doors and windows. Still, I barely slept. Then, one afternoon, I saw something that made my stomach sink. In the snow behind the cabin, someone had written the word "leave" using a stick. The letters weren't straight, but I could read them clearly. My chest tightened as I looked around the trees, but the woods were quiet. Too quiet. That night, I didn't light the fire. I didn't want whoever or whatever was out there to see me. I sat in the dark with my axe in my lap, listening to every little sound. The hours crawled by, and just as I thought I might make it through the night, I heard it. A heavy thud on the wall, followed by another. My hands started shaking, but I didn't move. The sound shifted. It was at the front door now. Slow, steady knocks echoed through the cabin. My heart pounded as I sat there, gripping the axe, not even daring to breathe. The knock stopped, but then I heard something worse. Breathing. Deep, slow breaths, just outside the door. I don't know how long it lasted. Felt like hours. Eventually, the breathing stopped, and everything went quiet again. But I couldn't relax. I knew I wasn't alone out here, and whoever it was, they wanted me gone, or worse. As soon as the sun came up, I packed a bag with whatever I could carry. I didn't take much. I just wanted to get out. The whole time I walked through the snow, I felt like I was being watched. Every now and then, I'd glance back, but I never saw anyone. Still, I could feel them. I finally reached the edge of the forest by evening, exhausted and on edge. I turned on my phone for the first time in weeks. As I scrolled through the notifications, one caught my eye. A news alert about a missing person. They'd last been seen hiking in the same forest where I'd been staying. My stomach turned as I thought about the footprints, the noises, the marks on the cabin. I knew now that someone had been out there the whole time, watching me. But it wasn't just one person, was it? As I stood there, staring back at the trees, I noticed something I hadn't before. Between the branches, barely visible in the fading light, were shapes, figures. They weren't moving, but they were there, watching, waiting. I turned and walked away as quickly as I could. I don't know who or what they were, but I do know one thing. They weren't just scaring me. They were waiting for the right moment to make sure I didn't leave alive. And I have no doubt they're still out there, waiting for someone else to stumble into their woods. I agreed to spend the weekend at a cabin with Sarah, our brand manager. The plan was to come up with ideas for an important project in a quiet place without distractions. The cabin was deep in the woods and belonged to her family. When she suggested it, it sounded peaceful. I thought the quiet might actually help us focus. We got there late in the afternoon. The cabin was small but cozy, with wooden walls, a stone fireplace, and big windows that let in the warm light from the setting sun. It was colder than I expected, so I started unpacking to keep busy while Sarah tried to check her phone. She noticed there was no signal, but we both agreed that was part of the plan, no distractions. The first night went by without anything unusual. We wrote down some ideas on paper since our phones and laptops were useless. The woods around us were completely silent, except for the occasional creak of the cabin or the sound of an owl in the distance. At first, I told myself it was relaxing, but the silence felt too heavy. Maybe it was just being stuck in a strange place with someone I didn't know very well. The next morning, things started feeling strange. Sarah said she saw scratches on the outside wall of the cabin. She thought it might have been an animal, but didn't seem too sure. Later, when I was chopping firewood, I found an old, rusty axe lying behind the woodshed. The blade was dull, and the handle was worn, like it had been used a lot. I didn't think much of it and didn't bring it up to Sarah. That night, the quiet outside felt worse, like it was pressing against the cabin. I thought I heard something moving around out there, a faint rustling, then a loud thump. When I told Sarah, she tensed up but said it was probably a deer or maybe a tree branch falling. Neither of us felt like going out to check. I had trouble sleeping that night. My room faced the woods, and the darkness outside felt too still, like it was waiting for something. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the porch. They were slow and heavy, like someone testing each board. I froze in bed, my heart racing. The sound stopped, but I couldn't bring myself to look out the window. The next morning, Sarah looked pale. She said she hadn't slept much either, but didn't say why. After breakfast, I noticed muddy smudges on the porch, shaped like large handprints. They were too big to be from a person and too strange to be from an animal. I didn't tell Sarah. I didn't want to scare her or myself, more than we already were. By afternoon, we decided to leave early. We hadn't finished our work, but something about the cabin felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there. While packing, I noticed my notebook was missing. I was sure I'd left it on the table the night before, but it was nowhere to be found. Sarah said she thought she saw something move in the trees while we loaded the car, but when we looked, there was nothing there. We drove back in complete silence, not relaxing until we were far from the woods and our phones started working again. Later that night, When I got home and unpacked, I found my notebook at the bottom of my bag. I swear it wasn't there before. When I opened it, all the pages we'd written on were gone. Instead, there were rough, messy sketches of the cabin and the woods around it. On the last page, in shaky handwriting that didn't look like mine or Sarah's, were the words, "You left too soon. I'll come to you next time." The next day, I called Sarah to check in. She didn't pick up. I tried again and again, but her phone kept going to voicemail. I'd been an agent for 12 years. I'd handled drug raids, kidnappings, and people who could kill without a second thought. After all that, I thought nothing could shock me. But this case was different. It started like any other, a report about a missing person. A 27-year-old woman vanished from her cabin in the woods. No signs of a fight, no clear reason, just gone. My job was to check out the cabin and see what I could find. I got there in the late afternoon. The cabin looked normal enough. A small wooden house surrounded by thick trees. The air was cold and silent, the kind of quiet that feels wrong. I parked my car a bit away from the cabin and walked up a dirt path, not wanting to mess up anything important. The front door wasn't locked, which seemed odd. If you lived alone in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't you lock your doors? I opened it carefully, making sure not to touch anything. Inside, the place was almost too clean. A book was open on the coffee table, and a cup of tea sat next to it. The tea was old, covered in mold, but it was like whoever was there had just gotten up and left. I checked every room. The bedroom was untouched, and the kitchen didn't stand out. But when I opened the door to the small back room, I froze. The smell hit me before anything else. Blood. The floor was stained dark, and I could see marks leading from the room to the back door. Drag marks. My stomach turned. There hadn't been any reports of a body or even signs of an attack. I followed the trail outside, down a small hill and into the woods. It was getting dark fast, and the trees made it hard to see. I pulled out my flashlight and kept following the marks. They ended suddenly at a pile of rocks. My heart started racing when I noticed the dirt around the rocks looked like it had been moved recently. Kneeling down, I brushed away the dirt with gloved hands. I didn't expect what I saw next. It was me, or at least my body. My face, my clothes, even my badge. It was all there. The body was bloated and starting to decay. But there was no doubt. It was me. My head spun as I stumbled back. I checked my pulse, touched my face, even looked at my reflection in my phone. I was alive, so how could I be looking at my own dead body? I tried to make sense of it. Maybe someone was setting me up. But why? And how could they make the body look so much like me, right down to the details on my badge? I called it in, but I didn't say it was me. I just said I found an unidentified body. As I waited for backup, a horrible thought crept in. This wasn't just about framing me. It was about replacing me. Whoever did this wasn't going to let me leave these woods alive. Then I heard footsteps, not from the trail where backup would come, but from the trees. My flashlight went off, and I crouched down, trying to stay quiet. The footsteps stopped just beyond the tree line. I couldn't see who it was, but I knew they were watching me. I didn't move until the sun came up. When the forest finally lit up, I made my way back to my car, moving slowly and watching my surroundings. Every step felt like it might be my last. I didn't tell anyone the full truth. Couldn't. Instead, I quit the job and disappeared. But even now, I can't sleep. I can't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever did this isn't finished. Sometimes, when I'm alone in a new town, I see someone watching me. I don't know if it's them or just my own fear, but I know this much. The next time they bury me, it won't just look like me. It will be me. I've always trusted my husband. He's been a cop for years, and it's made him calm when things get stressful and good at noticing things others miss. So, when he suggested we spend a weekend at a cabin in the woods to relax, I didn't think twice. A break from the city sounded like a great idea. The cabin was about 2 hours away, deep in the woods. It was small but comfortable, surrounded by tall trees that swayed in the wind. The air smelled fresh, and the quiet was almost too much. We spent the first day taking it easy, enjoying the peace and the fact that we had no cell service. That night, as I was almost asleep, my husband got out of bed. He didn't say a word. He just grabbed his flashlight and gun and walked out of the room quietly. I didn't ask what was going on. I trusted him. He'd always told me that if something didn't feel right, I should let him handle it. I lay there for what felt like forever, staring at the ceiling. Every creak of the cabin and gust of wind against the walls sounded louder than it should. I kept telling myself he'd be back soon, but as more time passed, I started feeling nervous. Something didn't feel right. Eventually, I couldn't wait any longer. I got up and looked out the window. His flashlight beam flickered near the edge of the trees, moving slowly. He was out there, but he wasn't coming back inside. That's when I knew something was wrong. I threw on my coat and boots and stepped outside. The air was freezing, and the darkness felt like it was pressing down on me. I walked toward the light, calling his name softly even though I knew he wouldn't answer. As I got closer, I saw he had stopped moving. The flashlight was pointing at the ground. When I reached him, I stopped. He was crouched down, staring into a small hole that looked freshly dug. Inside the hole was a plastic bag, the kind you'd use for heavy trash. He wasn't saying anything. His face was blank, but I could see his jaw was tight. I asked him what he'd found, but he didn't even look at me. Instead, he pulled the bag out of the hole, being careful not to tear it. It was heavy, and part of it had already ripped. I could see something dark and stained inside. I didn't need to ask what it was. My stomach turned as I realized it wasn't trash. Finally, he stood up and looked at me. His face was pale, and his eyes didn't look like his anymore. "We're leaving," he said quietly, his voice shaking just enough for me to notice. We hurried back to the cabin, leaving the bag behind. He locked the door and started packing our stuff without a word. His hands were shaking as he stuffed clothes into our bags. I tried to ask him what he thought was in the bag, but he didn't answer. Within minutes, we were in the car, driving away in silence. After we'd been driving for a while, he finally spoke. He said the bag looked like it had been buried recently and that it wasn't something left behind by a hunter or camper. He'd found footprints near the hole, leading away into the trees. Whoever buried it had been there not long before us. I didn't ask any more questions. I didn't want to know the answers. The look on his face told me enough. We never told anyone about it. He said it was safer to leave it alone, and I didn't argue. I trusted his experience, but I could tell it was something he didn't want to think about anymore. That night, back home, he checked every lock in the house twice. Then he sat at the kitchen table for hours, staring at nothing. Couldn't sleep. Every noise in the house felt louder, sharper, like someone or something was watching us. I tried to push it out of my mind, but a part of me kept going back to that bag. What was in it? Why was it buried there? And who was walking around out there in the woods so close to our cabin? The scariest part wasn't the bag, though. It was the way he acted afterward. My husband, who had always been calm and sure of himself, looked scared. Not just worried, scared. It was the kind of fear I hadn't seen in him before, and I didn't know what to do with it. We haven't talked about it since, but I know he's still thinking about it. Every time we hear something strange outside, he freezes for a moment, like he's waiting for something to happen. And sometimes, late at night, I catch him standing by the window, staring out into the dark, his hand resting on the gun he keeps on the table. Whatever was out there that night, it didn't stay in the woods. It's with us now, sitting in the quiet moments, in the shadows of our home, waiting. I had rented a small cabin up in the mountains to get away from all the noise and stress of daily life. It was way out in the woods, surrounded by thick trees and rough trails. The closest neighbor was miles away, which sounded perfect at first. At least I thought so. As soon as I got there, the weather took a turn. The rain started as a light drizzle but quickly turned into a heavy downpour. By the time night fell, it was pouring so hard it felt like the rain was trying to break through the windows. The wind howled through the trees, making them creak and groan like they might snap in half. I sat inside by the little fireplace, wrapped up in a blanket, listening to the storm as it raged outside. The cabin was small and simple, no TV, no Wi-Fi. My phone barely had a bar of signal, and even that came and went. To pass the time, I tried reading, but I kept glancing out the window at the woods. The rain blurred everything, but I could still make out the dark shapes of the trees. At first, the isolation felt peaceful, even calming. That changed around midnight. I heard something outside. It wasn't the rain or the wind. It was different. A dull thumping sound, steady and deliberate. It sounded like footsteps on the wooden deck that ran around the cabin. I froze and listened, my heart pounding. The sound stopped. I told myself it was probably just the wind knocking something over, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. My whole body was tense. A few minutes passed, and then I heard it again. Thud, thud, thud. Slow, heavy steps like someone walking carefully, trying not to be heard. I grabbed my flashlight and turned off all the lights in the cabin. I thought if it was dark inside, they wouldn't be able to see me. Moving slowly, I went to the window and pointed the flashlight out onto the deck. Nothing. The rain smeared across the glass, making it hard to see, but I could tell there was no one there. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking. Maybe it was an animal, but the sound was too heavy. A deer wouldn't sound like that. Then I heard another noise, this one closer. A faint metallic clink, like something tapping the doorknob. My stomach dropped. I hadn't locked the door. I crept to the door as quietly as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. Just as I reached it, the knob started to turn. My hands shook as I twisted the lock. The knob stopped moving. Whoever it was, they had been about to come inside. I stood there, holding my breath, listening. For a moment, all I could hear was the rain and the wind. Then, I heard the footsteps again, slow and heavy, moving away from the door. I stayed frozen, afraid to make a sound. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. Then came a loud, splintering noise from the side of the cabin, wood breaking. My stomach sank as I realized what it was. The storage shed, just a few feet from the cabin. Someone was prying it open. I wanted to call for help, but my phone had no signal. My only choice was to stay inside and wait or go out and face whoever was out there. I grabbed the biggest knife I could find in the kitchen and sat down by the door, trying to stay calm. The noises outside didn't stop. I heard things being dragged across the deck and the sound of boots moving back and forth. It felt like they were taking their time, like they knew I was trapped and scared. That made it even worse. And then, just like that, the noises stopped. The rain softened to a light drizzle, and the rest of the night passed in silence. When the first light of dawn came through the windows, I finally worked up the nerve to go outside. The deck was covered in muddy boot prints that circled the cabin. I followed them around to the storage shed. The door was hanging off its hinges, and the tools inside were scattered everywhere. The axe was missing. I turned back toward the cabin, scanning the trees as I walked. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched was so strong it made my skin crawl. I packed up quickly, eager to leave. As I carried my bags to the car, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the back window of the cabin, there was a muddy handprint smeared across the glass. It was too large to be mine, and it wasn't there the night before. I didn't waste any more time. I threw my stuff in the car and drove away. But even as I sped down the mountain road, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being followed. When I finally reached a town and checked my car, I found another handprint on the trunk. It was fresh. Whoever had been outside the cabin wasn't just watching me. They had been closer than I ever realized. I had been looking forward to this trip for a long time. It was just going to be me and my dog, Max, at the cabin for the weekend. I needed some peace and quiet, away from everything. The cabin was deep in the woods, miles away from any neighbors. As soon as I pulled up to the old cabin, Max started barking with excitement. He loved being out in nature, and I could tell he was already loving the fresh air and the chance to sniff around. I unloaded the car, checked the doors and windows, just to be safe, and got everything set up. The sun was starting to set, and the woods around the cabin grew darker and quieter. Max and I went for a short walk before dinner. It was the kind of peaceful walk I had been hoping for. The only sound was Max's paws crunching the leaves on the ground, with the occasional rustle of the trees. The world felt calm, but it was also a little too still. Back inside the cabin, I got a fire going in the fireplace. It felt good to be warm, with the cold night air just outside. I fed Max, then sat down to eat. It was really quiet, too quiet. After a while, I noticed Max acting strange. He was sitting by the door, his ears up, his eyes moving around like he was trying to hear something. I checked the windows and the door. Nothing was out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. As the night went on, the feeling of unease kept growing. The wind picked up and started howling through the trees. I tried to ignore it, but Max's nervousness made it hard. He walked around the cabin, sniffing the floor, his body tense. He kept whining softly, something he never did unless he was truly scared. It wasn't like him to act this way after our walk earlier, when he was fine. I got up and walked around the cabin again, checking the locks and making sure the windows were secure. Everything seemed fine, but that feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. I sat back down by the fire, trying to ignore the weird tension in the air. That's when I noticed something. The shadows outside were shifting in a way they shouldn't have been. The trees looked closer, and their branches were moving, even though the wind wasn't strong enough to explain it. Then, without warning, Max stood up and growled. It was a deep, low sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. His fur was standing on end, and he stared at the window, his body stiff. I slowly stood up, my heart racing, and walked over to the window. I tried to look outside, but the light from the fire barely reached that far. I squinted, trying to see what Max was so focused on. In the dark, just beyond the weak light of the cabin, I saw something. It was a shape too tall to be an animal, but too small to be a person. It moved slowly, creeping just outside the light. I froze. My stomach knotted up. There was no way I was going out there. My mind screamed at me to stay inside. Max's growl grew louder, and he moved closer to me, still staring at the window. My hands were shaking as I reached for my flashlight. I turned it on, trying to aim it outside. When the light hit the spot where I had seen the shape, it was gone. I stared out the window, waiting, but nothing happened. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I waited for what felt like forever, my pulse racing. Still, there was nothing. Max eventually stopped growling, but he wouldn't leave the door. His eyes stayed locked on it, his whole body tense, as if waiting for something. Couldn't sleep. I kept the flashlight nearby, my mind racing with what I'd seen, or what I hadn't seen. The silence in the cabin felt so heavy, it was like the walls were closing in. When morning finally came, The sunlight pushed through the trees and made everything feel normal again. The woods were calm and still, but I couldn't shake that feeling. I stepped outside cautiously, checking the area around the cabin. There was nothing, no sign of what I had seen last night. Felt like it never happened. Max ran around the yard, sniffing and playing, acting like everything was fine. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I quickly packed up, eager to leave. Max seemed fine as usual, but I could tell he wasn't entirely at ease either. As I pulled away from the cabin, I couldn't help but glance back at it in the rearview mirror. There was no sign of anything, but that feeling stayed with me. It was like the woods were hiding something I wasn't supposed to see. As I drove further down the road, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the thought that something was still out there, watching, just out of sight. And I knew, deep in my gut, that whatever it wasn't going to let me forget what happened. The woods felt peaceful, yes, but there was something hidden in that silence, something waiting in the shadows that would never be truly gone. I wasn't the same after that night, and I don't think Max was either. Some things are better left in the dark. I went up to my grandma's cabin in the woods for the weekend. I've been there so many times before, but something felt different this time. I got there late in the afternoon, the sun starting to sink behind the trees, casting long shadows across the porch. Grandma was already inside, busy with something in the kitchen, and everything felt calm. It was just me, the cabin, and the woods. I unpacked quickly and put my stuff in the small bedroom at the back of the house. The windows were wide open, letting in the cool air, and I could hear the soft sound of leaves rustling outside. I always liked how quiet it was here, away from all the noise of the city. As the evening went on, though, I started to feel strange. It was hard to explain at first, but it was like someone was watching me. It was a small feeling at first, like a weird chill that wouldn't go away. As the night got darker, the feeling got stronger. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was all in my head. I had stayed at Grandma's cabin so many times before, and I'd always felt safe. There was no reason to worry now. Around midnight, I was in bed, in the dark. The cabin was completely silent, and it felt almost too quiet. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it. A faint scratching noise at the window. It wasn't loud, but I definitely heard it. My heart started to race. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a squirrel or a bird. But then it happened again. The noise was louder this time, like something was dragging its nails across the glass. I froze, unable to move. My breathing became quick and shallow. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I slowly got out of bed and crept to the window, trying not to make any noise. I peeked outside, but all I could see was darkness and trees. I told myself I was overthinking it, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It just kept getting stronger. I went back to bed, trying to ignore the sound, but it didn't stop. It kept coming, slow and steady, like something was walking around the cabin, scratching the window, moving from side to side. My eyes were wide open now, my mind racing with thoughts of what it could be. Maybe an animal was out there. Maybe someone was messing with the cabin. But no matter what I told myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I went outside to check around the cabin. I expected to see something, maybe a broken branch or footprints, but there was nothing. The window I'd heard the noises at was perfectly fine. No scratches, no signs of anything unusual. But then I walked around to the back of the cabin, and my stomach dropped. The ground was messed up, like someone had been walking around the cabin in the middle of the night. The dirt was trampled, the grass bent down in places. The path led straight into the woods. I stood there for a while, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew someone had been there. I didn't know who, and I didn't know why, but I knew they had been too close to the cabin, watching me, maybe even waiting for me to fall asleep. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me, not even now. I didn't stay much longer. My mind wouldn't stop racing, and I couldn't stand the thought of being there anymore. I packed up my things quickly, not even saying goodbye to Grandma. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that someone was still out there, too close, waiting. On the drive home, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadow or figure following behind me. The woods felt like they were closing in, like something was waiting just beyond the road, watching. By the time I reached the city, I tried to tell myself that I was just being paranoid, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I didn't even tell anyone about what happened. I didn't want to sound crazy, but the truth is, I never went back to Grandma's cabin. Couldn't. That feeling never left me. It was like there was something out there in the woods and it knew I was there. The worst part? I still don't know who or what it was. But every time I think back to that weekend, I remember the scratching at the window, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's still out there waiting. The summer I turned 23, my grandma asked if I could help clear out her old cabin in the woods. She hadn't been there for years, not since Grandpa died. It was a place full of memories, both good and bad, but mostly it had just been left to rot. She wanted to sell it and needed someone to clean it out before she could do that. The cabin was at the end of a dirt path that cut through thick trees. It was small, with peeling paint, a sagging porch, and a single light bulb that barely lit the inside. The forest around it felt darker than I remembered, and the air smelled like wet wood and mold. It was just me, my flashlight, and the creaking of the old place settling into the quiet. The first day was pretty normal. I boxed up old books, folded dusty blankets, and threw out things that were too damaged to save. Most of it looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. I slept on an air mattress on the floor and fell asleep to the sounds of the woods. Crickets whined through the trees, and the occasional rustle of some animal outside. On the second day, I found something strange. In the back bedroom, under a loose floorboard, there was a small metal box. It wasn't locked, so I opened it. Inside were some old papers and a stack of Polaroid photos. The pictures were of the cabin and the woods around it, but something about them felt off. The way they were taken made it seem like whoever had the camera was hiding, watching from the trees. The dates on the back of the photos were weird, too. They weren't from when Grandma or Grandpa lived there. They were from more recent years, long after the cabin had been left empty. My chest felt tight as I went through them. The last photo showed the bedroom window, taken from outside. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe just kids messing around, but it stuck with me. That night, I locked the door, something I hadn't done the night before, and wedged a chair under the doorknob. I barely slept. Every little creak or sound outside made my heart race. The next morning, I decided to look around the property. Behind the cabin, I found something that hadn't been there before: a fire pit. It was filled with burned cans and ash, and it looked fresh. Someone had been camping out back, maybe recently. I decided I'd pack up and leave that day. I put everything I could into my car, making sure to take the box with the photos. The rest of the work could wait for someone else. As I carried the last load to the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The woods were too quiet. Even the birds weren't making a sound. Before I left, I went to check the back of the cabin one more time. I don't know why, but my eyes caught a patch of dirt that looked different, like it had been dug up and then covered again. I grabbed a stick and started poking at it. About a foot down, I hit something hard. It was a rusted tin box. I pried it open, and inside I found more photos. But these were worse. They weren't of the cabin or the woods. They were of people, strangers. Their faces were blank, and their clothes were dirty. Some looked scared. Others looked dead. My stomach turned, and I quickly covered the hole back up like I'd never found it. I got in my car and drove away without looking back. As I turned onto the main road, I saw a truck parked just off the trail. It hadn't been there when I arrived. I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for a second, I thought I saw someone standing in the trees, watching. But when I looked again, there was no one there. When I got home, I locked every door and window. I called Grandma and told her the cabin needed more work than I could handle, and she should hire someone else. I didn't mention the photos, the fire pit, or what I found buried in the dirt. I haven't been back since. But sometimes, late at night, I think about those photos. I wonder who those people were. I wonder what happened to them. And sometimes, I think about the person who took those pictures, the one hiding in the trees. I wonder if they've found someone else to watch, or if maybe they're still watching me. I was called out to help with a search near an old cabin deep in the woods. A couple hiking through the area had reported a horrible smell coming from somewhere near the cabin. Calls like this usually end up being a dead animal or nothing at all, but it was my job, so I joined the team and headed out. The cabin looked like it was about to fall apart. The roof sagged, and the walls were covered in moss and dirt. It looked like no one had been there for decades. Trees and bushes surrounded the place so tightly that sunlight barely got through, even though it was still daytime. We split into groups to check the area, and my partner and I were assigned the cabin. The smell hit me before we even got to the door. It was thick and sickening, the kind of stench that sticks in your throat and makes your stomach turn. We walked around the outside first, looking for any signs that someone had been there recently. The windows were boarded up, and the door was shut tight with an old chain and padlock. We cut the chain with bolt cutters and stepped inside. The air was even worse inside, stale and damp, mixed with that awful smell. Every step made the old wooden floor groan under our boots. The place was mostly empty, just some broken furniture and trash. One corner of the ceiling had caved in, letting in a bit of light. But in the back room, we found it. The source of the smell. A body. It was wrapped in a plastic tarp and shoved into the corner like trash. It had been there a while. The smell, the flies, and the dark, sticky liquid seeping out made that clear. I called it in, and we waited for the others to secure the scene. While we waited, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The way the body was wrapped and placed didn't feel random. Whoever had done this had taken their time. And the cabin, it was so out of the way. This wasn't a place you'd stumble upon by accident. It was chosen. Once the body was removed, I stayed back with another officer to take a closer look. That's when we noticed the drag marks. They led from the door to the spot where the body had been left. Outside, the faint trail continued, disappearing into the woods. We followed it as the sun started to dip lower in the sky. The trail twisted through the trees and ended in a small clearing. There, we found another tarp. This one was empty but stained. Nearby, a rusty shovel leaned against a tree, and the dirt looked freshly dug. It didn't take long to realize we were standing on a shallow grave. My stomach turned as the pieces clicked together. This wasn't a one-time thing. Someone had been using this place. Night fell as we marked the scene and called for more investigators. By the time I left, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The body, the grave, the shovel, it wasn't random. Someone had made this cabin their dumping ground. Later that night, as I finished my report, something hit me like a brick. We'd only found one body, but that grave wasn't filled in properly. It wasn't empty by mistake. They hadn't finished what they'd started, and whoever they were, they weren't done. The weekend at the cabin was supposed to be a simple break. My ex-wife, Leah, asked me to come along. saying it would be good for our son if we could spend some time together as a family. She brought her mom, Susan, too. I guess it made sense, but it still felt odd to agree to this plan. The cabin was owned by Leah's family, an old place tucked deep in the woods, far from everything. We got there late in the afternoon. The place felt strange, like the air was too still. Susan started cleaning as soon as we walked in, like she was nervous about something. She wasn't the type to sit still, but this felt different, like she was trying to distract herself. The sun started setting, and long shadows crept over the trees. The stillness outside seemed to press in around us. That night, after we put my son to bed, the three of us sat in the living room. No one said much. Susan kept staring out the window, her face pale and tense. I started looking out too, though I wasn't sure why. The woods outside felt off. There was no wind, no sound of animals, not even the creak of the old trees. It was just silent, like the whole forest was holding its breath. Around midnight, I woke up to a noise. It sounded like a thud outside, followed by something dragging. I froze in bed, listening. When it happened again, I couldn't ignore it. I got up quietly and went to the window. The moon was bright, lighting up the yard. I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed a shadow near the trees. It was a figure, standing just inside the tree-line. They weren't moving toward the cabin, just standing there, watching. I couldn't see their face, but something about the way they stood made my stomach turn. I told myself it had to be a tree or something, but I couldn't shake the feeling it wasn't. I stepped away from the window and checked on my son. He was sound asleep, breathing softly. Leah and Susan were still in their rooms. I didn't want to wake them. I didn't even know what I'd say. Instead, I sat in the living room, watching the window and waiting for morning. When the sun came up, the figure was gone. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. Maybe I was just tired. But when we went outside to get some firewood, I saw tracks in the dirt, long grooves, like something heavy had been dragged from the trees toward the cabin. They stopped just before the porch. Susan noticed them too. She didn't say anything, but her face went even paler. Leah laughed it off, saying it was probably just an animal. Susan didn't laugh. She didn't say much at all. That night, the cabin felt different, heavier, like the air was thicker. Leah and I had a quiet argument about leaving early. She wanted to stay, saying I was overthinking things. I gave up trying to convince her, but I couldn't relax. Susan stayed near the window again, her eyes fixed on the dark woods. I didn't sleep much. Around 3 a.m., I heard the front door creak open. My chest tightened, and I shot out of bed. I checked on my son first. He was still in bed. Leah was asleep too, but Susan's bed was empty. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The cold air hit me immediately. I looked around, shining the light across the yard. The tracks in the dirt were back, deeper this time, heading into the trees. I called Susan's name quietly, but there was no answer. Something moved just beyond the light's reach, a soft rustling sound. My stomach turned, and I knew I shouldn't go any farther. But I couldn't leave her out there alone. I followed the tracks, the flashlight shaking in my hand. Every step felt harder than the last. The light flickered, and for a moment, everything went black. When it came back on, the beam landed on something in the dirt. It was Susan's scarf, torn and covered in mud. I stood there, frozen. My heart was racing, and I knew I couldn't keep going. I turned and ran back to the cabin, locking every door and window behind me. I stayed up the rest of the night, listening for any sound. The next morning, Leah called the police. A group searched the woods, but they didn't find anything. No tracks, no sign of Susan. It was like she had vanished. The sheriff said she might have gotten lost, but I knew that wasn't true. Those tracks, the figure in the woods, this wasn't an accident. We left the cabin that day, and I never went back. Leah tried to explain it away, saying Susan had been stressed lately, but I could see in her eyes she didn't believe her own words. I moved far from the area, but sometimes at night, when everything is quiet, I hear it again, the sound of dragging outside. It's closer now. And last night, for the first time, I thought I saw a shadow just outside my window. It didn't move. It just stood there watching. I was cycling back home after visiting my uncle's house in the next village. The sun had already set, and the sky was a deep purple. I'd left later than I planned, and now it was getting darker fast. The narrow road stretched out in front of me, with tall trees on both sides. Their branches hung low, almost like arms reaching out toward me. The air turned colder as I pedaled, and the sounds of crickets and rustling leaves felt louder than usual. I passed by an old cabin I'd seen many times before. It sat a little off the road, surrounded by bushes and weeds. The place always gave me an uneasy feeling, but tonight, it felt worse. The shadows around it looked darker, like they had swallowed the cabin whole. As I kept cycling, my bike chain started making this strange clicking noise. I stopped to check it, annoyed at the delay. The chain had loosened, so I had to mess around with it for a bit to tighten it. As I stood there, fixing it in the growing darkness, something caught my eye. There was a faint light coming from the cabin's window. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was just a reflection or something. But when I looked closer, I could see it clearly. A dull, yellow light, like from an old lamp. I knew no one lived there. The cabin had been empty for years. My gut told me to keep going, to ignore it. But I couldn't. I wanted to know what it was. I walked my bike off the road and toward the cabin. The gravel crunched under my tires as I got closer. The light flickered a little, like it was moving, but everything else was quiet. No voices, no footsteps. Just that faint, swaying glow. I stopped a short distance away and leaned my bike against my leg. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was in my throat. Suddenly, I heard a thud from inside the cabin, like something heavy had fallen to the floor. My whole body froze. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I just stood there, staring at the cabin. Then the light in the window went out. The darkness around me felt thicker now, heavier. The only light was the faint glow of the moon filtering through the trees. I finally snapped out of it and jumped on my bike. I pedaled as fast as I could, my legs burning with every push. I didn't dare look back. The road felt endless, and the sounds of the night seemed sharper, harsher. Every rustle in the bushes made me flinch. Every crack of a twig made my heart race. I felt like something was behind me, just out of sight. When I reached the village, I stopped under the first streetlight and looked back down the road. It was empty and quiet. I stood there for a while, trying to calm down, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe someone was living in the cabin without anyone knowing, I thought. That would explain the light and the noise. But something deep inside me didn't believe that. Something felt wrong. The next day, I mentioned what I saw to an older man in the village. His face changed immediately. He told me a story I wish I hadn't heard. Years ago, some people had gone missing near that cabin. Their bikes were found on the side of the road, but the people were never seen again. The cabin had been abandoned ever since, but no one ever went near it, not even to check inside. I haven't been back on that road since. I try not to think about it, but sometimes it comes back to me, especially at night. I can't stop wondering what was inside the cabin. Was it a person or something worse? And what would have happened if I'd stayed there even a second longer? Sometimes, when it's quiet enough, I think I hear that same clicking noise, like my bike chain. But when I look, there's nothing there. I always liked spending time with my cousin at his family's farm cabin. It was deep in the countryside, far from any neighbors, surrounded by open fields and dense woods. All you could hear were birds, insects, and the wind in the trees. This time, it was just the two of us staying for the weekend. We wanted to get away from everything, relax, and just enjoy the quiet. The first night was normal. We made some food on the grill, sat outside looking at the stars, and went to bed early. The next day, we spent hours walking through the woods. We followed trails, climbed over fallen logs, and found a small stream. By the time we got back to the cabin that evening, we were both so tired we just stayed inside. The cabin was small, with creaky wooden floors and a stove that kept the whole place warm. That night, I noticed something strange. It was too quiet. Usually, you'd hear crickets or maybe an owl, but there was nothing, just silence. It felt off, but I told myself it was probably normal for a place like this. I was tired, so I pushed the thought away and went to sleep. The next day, my cousin suggested we go check out an old barn he remembered seeing when he was younger. It was a couple of miles through the woods. The walk there was peaceful at first, but as we got closer, I felt uneasy. The barn looked run down, like it hadn't been touched in years. Its wood was rotting, the windows were broken, and tall grass surrounded it. When we went inside, it smelled bad, like old damp wood mixed with something rotten. There were rusty tools and broken farm equipment lying around. It was just junk. But then we noticed something in the corner. There was a pile of fresh dirt, like someone had just dug something up or buried something there. Everything else in the barn was dusty and old, but this looked new. I didn't say anything, but I could tell my cousin was thinking the same thing. We stood there for a moment, staring at the dirt, before we both decided to leave. Something about that barn felt wrong, and neither of us wanted to stick around. As we walked back to the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. The woods felt different now, quieter, darker. Even though the sun was still up, I kept glancing over my shoulder, but I didn't see anything. My cousin seemed nervous too, but neither of us said anything about it. That night I couldn't sleep. The quiet was back, and this time it felt heavy, like the silence was sitting on my chest. Around midnight, I heard a sound outside. It was faint, like dry leaves being stepped on. My heart started pounding as the sound got closer, one slow step at a time. I lay frozen, staring at the ceiling, too scared to move. The footsteps stopped right outside my window. I could feel my chest tighten as I tried not to breathe too loudly. After a while, I finally worked up the courage to look. Through the thin curtain, I could see a shadow. Someone was standing there, perfectly still, facing the window. They didn't move. They just stood there, watching. I must have fallen asleep somehow, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. My cousin was already up, and he looked pale. He told me he'd heard footsteps outside too. He'd even gone to check, but no one was there. We decided to leave early. As we packed up, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were footprints in the dirt. They led from the woods to the cabin and back toward the barn. Whoever or whatever it was, they had been there. On the drive home, neither of us spoke. We haven't talked about it since. But sometimes, late at night, I think about the footprints and the shadow outside the window. I can't help but wonder if someone followed us back to the cabin that day, or if they ever really left. I remember that weekend so clearly. My parents, my cousin Sarah, and I decided to head up to the cabin by the lake for a break. It was supposed to be peaceful, a chance to get away from everything and just relax. The cabin was deep in the woods, far from any neighbors, so it felt like we were completely alone. But from the start, something didn't feel right. We arrived just before sunset. The sky was turning that deep orange, and the smell of pine filled the air. The first night was fine. We made dinner, played board games, and had a good time. But as the evening went on, I started feeling a little off. The wind outside began howling through the trees, and the cabin creaked in ways it shouldn't have. Felt like something was watching us. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling stuck with me. The next morning, after breakfast, I decided to take a walk around the lake. I needed to get away from the cabin for a while. The woods were thick and the path wasn't marked, but I thought I knew the area well enough. As I walked, I kept hearing something behind me. At first, I thought it was just the wind or branches moving, but it wasn't. The footsteps sounded too close, too controlled. Every time I stopped, the footsteps stopped. But when I started walking again, they followed, always a few steps behind. My heart started racing. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I picked up my pace, almost running, glancing over my shoulder with every few steps. When I finally got back to the cabin, I was shaking, out of breath. I didn't tell Sarah what had happened. She was sitting on the porch, looking calm, and I didn't want to worry her. That night, the cabin felt even heavier. My parents were in the kitchen, cooking, and Sarah and I were in the living room, trying to ignore the strange sounds of the cabin. Then, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was loud, sharp, and made my heart jump. I froze. The air felt thicker, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. We hadn't seen anyone all day, and I didn't hear a car pull up. I stood still, staring at the door. Sarah glanced at me, but said nothing. Then the knock came again, louder, more forceful, like someone was angry. The sound shook the walls. My hands were shaking, but I knew I had to check it. I didn't want to, but I had to. Slowly, I stood up and made my way to the door. My gut was screaming at me not to open it, but I couldn't ignore it. I peered out the window next to the door. Nothing, just dark woods. The feeling in my stomach dropped. Whoever was there, they had to be close. I took a deep breath and, despite everything inside me telling me not to, I opened the door. There was no one there. I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. I looked around. The trees swayed gently in the wind, but there was no sign of anyone. The ground was undisturbed, not a single footprint. The only sound was the rustling of the leaves. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or even more scared. I closed the door behind me and locked it. No one had come to the door, but it still felt like someone was out there watching. I didn't sleep that night. The feeling of being watched never went away. The wind seemed to grow louder, like it was trying to tell me something. I couldn't shake the sense of unease, of eyes on me, even though the cabin was still and silent. By morning, my parents were packing up, getting ready to leave. I felt a small wave of relief wash over me. As we drove away, I kept looking back at the cabin in the rearview mirror. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination running wild, but something about that place felt wrong. The woods around it felt like they were hiding something, like they were alive. They watched, they waited, and as we pulled further away, I couldn't help but feel like the trees were still staring back at me. I didn't think about it much at first. I wanted to forget, but that night, after we'd settled into our hotel, I saw something that chilled me to the bone. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, my phone in my hand, scrolling mindlessly. Then, for some reason, I thought about the cabin again and checked my phone's gallery. I scrolled through the pictures we'd taken that weekend. Most of them were normal, the lake, the trees, our meals, and us smiling. But one picture made my stomach twist. It was a picture of the cabin, taken from the back of the porch, looking out over the woods. I didn't remember taking it, but there it was. And in the background, just behind the trees, there was something. A shape barely visible but unmistakably there. It was too dark to make out clearly, but the more I stared at it, the more it looked like someone standing just beyond the tree line, watching. I zoomed in, my hands trembling. The figure was tall, too tall, and it had no features I could make out. Just a dark, shadowy figure standing completely still. My heart pounded. I didn't remember anyone being that close to the cabin. And as I stared at it, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The figure wasn't there when I took the picture. It wasn't there when I first looked at it. It had only appeared after I had left. I went to my cabin in the woods for the weekend, hoping to get away from everything and have some peace. It's far enough from town that my nearest neighbor lives a couple of miles away. I liked being alone there. It's quiet and calm. But that weekend felt different. It started around dusk. The sun was dropping behind the trees, and the woods were getting darker. I saw a truck parked up the road, near the edge of my land. At first, I thought it was nothing, just someone passing by. But there was something about it that didn't sit right with me. I didn't recognize the truck, and there were no other cars around. I figured I was just overthinking it, so I pushed it out of my mind. As night fell, I sat by the fire, just trying to relax. The woods were quiet, and the crackling of the fire was soothing. But then I heard something, a tapping sound, slow and steady, coming from outside. It wasn't the wind or any animals. This sound was too deliberate. I stood up and went to the window looking out. I couldn't see anything, just the dark trees and the glow of the fire. But something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I locked the door and went back to the fire, trying to calm myself down. But the tapping started again, louder this time, coming from the back of the cabin. I crept over to the back window and peered out. The trees were still, and nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't stop the uneasy feeling. There was something or someone out there. I started to question myself. Was I just hearing things? Maybe it was just animals moving around in the dark. But deep down, I didn't think so. The tapping kept going, rhythmic, almost like someone was knocking to get my attention. Felt too intentional. After what felt like forever, the tapping stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking whatever it was had finally gone away. But just as I was about to relax, I heard something else. The sound of footsteps crunching on gravel right outside my door. My heart started pounding, and I froze, listening hard. I couldn't tell if they were getting closer or if it was just my imagination. But I didn't feel right. Something was wrong. I didn't know what to do. My phone had no signal, and I was too far from town to get help. So, I grabbed a flashlight and went to the back of the cabin to check. The area was quiet, and I saw nothing unusual. No signs of anyone being there. But when I shone the light on the truck, it was gone. The truck that had been there earlier was no longer parked by the road. There was no sign of it anywhere. A chill ran down my spine. What was going on? Had someone been playing tricks on me? Or was I just losing my mind? I turned around and started heading back to the cabin. But then I heard it again. The sound of gravel crunching behind me. I spun around, shining the flashlight behind me. But there was nothing.
No truck.
No person. Just the dark, quiet night. I hurried back inside, locking the doors and windows as fast as I could. I sat down, trying to calm myself, but my heart was racing. The air inside felt heavier, like something was pressing down on me. The silence was almost unbearable. I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps I'd heard. Had someone been walking around the cabin, watching me? The hours dragged on, and I still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I stayed up all night, waiting for something, anything to happen, but nothing did. The next morning, I packed up quickly, feeling the need to leave. I needed to get out of there. As I was driving out, I passed my neighbor's cabin. My neighbor was a retired police officer, but he was never around when I visited. Something caught my eye as I passed his place. There, on the front porch, was a police sergeant's badge. My stomach dropped. I had never seen that badge before. I didn't even know he had it. I couldn't stop thinking about the truck, the footsteps, and the badge. Whoever had been near my cabin that night wasn't just some random person. They knew exactly where I was and why I'd been alone. But the thing that really made my blood run cold was the fact that, just before I left, I noticed something else. Across from my cabin, there were fresh tire tracks in the dirt leading back into the woods. The truck hadn't just disappeared. It had driven off into the trees out of sight. I realized then that I hadn't been alone. Whoever had been there had been watching me the entire time, waiting for me to leave, and they were still out there. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend away. I had rented a small cabin deep in the Australian bush to get some peace and escape the city noise. The rain started just as I turned onto the long, muddy driveway, and the dirt road quickly became a slippery mess. The cabin looked old but solid, surrounded by tall gum trees swaying in the wind. The rain wasn't slowing down, and the loud tapping of raindrops on the tin roof made everything feel even more cut off from the world. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. It had a small kitchen, a sitting area, and a single bedroom. There was no TV, no internet, and my phone barely got a signal. The only things to keep me company were a book and the constant sound of rain. First, I liked it. The quiet felt nice. But as night fell, the storm got worse. The wind howled through the trees, and I could hear branches snapping in the dark. I double-checked all the windows and doors to make sure they were locked. Being out here alone started to feel wrong. I told myself to relax and went to bed early. The rain was so loud it felt like it was going to break through the roof. Lying there in the dark, I couldn't stop hearing every creak, every groan of the cabin. The wind sounded closer with each gust, like it was trying to get inside. I told myself it was just the storm playing tricks on my ears. Then I heard something different. It wasn't the rain or the wind. It was something moving outside. At first, it was faint, almost hidden by the storm. Maybe an animal, I thought. But the sound didn't stop. It was steady like footsteps. I froze in bed, holding my breath to listen. The sound got closer, crunching wet leaves and mud outside the cabin. My chest felt tight as my heart raced. I wanted to believe it was just a kangaroo or some other animal, but the steps sounded too regular, too human. I sat up slowly, trying not to make a noise. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I turned toward the window. A flash of lightning lit up the yard for a split second, but I didn't see anything. Still, the footsteps kept going. They were circling the cabin now. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They weren't shouting or making themselves known. They were just walking, like they were waiting for something. I reached for the small flashlight I'd brought and held it tightly, my only weapon. I didn't have a gun, and my phone had no service out here. If someone tried to get in, I'd have no way to call for help. My mind raced through every worst-case scenario as I tried to stay calm. Another flash of lightning lit up the yard, and this time I saw it. A figure. They were standing perfectly still just beyond the edge of the trees. They didn't move. They didn't make a sound. They were just watching. I didn't know what to do. Running outside wasn't an option. The rain was coming down too hard, and I'd never outrun them in the mud. I didn't want to shine the flashlight or make any noise. The only thing I could think to do was stay as quiet as possible and hope they would go away. But they didn't. Hours passed, and I stayed in the same spot, barely breathing. The storm didn't stop, and neither did the figure. They moved closer at times, circling the cabin again and again. Once, I thought I heard the doorknob rattle softly. My stomach dropped, but the door held. I was grateful I had locked it earlier. As dawn started to break, the rain finally began to ease. The noises outside faded, too. I dared to peek out the window again. The figure was gone, but I still felt uneasy, like I was being watched. I packed up as fast as I could, not bothering to eat or clean. As soon as there was enough light to see, I jumped in my car and drove off. The driveway was a muddy mess, and my tires slipped and spun, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin was almost hidden behind the trees now, but I thought I saw movement in the bush near the edge of the property. I didn't stop to check. I didn't want to know. When I reached the nearest town, I stopped at a cafe to calm down. I told myself it was over, that it was probably just some local messing around. But later, when I got home and unpacked my bag, I found something that didn't belong. My flashlight had a small, muddy handprint on it. It was smeared, like whoever left it had been dragging their fingers. It wasn't there before, I was sure of it. I hadn't used the flashlight outside. That's when I noticed something else. On the bottom of my bag, there was a clump of wet mud and crushed leaves, like someone had opened it and shoved their hand inside. My blood ran cold. Whatever or whoever it was, they hadn't just been outside. They'd gotten close enough to touch my things, close enough to leave a mark, and I had never even heard them. I had been sent to patrol a part of the US-Mexico border in a desert far from anywhere. It wasn't my first time working in a lonely area, but something about this place felt different. The land stretched on forever, dry and empty except for some thorny bushes, a few jagged hills, and old abandoned shacks. One of those shacks was my base for the job, a small, broken-down cabin sitting a few miles away from the main patrol route. It barely stood upright, with creaky wooden floors, a metal roof that rattled whenever the wind picked up, and a generator that only worked when it felt like it. My task was simple: watch the area for anyone crossing illegally or for cartel activity. At night, I used night vision gear to scan the land. The heat during the day made the nights feel strangely quiet. Sometimes I'd hear a coyote howling in the distance or the wind rushing through the hills, but most of the time, it was just silent. Too silent. After a few nights, I spotted something strange through the thermal scope. It wasn't unusual to see animals moving around, but this wasn't animals. A group of people was moving across the land, heading toward the hills. They moved carefully, like they knew what they were doing. There were too many of them for it to be random travelers. This wasn't a family or someone lost. They had a plan. I marked their direction on my map and decided to check it out the next morning. At sunrise, I started walking toward where I'd last seen them. The trail led me to a dry riverbed, then deeper into the hills. That's when I found the first sign that something wasn't right. A black patch of ground, like it had been burned, with empty shell casings scattered everywhere. There was no blood, no bodies, just the burned ground and a faint chemical smell that made my throat itch. I looked closer and saw fresh footprints heading further into the hills. I followed them, my stomach tightening with every step. The air felt heavy, and the silence was thick, like the land itself was holding its breath. Then I saw it, a cabin. It was bigger than mine, but in the same bad shape. What caught my eye was the shiny new padlock on the door. It looked out of place on the old, weathered wood. Something about it felt wrong, but I had to check it out. I broke the lock and stepped inside. The air was stale, heavy with the same chemical smell I'd picked up earlier. The first room was empty except for an old table and chair. Then I noticed another door. This one was thick, reinforced with bolts, and the floor in front of it was scratched, like it had been opened and closed a lot recently. I opened it, and that's when I realized what they were hiding. The room was full of equipment, barrels, tubs, and containers that looked like they'd been thrown together quickly. It was a drug lab. My stomach turned when I saw boot prints leading to the back wall. Someone had been here not long ago. Maybe they still were. Suddenly, the generator died, and the cabin went pitch black. The quiet was broken by the sound of footsteps outside. I froze, straining to hear. The footsteps got closer, then stopped, replaced by low murmurs. Whoever they were back. I moved fast, slipping out through a side window and into the bushes. I crouched down, barely breathing, as I watched shadows moving around the cabin. There were 3 or 4 of them. One had a rifle slung over his shoulder, and another carried a large bag. They walked into the cabin, leaving the door wide open. I didn't wait. Keeping low, I started moving away, step by step, careful not to make a sound. My training kept me calm, even though my heart was pounding. Once I was far enough, I used my radio to call for backup and gave them the location. The response was quick. Drones would be sent first, followed by a tactical team. I stayed hidden until I heard the faint hum of a drone overhead. Hours passed before the tactical team reached the cabin. They found the lab and a tunnel hidden under the floor that stretched toward the border. But the men I'd seen had disappeared. All they left behind were their footprints and the strange feeling that someone was still watching. I went back to my own cabin that night, but I couldn't relax. For weeks, I felt like I wasn't alone. Small things started to happen. Scuff marks in the dirt outside my cabin door. My gear moved slightly out of place. I tried telling myself it was nothing, but deep down, I knew better. One night, the generator sputtered out again. I sat there in the dark, gripping my rifle, listening. The cabin felt like it was closing in on me. After a while, I heard something outside, slow, steady footsteps crunching in the dirt. I didn't move, barely breathing as the steps circled the cabin. Then they stopped. I waited for what felt like hours before I finally got up to check. When I opened the door, the night was still, the air cold. But there in the dirt, right in front of my cabin, was a single boot print. Fresh, too fresh. They weren't just watching me. They were letting me know they could get closer anytime they wanted. And this time, I wouldn't see them coming. I rented a cabin deep in the Amazon rainforest because I needed a break from everything. It was far from anything, surrounded by thick trees and the sounds of animals. Felt like the right place to clear my mind. My dog, Max, came with me. He's a German shepherd, smart and protective. Having him there made me feel a little safer. The cabin was basic. A small wooden house with a little kitchen and a porch where I could look out at the jungle. For the first couple of days, I stayed close to the cabin. I only went on short walks with Max, not too far into the forest. Max acted a bit nervous. His ears kept twitching, and he'd stop to stare into the trees. I figured he just wasn't used to the place. On the 3rd night, Max started growling. It was quiet at first, just a low sound in his throat. He stood at the door, completely still, staring outside. I grabbed my flashlight and looked through the window. The jungle was quiet, too quiet. It wasn't the usual noise I had gotten used to. No insects, no animals, nothing. Max wouldn't calm down. His growling got louder, so I decided to check outside. I stepped onto the porch and pointed the flashlight toward the trees. The beam lit up the thick plants, but nothing seemed out of place. Just as I turned to go back inside, Max barked. A deep, angry bark. His fur was standing up, and he looked ready to attack. Then I saw it. Something moved between the trees. It wasn't fast like an animal. It was slow, like someone creeping around. My stomach tightened, and my hands felt cold. Who would be out here this far into the jungle? I backed into the cabin and locked the door. Max stayed by the window, his eyes glued to the trees. I sat down and tried to tell myself it was probably just a hunter or someone who got lost. But it didn't feel right. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That's when the noises started. First, it was soft rustling outside, like someone stepping through the leaves. Then there were taps on the walls, faint but clear. I turned off all the lights and sat on the floor with Max by my side. My flashlight felt useless in my hands. The tapping stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. Hours dragged by. Every sound the cabin made, every creak or groan, made me jump. I kept staring at the windows, expecting to see someone or something staring back. Just when I thought it might be over, Max barked again, louder than before. He ran to the back window, and I followed him, my heart pounding. Scratches. Long, deep marks had been carved into the back door. They were fresh, the wood splintered and raw. I knew no animal could have done that. I didn't wait to find out what it was. As soon as the sun came up, I grabbed what I could, threw it into the car, and left. The drive out of the jungle felt like it took forever. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone running after us. When I reached the closest town, I told a few locals about what happened. They didn't look surprised. One older man finally told me that strange things happen to people who stay too deep in the forest. He said people hear noises, feel like they're being watched, and sometimes find marks like the ones on my door. But no one ever sees who does it. Even now, back home, I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. Max hasn't been the same since. He growls at nothing and refuses to sleep near doors or windows. Last night, I noticed scratches on the frame of my bedroom window. They were faint, but they were there. I don't know if I brought something back with me or if it just decided to follow. But now I'm afraid it doesn't matter where I go. I stayed with my grandma in her small cabin in a village surrounded by thick trees. It was always calm there, far from the noise of the city. I'd help her with simple things, carrying firewood, tidying the house, or planting in her garden. She didn't have much but never seemed to need anything more. This time, I planned to stay a few days before going back home. I loved the quiet evenings when we sat on the porch, listening to the forest sounds. But the nights felt different. They weren't just quiet. They felt heavy, like the air itself was waiting for something. On my second night, while I was getting ready to sleep, I smelled something strange. It was like something burning. It wasn't coming from the fireplace or the stove. It was faint, like burnt wood or leaves, and it drifted in through the window. I stepped outside to check. The air was still, and the trees stood like walls. There was no fire, no smoke. I shut the window tight and went to bed, trying to forget about it. The next day, I told my grandma. She didn't seem worried. She just said, "Sometimes it happens," and moved on. I thought maybe someone in the village was burning trash, but I hadn't seen anyone near the cabin. That night, the smell came back, stronger. It was thick and sharp, hanging in the air. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside again. The woods felt wrong. The trees looked bigger, their shadows stretching across the ground like they were alive. I kept turning, shining the light, but I saw nothing, just branches and leaves. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. When I turned to go back inside, I saw something strange. The tools we'd left by the garden shed were scattered everywhere. The rake was tipped over, the bucket was on its side, and the small spade was lying far from where it had been. We hadn't used them that day. It looked like someone had kicked them over. I told myself it was just the wind, even though the air had been completely still. That night, I made sure to lock every door and window in the cabin. I lay in bed, straining to hear any sounds. At first, it was the usual creaks of the old cabin and soft rustling from outside. But around midnight, I heard something else. It was a faint crunch, like footsteps on dried leaves. They were slow, moving around the cabin. I stayed completely still, my heart racing. The sound stopped near my bedroom window. I stared at the thin curtain, my breath caught in my throat. I thought I saw a shadow move across it, but I didn't dare get up to look. I stayed frozen until morning. When I went outside, I saw footprints in the dirt under my window. They were human bare feet pressed deep into the soft ground. The trail led into the woods. I told my grandma, and for the first time I saw her look scared. She told me not to go outside at night anymore. She didn't explain why, and I didn't push her to. That night I couldn't sleep. I stayed in the main room of the cabin, waiting. Around the same time as before, I heard the footsteps again. This time they didn't circle the cabin. They stopped at the back door. Then I heard the door handle rattle. It wasn't quick. It was slow, like whoever was out there wanted to see if they could open it quietly. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and stood in the center of the room. My legs felt like they would give out, but I forced myself to stay standing. The handle rattled again, harder this time. Then it stopped. I waited for hours, but nothing else happened. When the sun came up, I finally opened the back door. Muddy handprints covered the wood, smudged and smeared, as if whoever it was had pressed their palms against the door and leaned on it. We didn't stay another night. My grandma and I packed what we could and left the cabin that morning. She didn't say a word as we walked to the bus stop, but her face told me she was just as scared as I was. I never went back to that cabin. Even now, years later, I can't stop thinking about it. Whoever was out there wasn't trying to rob us or break in for food. They didn't want anything like that. They were watching us, testing us, waiting for something. Sometimes, late at night, I think about the handprints on the door. They weren't smeared in a random way. They were low on the wood, like they belonged to someone crawling or something pretending to crawl. I had just turned 65 and decided to spend a few days alone at my cabin up in the mountains. It was a quiet place, a retreat from everything, just the way I liked it. I hadn't been there in a while, so I thought it would be a good time to get away and enjoy the peace. The first day went by fine. I spent most of it cleaning the cabin, chopping some wood, and making sure the old stove was working. It was calm up there, almost too calm. The air was fresh, and the weather was clear. Felt like nothing could go wrong. When the evening came and the sun started to set, I decided to take a walk along the creek that ran through the property. The trees were still full of leaves, their long shadows stretching over the ground as the light faded. It was nice and quiet, but there was this feeling that something wasn't right. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it felt like I was being watched. I tried to shake it off. It was just the quiet, I told myself, and kept walking. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door behind me and settled in for the night. The wind had started to pick up, and it made an eerie sound as it blew through the trees. The house felt cold, even though it was warm outside. I climbed into bed, but sleep wouldn't come. That feeling, being watched, came back again. It made my skin crawl. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something moving outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, a bear or maybe a deer. But then I realized it was too heavy, too purposeful. It was the sound of footsteps. Slowly, I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and quietly moved to the window. What I saw made my heart stop. There was a figure standing near the tree line, just outside the cabin. It was tall, broad-shouldered, and wearing a dark hooded jacket that blended into the night. My breath caught in my throat. I stood frozen, staring, trying to make sense of it. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my mind was racing. Should I call the sheriff? But I knew it would take too long for anyone to get up here. I couldn't trust anyone but myself. I stayed there, sitting on the floor by the window, flashlight in hand, watching the figure. It didn't move for what felt like forever. It was like time stopped. Then, without warning, it turned and disappeared into the woods. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. I kept the flashlight on and kept watching the window, sure that someone, was out there. Every little sound, Every creak of the cabin made my heart race. Morning didn't come soon enough. When the first light of day finally broke, I stepped cautiously outside. Everything looked normal, too normal. But there was something unsettling in the air, like I wasn't the only one there. I started walking around the cabin, checking the ground, looking for anything that might tell me who or what had been outside. And then I saw them, footprints. Fresh ones, leading from the tree line toward the back of the cabin. They were too big for any animal I knew. I could see the prints clearly in the soft earth, and they weren't made by someone in a hurry. They were slow, careful, like the person had been trying to stay quiet. That's when it hit me. Whoever was out there wasn't just passing by. They had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to make their move. Maybe they'd been watching me the whole time. I didn't waste any more time. I grabbed my things, leaving my coffee half finished and not bothering to pack anything extra. I locked the cabin door behind me and hurried to the car. The drive down the mountain felt endless. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. And for a moment, I thought I saw movement in the trees, but when I looked again, it was gone. I don't know who or what that person was, and I don't want to know. That cabin is staying locked up, and I won't be going back alone again. The thought of it still chills me to the bone. I keep seeing that figure in my mind, standing by the trees, watching. I don't know if they were waiting for me to leave or if they wanted me to stay. Either way, I feel like I got out just in time. And the worst part? The footprints I found weren't the only ones. There were others, small and barely noticeable, leading deeper into the woods. Footprints that weren't there when I first walked outside. They had been there the whole time. Whoever had been out there, they hadn't just been watching me from the shadows. They'd been waiting for me to notice. I had rented a small cabin in the woods for a weekend getaway with my sister, Emma. We just wanted a break from our busy lives, a chance to get away from everything, relax, and enjoy the peace of nature. The cabin was basic, 2 rooms, a small kitchen, and a porch with a view of the trees. It was quiet, almost too quiet, but that's exactly what we were looking for. The first morning, Emma decided to go for a walk. I stayed behind to make breakfast, thinking she'd be back in an hour or so. She loved exploring, and I wasn't concerned. I watched her walk down the dirt path that led deeper into the woods, her backpack bouncing on her shoulders as she disappeared into the trees. An hour passed, then 2. I started to feel uneasy. I went outside and called her name, but the woods just swallowed the sound. I walked down the path a bit, yelling for her, but nothing. There was no response. The silence felt thicker than usual, like the trees were holding their breath. By the 3rd hour, I was getting really worried. I grabbed my phone and tried calling her. No signal. I rushed back to the cabin, grabbed a flashlight and a bottle of water, and headed into the woods. I kept thinking I'd find her sitting on a rock, maybe just lost in her thoughts. But the deeper I went, the more I realized I had no idea where she could be. The trails kept splitting, turning into more paths that all looked the same, and her footprints had long disappeared in the dust. I walked for hours, calling out her name until my throat hurt. My chest felt tight, and panic was creeping in, but I couldn't stop. As the sun started to set, the shadows grew longer, and the forest seemed to get darker, colder. It felt like the trees were closing in around me. I finally had to admit it. I was lost too. When I found my way back to the cabin, it was nearly dark. I grabbed the car keys, hopped in the car, and drove the 20 minutes back to the nearest town. The sheriff's office was quiet, with just one officer sitting behind the desk. I told him about Emma and how she was missing. He said they'd send out a search team. The next day, search teams fanned out across the woods. I stayed at the cabin, hoping she'd somehow come back on her own. But as the hours went by, I started to lose hope. The woods were huge, and the thought that she could be somewhere out there, and I might never find her, haunted me. By the second day, they found her backpack. It was by a creek, zipped up and untouched. There were no signs of a struggle, no tracks, nothing. It was like she had just set it down and walked away. Days turned into weeks. The search teams left, the news stopped covering the story, and people started moving on. But I couldn't let it go. I stayed at the cabin, retracing every step, searching every inch of the forest. Every snap of a branch or rustle in the leaves made my heart race, but I never found anything. One night, after hours of searching, I sat on the porch, tired, staring into the dark forest. That's when I noticed something strange. On the far side of the clearing, near where the woods started again, I saw a small pile of rocks. It wasn't there before. I stood up and walked over. My heart started pounding as I got closer. The rocks were stacked carefully, like someone had placed them there on purpose. And underneath them, I saw it. Emma's jacket, folded neatly, as if she had just left it there. It wasn't dirty or torn, just sitting there, like someone wanted me to find it. I called the police right away, but they couldn't explain it. They said it could have been anyone who found her jacket and left it there. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. It felt like a message, like something Emma had left for me, or maybe something or someone else. It didn't make sense, but it was real. Weeks turned into months. I stopped searching, but I couldn't forget about the jacket, the pile of stones, and the way the woods felt when I stood there alone. I left the cabin behind, but the memory of it still haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something I couldn't understand. Then one night, not long after I left, I had a dream. I saw Emma in the woods, standing by that same pile of rocks. But this time, she was looking right at me. Her eyes were wide, like she was trying to tell me something, but there was no sound. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart racing. The dream stayed with me for days, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw her there, staring at me from the trees. And then, a few months later, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Someone else had gone missing in those woods. A hiker, a few miles from where Emma disappeared. They found his backpack just like hers. No signs of struggle, no footprints, just the backpack lying there. I never went back to the woods, but sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I hear the sound of footsteps outside my window. It's always quiet, too quiet, like someone's walking through the forest, just out of sight. And sometimes, when I go for a walk, I find stones, stacked up just like the ones near the cabin. It's almost like the forest is trying to tell me something, but I don't think I'll ever understand what it is. I just hope that whatever it is, it's done with me. I decided to get away for a while and leave the noise of the city behind, so I rented a small cabin deep in the woods for the weekend. The place was quiet, tucked away between thick trees with no one around for miles. At first, everything felt perfect. The air was fresh, the silence was peaceful, and I finally felt calm, something I hadn't felt in a long time. The first day, I spent hiking around, enjoying the peace and being alone. As the sun began to set, I headed back to the cabin, built a fire, and sat by it to warm up. The crackling of the flames filled the silence, and I couldn't help but think how lucky I was to be in such a quiet, beautiful place. As the night grew darker, the woods outside got even quieter, except for the soft sound of the wind moving through the trees. That's when I started hearing it. At first, it was just a small sound, like a twig snapping somewhere far off. I thought it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But then I heard it again and again. It sounded like someone was walking around outside the cabin. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just the wind or some animal moving around. But then I heard something more clear. A thud, like a heavy footstep, right outside the door. I froze. My heart started pounding, but I told myself it was nothing. The cabin was far from any road or town, so the idea of someone being out here seemed impossible. Still, the noises didn't stop. They moved around the cabin from one side to the other. I could hear something scraping against the wall, faint sounds, like whispers in the air. Nothing I could explain. The air felt different, tense, like it was charged with something I couldn't see. My mind raced, trying to figure out what it could be, but nothing made sense. The fire was almost out now, just a few embers left glowing in the dark. I grabbed a flashlight from the table, my hands shaking as I tried to calm myself. I opened the door and stepped outside, not thinking too much. I just had to see what was out there. Nothing. The woods were still. But as I stood there, the flashlight beam caught something. Footprints in the mud near the porch. They were fresh, and they led away into the trees. I couldn't move. My mind went blank, and my stomach turned. Someone had been out there, close enough to the cabin to leave prints in the mud. I slammed the door shut and locked it fast. I could hear my breathing, fast and sharp in the silence. The sounds outside stopped. No more scraping, no more footsteps, no more whispers. Just quiet. I sat in the corner, gripping the flashlight, trying to think, but my mind wouldn't stop running. There was no one out here, no one for miles. But those footprints were real. Someone had been outside. I stayed awake all night, too scared to sleep, too scared to move. I kept imagining what could be out there, who could be watching the cabin. I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I wasn't alone. The fear was like a weight on my chest, heavy and suffocating. By morning, I was exhausted, my body aching from sitting still all night. The sun came up, and I finally felt brave enough to leave the corner. I checked the door and windows. I stepped outside. The prints were gone. The rain or wind could have washed them away, I told myself. There was no sign of anyone, but I still felt it, the uneasy feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone had been there and maybe still was. I didn't want to risk another night. I packed my things quickly, not even bothering to clean up the cabin, and left. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I drove away, my eyes constantly glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, coming out of the trees behind me. But nothing ever showed up. The woods were silent again, just as they had been when I first arrived. It was too quiet. I thought I had imagined everything, that I was just shaken up from the night's fear. But as I got closer to the city, something didn't sit right. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched the whole time I was there, and that feeling stayed with me even after I returned home. Weeks later, I still think about that cabin. I can't get rid of the feeling that whoever or whatever was out there that night never really left. They were waiting for me to leave. Maybe they still are. And maybe, just maybe, they're still watching. I didn't want to see my ex-wife again, especially not spend a weekend with her and her new husband. But this cabin trip wasn't about me. It was for our son's birthday, and we both agreed he deserved something special. He loved being outdoors, so we rented a cabin deep in the woods. From the moment I got there, it was uncomfortable, but I kept reminding myself this was for him, not me. The cabin was far from everything, surrounded by thick trees with no neighbors in sight. There was no phone signal, just an old landline that barely worked. My ex and her husband, Greg, got there before me and had already picked the bigger bedroom. I took the smaller room in the back, feeling like a guest in their new life. During the day, we managed to keep things peaceful. We cooked, went on a hike, and tried to make it fun for our son. But as the sun went down, the mood shifted. The silence in the cabin felt heavy. It was the kind of quiet where you notice every little sound. The creak of the floor, the wind brushing the windows, even your own breathing. I woke up around midnight to a strange noise. It wasn't the usual creaking or wind. It sounded like something scraping against wood, faint but steady. I lay there, listening, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It seemed to be coming from the living room. I grabbed the flashlight I'd packed and stepped out of my room. The hallway was pitch black, and every step I took on the wooden floor seemed too loud. When I got to the living room, I swept the flashlight beam around. Everything looked normal. The door was locked, the windows were shut. Then I noticed the back door. It was slightly open, just enough to make my chest tighten. I was sure we'd locked it before going to bed. I closed it gently and locked it again, double-checking this time. Then I went to check on my son. He was sound asleep, curled up under his blanket. My ex and Greg were in their room, also asleep, completely unaware. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock the door properly, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I eventually went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, Greg noticed it. A small pile of dirt and leaves right by the back door. It looked like someone had been standing there. He shrugged it off, saying it must have blown in, but I knew better. That wasn't the kind of dirt the wind brings. The second night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound felt louder. Every shadow seemed darker. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the scraping. Only this time, it was louder, and it wasn't coming from the living room. It was coming from the kitchen. I got out of bed, heart pounding, and crept down the hallway. When I reached the kitchen, my flashlight beam landed on the window above the sink. It was open. The lock was broken, twisted like someone had forced it. I woke Greg and my ex quietly, showing them the broken window. Greg grabbed a flashlight and said he'd check outside. I stayed inside with my son, trying to stay calm, but every minute Greg was gone felt like an hour. When he came back, his face was pale. He said he'd found footprints leading from the back of the cabin into the woods. We decided to leave. We packed what we could and hurried to the car, leaving most of our stuff behind. Greg drove, and I sat in the back with my son, trying to keep him calm. As we drove down the dirt road, Greg suddenly slammed on the brakes. Standing in the middle of the road was a man. He didn't move, didn't even flinch at the headlights. He was holding something in his hand, a crowbar, I think. Greg honked the horn, but the man just stood there, staring. Then, without a word or a sound, he turned and walked off into the trees. We didn't stop again until we reached the nearest town. We called the police, who went back to check the cabin, but they didn't find anyone. They told us it was probably a drifter, but they couldn't explain the broken window, the footprints, or the man in the road. I haven't been back to the cabin since. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that man, about how he stood there watching us, about how he could have come inside while we were asleep, and about how he wasn't trying to get in, he'd already been inside. I was sent to a small cabin deep in the forest to collect information about a rare plant used for medicine. The lab told me to stay close to the cabin, write down everything I found, and avoid taking risks. It sounded simple. The cabin was old but sturdy, and it had enough supplies to last me the week. Being alone didn't bother me. I'd worked in isolated places before. The first couple of days went fine. I spent hours walking through the forest, marking the spots where the plant grew and collecting samples. The forest was thick and quiet, except for the sound of leaves rustling or birds chirping now and then. It felt calm, almost too calm. On the third day, something strange caught my eye. The ground near the cabin had been dug up, like someone or something had been there during the night. The hole wasn't deep, maybe a couple of feet, and there was no sign of what had caused it. I thought it might have been an animal, so I brushed it off and went back to my work. That night, while I was writing my notes, I heard footsteps outside. They weren't light like an animal's. They were heavy, slow, and deliberate, the kind of steps that made you listen closely. I froze, my pen hovering over the page. My first thought was that it could be a hiker or a hunter, but why would anyone be out here in the middle of nowhere? Grabbing a flashlight, I stepped outside and shined it into the woods. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but I didn't see anything. The sound had stopped. All I could hear was the breeze through the trees. I went back inside, trying to convince myself it was nothing, but my nerves were on edge. The next morning, there was another hole closer to the cabin this time. It was the same size as the first one, but now there were strange marks around the edges. They looked like claws, long and sharp. My stomach tightened as I stared at it. I wasn't an expert on animals, but this didn't look like anything I'd seen before. It felt intentional, like something or someone had done it on purpose. That night, the footsteps came back. They didn't just pass by the cabin this time. They circled it, slow and steady. I stayed inside, holding a small hatchet I'd found in a storage bin. My hands were shaking. The steps didn't stop. They kept moving, going back and forth around the cabin, like whoever or whatever it was waiting for me to make a move. By the time morning came, I was exhausted but determined to figure out what was happening. I followed the trail of footsteps leading away from the cabin. They took me deeper into the woods, further than I had planned to go. About half a mile in, I found a clearing. The ground there was covered in shallow holes, dozens of them, all with the same claw marks around the edges. In the middle of the clearing, there was one big hole much deeper than the rest. Something was buried there, wrapped in dark, tattered cloth. I didn't want to dig it up, but I couldn't walk away without knowing. I grabbed a stick and poked at the bundle until part of it came loose. The fabric was old, torn, and stained. Inside was a bone. I couldn't tell if it was human or animal, but the sight of it made my stomach turn. I dropped the stick and stumbled back, my heart pounding. The air in the forest felt different now, heavy and wrong. It was as if the trees were closing in on me, watching me. I rushed back to the cabin, my chest tight with fear. I packed my things as quickly as I could. Whatever was going on out here, I wanted no part of it. That night, I didn't sleep. The footsteps came back, louder and more aggressive. They stomped onto the porch, scraped against the door, and even moved to the windows. I sat in the corner, clutching the hatchet, too scared to move. The sound didn't stop for hours. It was as if whoever or whatever was out there knew I'd seen something I shouldn't have. At first light, I threw my gear into the car and sped off, not daring to look back. I didn't care about the plants or the research anymore. I just wanted to get away. A week later, the lab emailed me, asking for a full report. I stared at the screen, unsure of what to say. In the end, I sent only the plant data and deleted everything else. I didn't tell them about the holes, the footsteps, or the bone. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in that forest. Something, or someone, was watching me, and I'm not sure I made it out unnoticed. Every night since I left, I've heard faint footsteps outside my window. They're always slow, deliberate, and impossible to explain. I was sent to the mountains for a search and rescue mission. A hiker had gone missing, last seen near an old hunting cabin deep in the woods. It had been days since anyone had heard from him. This kind of thing wasn't new to me. As part of a special unit, I often handled cases too dangerous or strange for regular teams. Usually people got lost, hurt, or scared. But something about this one didn't feel right from the start. The trail leading to the cabin was rough. The higher I climbed, the colder it got. The wind stopped, and even the birds seemed to vanish. By the time I got to the clearing, the only sound was the crunch of my boots on frozen ground. The cabin stood crooked, worn down by time and weather. It looked empty, but I felt uneasy, like I wasn't alone. The door was slightly open, creaking with each gust of wind. I pushed it wider and stepped in. The air was heavy and smelled of wet wood and something faintly metallic. The cabin was small, just a single room with a cot, a wood stove, and a table. At first glance, it looked like no one had been there for years. Then I saw the flies. They hovered in a corner, near a large, filthy tarp. My gut twisted. Flies meant something wasn't right. As I stepped closer, the smell of blood hit me, thick and nauseating. I pulled the tarp back, and that's when I found him, the missing hiker, or at least what was left of him. His body was contorted, twisted in ways a body shouldn't be. His face was frozen in an expression of pure terror, his eyes wide and lifeless. His hands were tied behind his back with rough rope, and his clothes were torn to shreds. This wasn't an accident, and it wasn't an animal attack. Someone had done this to him. I scanned the cabin, trying to figure out what had happened. On the table, there was a hunting knife, still wet with blood, and a notebook. The pages were filled with scrawled words about punishment, justice, and sins that needed to be cleansed. The writing was frantic, almost unhinged. Whoever had written it wasn't sane, and they weren't far away. Then I noticed tracks leading away from the cabin, faint but fresh, heading into the forest. My training kicked in, and I knew I wasn't alone out there. Whoever did this was nearby, maybe even watching me. I grabbed my radio to call for help, but it was just static. The mountains often messed with the signal, but this time it felt deliberate, like something wanted to keep me cut off. I had two choices: head back to base or follow the tracks. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow them. I needed to know who or what I was dealing with. The tracks led me to another clearing, where I found a makeshift campsite. Empty cans, a shredded sleeping bag, and more of those unsettling notes were scattered around. But what made my skin crawl was the fire. It was still smoldering. Someone had been here minutes ago. A sharp crack behind me made me spin around, gun drawn. The forest was dead quiet again, and I saw nothing. Then I noticed another set of tracks, different from the first. These were barefoot, uneven, like the person had been limping, and they were heading back the way I came. My chest tightened as I realized what that meant. I turned and ran toward the cabin, my breath forming clouds in the freezing air. When I got there, the door was open again. I stepped inside, my heart racing, and froze. The body was gone. The tarp was still there, soaked in blood, but the hiker's body had vanished. The ropes that had bound him lay on the floor, frayed like they'd been cut or torn apart. The realization hit me hard. Whoever had done this wasn't just nearby. They had come back. I didn't wait to find out what would happen next. I left the cabin and ran, adrenaline pushing me forward. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves behind me made my skin crawl. I didn't stop until I was back on the main trail, my legs burning and lungs aching. When I finally reached the base and reported what I'd seen, a team was sent to investigate. But when they returned, they said the cabin was empty. No body, no knife, no notebook. Even the tarp was gone, like none of it had ever happened. That night, as I tried to sleep, I kept hearing faint noises outside my window. Branches snapping, footsteps crunching in the dirt. I told myself it was just my imagination. But when I woke up the next morning, there were tracks in the mud outside. Barefoot, limping, they led from the forest straight to my door. I decided to spend a weekend at my grandma's old cabin in the village. It was hidden deep in the woods, a place I hadn't been to since I was a kid. This time I brought my dog, Rocky, so I wouldn't feel completely alone. I thought it would be a quiet break from the noise and stress of the city. Just me and Rocky, relaxing in the middle of nowhere. The cabin looked the same as I remembered. Small, with its wooden walls looking a little more worn out than before. It smelled like old wood and dirt, like it had been shut for too long. I spent the first day cleaning up and getting everything ready. Rocky seemed happy, running around the little yard and sniffing everything like it was the most exciting place in the world. By the second evening, the fun started to fade. The quiet of the woods, which I thought I'd enjoy, began to feel too much. When the sun went down, it got darker than I expected. No streetlights, no distant sounds of cars, nothing. The only noises were the creaking of the cabin and the faint rustle of the trees outside. At first, it felt calm, but as the hours went by, it started feeling heavy, like the quiet was closing in on me. That night, I decided to sit by the fire and read to distract myself. Rocky was lying by my feet, his eyes half closed, but his ears kept twitching, like he was hearing things I couldn't. Around midnight, he suddenly sat up, stiff, and stared at the window. His fur stood on end, and a low growl came out of him. I froze, my heart racing. I looked at the window, but it was just pitch black outside. I couldn't see anything, but Rocky wasn't acting like himself. He kept growling, low and steady, his eyes locked on that window. I wanted to believe it was just a raccoon or a deer, but something didn't feel right. I grabbed a flashlight and decided to check outside. I stepped out onto the porch, and the cold air hit me. The woods were too quiet, no wind, no crickets, nothing. I shone the flashlight around, trying to see what might have made Rocky act like that. At first, everything looked normal, but then I saw them. Footprints in the dirt, fresh ones going around the side of the cabin. I followed them slowly, gripping the flashlight tightly. The tracks led to the back of the cabin near the woodpile and then stopped. Just stopped. There were no more footprints leading away, no sign of anyone. It didn't make sense. My chest felt tight, and I stood there for a while, listening to the silence, hoping to hear something, anything that would explain it. But there was nothing. When I went back inside, Rocky was still on edge. He kept pacing around and whining softly, stopping to stare at the door like he was waiting for something to come in. I locked every door and window, checked them twice, and then sat by the fire with Rocky. I didn't sleep. I just listened, waiting for another sound, another sign of movement. When morning finally came, I went outside again, thinking maybe the daylight would make things feel normal. Didn't. There were more footprints around the cabin, circling it like someone had been walking around all night. I checked the locks again, even though I knew no one could have gotten inside. But the footprints weren't mine. They couldn't have been. That was it for me. I packed my stuff as fast as I could and loaded Rocky into the car. I didn't even bother to clean up or put anything back where I'd found it. As I drove down the dirt road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the woods, watching us leave. I never found out who or what was out there that night. But as I was driving away, I noticed something chilling. The footprints I'd seen earlier weren't scattered randomly like I thought. They weren't just circles. They formed a pattern, a deliberate one. It's been weeks now, and I still can't get it out of my head. I don't know if it was a warning, a message, or something worse. All I know is I'm not going back. Some places don't want you there. Some places feel wrong because they are wrong. "5 years ago, I was working as a woodcutter, clearing trees for a small cabin deep in the woods. The place was so far out that I had to hike in every morning, carrying my tools and axe, and getting there as the sun came up. I didn't mind being alone. I liked the quiet, just me and the forest. It felt calm, peaceful even, but that day, something didn't feel right. The weather was weird. It was completely still. No wind.
No birds.
Not a sound. It was unnervingly quiet. I thought it was strange, but I pushed it out of my mind and kept walking toward the spot I'd been working at the past few days. The cabin was only half done, but I'd cleared a lot of the trees around it and chopped down some big ones. The ground was muddy, but it wasn't too bad, so I didn't let it slow me down. After a few hours of chopping, I saw something in the distance. At first, I thought it was just the light playing tricks on me or the wind making the trees move in a strange way. But as I looked harder, I realized it wasn't any of that. There was a figure standing by a group of trees near the edge of the clearing. It wasn't moving, just standing there, still as could be. I stopped dead in my tracks, trying to figure out what I was seeing. I hadn't seen anyone else out here for weeks. It was always just me. I squinted, trying to make sense of it, but before I could even take a step, the figure vanished behind the trees. For a second, I thought I must be imagining things. I hadn't slept much the night before, and being alone out there for so long messes with your head. But something didn't sit right. My gut told me it was real. So, I grabbed my axe and decided to go check it out. I moved slowly, making sure I didn't make any noise. The woods were silent again. Not a bird, not even a rustle in the leaves. As I got closer to where I saw the figure, I noticed something strange. Fresh footprints in the mud. They were big, and they led deeper into the forest. Something was wrong. I should have turned back, but my curiosity kept me going. The footprints led me to a dense part of the woods, where the trees were so close together I had to squeeze between them. That's when I heard it. A sound. Something moving in the bushes. I froze, holding my breath, listening hard. The noise stopped. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to stay calm. My hand gripped the axe tighter. I felt the silence around me like a weight, and my mind raced. What was that noise? Who was out there? Just as I was about to turn around, I heard it again, a rustling behind me. I spun around, but saw nothing. Just trees, the narrow path, and the thick woods around me. My heart was pounding now. I felt cold sweat run down my neck. It hit me then how stupid I'd been to wander this far into the woods alone. I needed to get back to the cabin. Fast. I started moving quicker, looking over my shoulder with every step. The footprints kept leading me in the direction of where I was working, and that's when it hit me. Someone or something had been watching me the whole time. My heart was in my throat now, and I was practically running. When I finally reached the cabin, I didn't stop to check anything. I didn't even bother to gather my things. I just grabbed my tools and left. I didn't care if I left a mess behind. I wasn't staying there any longer. The woods felt different now. They felt alive, like they were waiting, watching. The kind of silence that makes you feel like you're not alone anymore. That was the last time I ever worked there by myself. When I got back to town, I heard a story from some of the locals about a man who disappeared in those same woods years ago. He had been out there alone just like me. They said he never came back. Nobody knew exactly what happened to him, but after hearing that, I didn't need to know. I never went back to that cabin site. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out there, something that didn't want me there. The idea of cutting down more trees in that part of the woods made my skin crawl. I didn't care who finished the cabin. It wasn't going to be me. But even after all this time, I can't forget about the footprints. The thing that followed me. I still hear strange sounds when I'm out in the woods now, no matter how far I've walked. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I swear I can hear something moving around outside my window. I don't know if it was a person, an animal, or something else, but I'm sure of one thing. Whatever it was waiting for me to leave the cabin. And next time, it might not let me go so easily. It was the middle of fall when my stepbrother, Mark, and I decided to go up to the cabin in the woods. The weather was cool, and the leaves were turning, making the trees look like they were on fire with orange and red. Mark had been needing a break from work, and I just wanted some peace and quiet. A weekend away seemed perfect. The cabin was about an hour's drive from the nearest town, with no neighbors for miles. It had been in my family for years, a place to get away from everything. Mark, being a local cop, always liked having time alone to recharge, and this place was perfect for that. It was a little isolated, but I didn't mind. I liked the quiet. We spent the first few hours getting the place ready, chopping wood for the fireplace and clearing up the yard. The sun went down behind the hills around dinner time, and we lit a fire in the old stone fireplace. The cabin creaked every time the wind blew, but that didn't bother me. It was only when I heard footsteps outside, heavy and slow, that something in the air changed. At first, I thought it was just the wind or maybe an animal walking nearby. But when I stood up and looked out the window, I saw something moving in the shadows just outside the yard. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't an animal. It was too tall, and it was walking like a person. Mark had stepped outside to grab more wood, but I wasn't about to go out there. I grabbed the flashlight and looked around the cabin, trying to see if I could spot anything that would calm me down. But there was nothing. The dark swallowed up everything around us. Then I noticed something on the ground. Fresh tire tracks. They weren't from our car. No one had been out here since we arrived. The tracks led into the woods, disappearing into the dark. My stomach tightened. There shouldn't have been anyone else out there. I tried calling Mark, but there was no signal. I had always known that the cabin was out of reach for cell service, but in that moment it felt like we were stuck, completely cut off. I sat there, waiting and listening, but I couldn't hear anything else. The night dragged on, thick with tension. I should have been more careful, but I was tired, and the warmth from the fire made it easy to relax. I went to bed, thinking maybe I was just being paranoid. Mark was already asleep on the couch by the fire, and the strange feeling outside started to fade away. The next morning, the sun barely peeked over the horizon when I heard it again. The unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and dragging. I got up, grabbed the flashlight, and peeked through the window. What I saw made my blood freeze. There, just outside the cabin, was a man. Dirty, messy, and staring straight at the cabin. He wasn't moving, just standing there. My mind raced, but I couldn't think of anything to do. I grabbed my phone, but the signal was still gone. I woke Mark, and we quietly went out the back door, trying to stay hidden. The man didn't seem to notice us, but he was still standing there, watching the cabin. I felt exposed, like we were completely at his mercy. Mark pulled me back inside, locked the door, and his face looked different. He wasn't calm anymore. He started pacing, thinking, trying to figure out what to do next. We couldn't just leave. Mark's cop instincts told him the man wasn't just a random stranger passing through. He had been watching us. He'd been careful, maybe waiting for the right time to make his move. For the next few hours, we kept watch, checking every window and door to make sure we were safe. We didn't talk much. The silence between us was heavy. Finally, late in the afternoon, we saw the man leave. He walked back into the woods without a sound, disappearing as quietly as he had appeared. We didn't know who he was, but Mark trusted his gut. He wasn't some lost hiker or wanderer. As soon as the man was gone, Mark said we needed to leave. He didn't trust it anymore. We packed up our things, locked the cabin, and started driving back down the mountain. The whole way, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man following us. Neither of us said much during the drive. We both knew something wasn't right. The cabin had been meant to be a peaceful getaway, but it felt like a nightmare. Mark didn't bring it up again, but I could tell he was shaken. I didn't think either of us would ever go back there again. That man in the woods was still out there somewhere. But the worst part wasn't the man or the feeling that we were being watched. It was the thought that we had spent hours alone in those woods, with no idea who or what could have been following us. We had no way of knowing if the man was alone or if there were others out there too. When we left the cabin, it felt like the world had changed. The woods were no longer peaceful, no longer something to enjoy. We had seen a side of them that we couldn't unsee. And as we drove further away, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone in the woods anymore. That man might have been gone, but something else had taken his place. Something that would always be watching, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. The drive to the cabin had felt long. I was looking for a break from the busy city, and this place deep in the woods seemed like the perfect spot. The old man who owned it was nice enough to let me rent it for a week. He didn't look like much, just an old face with deep wrinkles, but the way he looked at me felt a little off, like he was studying me. I didn't think much of it. He was probably just one of those strange old guys you come across now and then. The cabin was a bit old and worn down, but it had its own charm. The wooden floors creaked when I walked around. The air felt fresh, and the silence was so deep it almost made my ears ring. There were no neighbors, just trees as far as I could see and the occasional noise from an animal somewhere. It was perfect, I thought. That night, I decided to go to bed early. The fire in the fireplace crackled softly as I lay on the couch, watching the shadows flicker on the walls. Just as I was starting to doze off, I heard something faint, a scratching sound. I opened my eyes and listened. It stopped. I figured it was probably just an animal, maybe a branch brushing the window. But then the sound came again. This time, it was followed by something heavy being dragged across the floor. My heart started racing. I sat up and stared into the dark corners of the cabin. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and stood up. The cabin felt different now. Felt alive, in a way that made me uneasy. I pointed the flashlight toward the door, and when the beam hit it, I froze. The door was open, just a crack. I was sure I had closed it before. I didn't remember leaving it open. The scratching sound came again, this time much closer. I took a deep breath and slowly crept toward the door. My body felt stiff, like I was moving against my own will. The cold air hit me when I stepped outside, and the trees around the cabin felt too close, too dark. I reached for the door and opened it fully, stepping out onto the porch. There was nothing. The woods were still, too still. Then, in the corner of the light, I saw it. A figure, tall, too thin, was standing just out of reach of the beam. It didn't move, just stood there, its body twisted like something was wrong with it. I couldn't make out its face, but I felt its eyes on me, staring with an intensity that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I took a step back, then another. My hands were shaking so bad that the flashlight was flickering. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, like it was waiting for something. I glanced around. There was nothing else. No one. Just the figure and me in the middle of nowhere. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My heart was pounding in my chest. It wasn't human. I don't know what it was, but I knew it wasn't human. My first thought was to leave, to get in my car and drive out of there. But then the thought of driving through those woods in the dark with that thing out there made my stomach turn. So I stayed inside, locked the door, and did my best to ignore the gnawing fear in my gut. The rest of the night was a blur. Couldn't sleep. Every sound, every creak in the wood made my heart race. I thought I heard something outside, moving in the dark, but every time I looked out the window, there was nothing there. I stayed up all night, afraid to let myself fall asleep, because I didn't know what would happen if I did. By morning, I was exhausted, shaking, and on edge. I quickly packed my things, ready to leave. I took the key from my pocket to lock the door behind me, and that's when I saw it. The old man was standing at the edge of the porch, just out of the light. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, watching me. His face looked different now, cold, almost as if he hadn't smiled in years. I didn't say a word. There was no need. I got in my car, started it, and drove away without looking back. The road twisted through the woods, and I didn't dare to check my mirrors until I reached the highway. That's when I realized something. The cabin, the house, was still there. The light in the window flickered like it had before, but there was something else. The figure, the same one from last night, standing in the doorway, watching me leave. I told myself I must be imagining things, but deep down I knew I wasn't. I never went back, and I never will. I worked as a cop for over 30 years before I retired. I'd seen all kinds of chaos and danger during that time, and I thought nothing could shake me anymore. Retirement was supposed to be my chance to relax, but old habits don't just go away. I still kept my gun close, especially when I stayed at my cabin up in the mountains. I bought the cabin to escape everything. No phones, no neighbors, no noise. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. It was far enough away from town that it felt like my own little world. One weekend, I decided to go up there to clear my head. The drive was uneventful, but by the time I arrived, a heavy fog had rolled in. It wasn't unusual for this area, but it made the forest feel different, darker, quieter. Even the trees seemed closer than usual, their shadows stretching in ways that made me feel uneasy. The first night was almost too peaceful. Normally, I'd hear animals rustling in the bushes or the wind moving through the trees, but this time, there was nothing, just silence. I figured the fog was muffling the sounds, but it still put me on edge. The next morning, I went outside to chop some firewood. That's when I saw them, boot prints in the mud near the cabin. They weren't mine. I hadn't seen another car or person the entire drive up, and the cabin is miles from any trails. The prints looked fresh, leading away from the cabin and into the woods. I followed them for a little while, but they disappeared into the thick trees. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe a lost hiker or a hunter had passed through. But this was private land, and anyone who came here would know they weren't supposed to be here. That night, the quiet returned, but it felt heavier. I double-checked every door and window, locking them tight. I even moved a few chairs in front of the doors just in case. Something about those prints stayed with me. Years of police work taught me to trust my gut, and it was telling me something wasn't right. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a sound outside. It wasn't an animal. These were slow, heavy footsteps, moving around the cabin. I grabbed my gun from the nightstand and got up. My heart was pounding as I crept to the window. Through the fog, I saw someone standing at the edge of the trees. They weren't moving, just standing there watching the cabin. I stayed near the window, gun in hand, waiting to see what they'd do. After what felt like hours, they slowly turned and walked back into the woods, disappearing into the fog. The next morning, I went outside to check around the cabin. There were more boot prints circling the place this time. On the front door, I found a long, deep scratch, like someone had dragged a knife across it. I decided I'd had enough and started packing up to leave. As I loaded my truck, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A trail of blood leading from the woods to the back of the cabin. I followed it, my stomach churning. It led to a spot behind the cabin where I found a crude trap made of barbed wire and wood. Whatever had been caught in it was gone, but the blood trail showed it had been dragged away. I didn't want to imagine who had set the trap or why, but it was clear it wasn't for animals. I locked up the cabin and left. I drove straight to the nearest town and told the sheriff everything I had seen. They said they'd check it out, but I knew they wouldn't find anything. Whoever was out there knew how to stay hidden, and they weren't sloppy. I've never gone back to the cabin. The thought of being up there alone again makes my skin crawl. The thing is, I can't stop thinking about the person I saw. They knew I was inside that night. They didn't try to break in or attack, they just watched. It wasn't random. They were waiting for something. What scares me most is the thought that maybe they're still out there, moving through the woods, looking for the next cabin. Or worse, waiting for me to come back. I used to visit my grandmother's cabin every summer. It was a small, old place at the edge of a quiet village, surrounded by open fields and thick woods. The air always smelled fresh, like grass and dirt, and the nights were so quiet you could hear every creak of the old wooden floors. I loved being there, but one summer changed everything for me. I got there late in the afternoon. The village felt different, quieter, almost empty. Grandma had mentioned some people had seen strangers hanging around, but I didn't think much of it. It was a small place, so anyone new would seem out of place. I unpacked quickly, trying to settle in. The cabin smelled like it always did, like old wood, and the herbs Grandma hung in bundles on the walls. The first few days went by without anything strange happening. I helped Grandma in the garden behind the cabin, went for long walks in the fields, and spent time fixing little things around the place. But one evening, as I sat outside watching the sunset, something caught my eye. Far off, near the woods, someone was standing completely still. They were too far for me to make out their face, but I could tell they were facing the cabin. I waved, thinking it might be someone from the village, but they didn't move. They just stood there watching. It made me feel uneasy, so I went back inside and locked the door. I rarely locked the cabin, it never felt necessary here. But this time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe someone waiting for someone else, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. That night, I woke up to a noise. It was faint, like someone lightly tapping on the window. My body froze, and I held my breath, listening. The tapping stopped, and then I heard slow, soft footsteps on the porch. The cabin was old, and every step on the porch made a loud creak. I could hear each step, slow and steady, coming toward the front door. My chest tightened, and my heart was beating so hard I was sure they could hear it. The steps stopped, and everything went quiet for what felt like forever. Then I heard the back door handle rattle. My stomach dropped as I realized whoever it was trying to get in. I grabbed the small pocket knife I kept by my bed and crept low to the floor. There was no phone signal out here, so calling for help wasn't an option. I stayed quiet, waiting for any more sounds. The rattling stopped, and for a moment I thought they had given up. But then I heard footsteps again. This time they were outside the window near the garden. I carefully peeked out through a small gap in the curtain and saw two people. They were crouched low, moving toward the garden shed where Grandma kept her tools. They were trying to stay hidden. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the dark with the knife in my hand, listening for any sound. When the first light of morning came, they were gone. I checked the shed and found the lock broken, but nothing seemed to be taken. Grandma came back from the village that morning, and I told her everything. She didn't say much, just that we needed to be more careful. That evening, she locked all the doors and windows before the sun went down and handed me an old rifle. "You might need this," she said. I stayed up again that night, sitting in the kitchen with the rifle on the table. Around midnight, I saw movement near the garden. This time, there were 3 of them. They stayed farther back, but they were still watching. The next day, Grandma told me she'd heard stories from nearby villages, tools and food being stolen, homes broken into. These weren't locals, she said, but strangers, desperate, dangerous people. I left the cabin a week earlier than planned. I couldn't relax there anymore. Every sound made me jump. As much as I loved that place, it didn't feel safe. It's been years since I've been back. Grandma still lives there, and she says everything is fine now. But when I think of those nights, I feel a deep, cold fear in my chest. I still wonder what would have happened if they had gotten inside. And sometimes, late at night, I dream about the cabin. I see the figures standing just beyond the light, their faces hidden, their shapes blending into the dark. And I wake up wondering if they ever left at all, or if they're just waiting for someone else to come back. I hadn't seen my ex-wife's sister, Karen, in years. When she called out of nowhere and asked me to help her with some work at her cabin, I didn't know what to say at first. She said she needed help clearing out some bushes and fixing a few things before winter came. I thought about saying no, but I didn't have much going on anyway. Spending a weekend in the woods sounded better than sitting around my small apartment. The cabin was far out in the forest, way past where my phone worked or the roads were paved. I got there in the early afternoon. Karen was already unloading tools from her truck when I pulled up. She waved and pointed to the tool shed. We didn't talk much. We just got to work cutting branches, fixing loose boards on the cabin, and stacking wood for the fireplace. By the time the sun started going down, I was wiped out. Karen looked just as tired. The sun cast long, dark shadows across the clearing. Karen said she'd finish stacking the firewood while I cleaned up inside. The cabin was small, just one big room with a little loft above. I swept up the dirt and wood chips from the day's work and got a fire going in the old fireplace. The sound of the crackling logs broke the quiet. For a moment, it felt calm. Karen came in as it got dark, her cheeks red from the cold. We ate some canned soup and bread in silence, then sat by the fire. Outside, the woods were pitch black. I forgot how dark it gets when you're far from streetlights. I was starting to feel relaxed when I heard something. A faint crunching sound, like someone stepping on gravel outside. I looked at Karen to see if she noticed, but she didn't react. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the sound didn't stop. It got closer, moving slowly around the cabin. My chest felt tight as I listened. It wasn't the kind of noise an animal makes. It sounded like footsteps, steady and careful. Karen must have felt me tense up because she stopped what she was doing and looked toward the door. Without saying anything, she grabbed a flashlight and pointed it out the window. The beam lit up the trees, but there was nothing there, just darkness. The second she turned the flashlight off, the noise started again, this time right outside the cabin. I walked to the door and locked it, feeling stupid for not doing it earlier. The sound stopped right after I turned the lock. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. It was thick, like the air was holding its breath. Karen put the flashlight down, her face tight with worry. I didn't know if she was as scared as I was, but I couldn't pretend it wasn't freaking me out. I tried to convince myself it was just some hunter or a kid playing a prank. We decided to go to bed. Karen climbed up to the loft, and I stayed on the couch near the fire. I laid there for hours, staring at the ceiling and listening. Every little creak of the cabin made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching. Around midnight, the noise came back. Footsteps, slow and steady, moving across the porch. Then the doorknob rattled. My stomach dropped. Someone was definitely outside. I sat up, frozen, staring at the door. The rattling stopped, but the footsteps didn't. They kept moving, circling the cabin again and again. I didn't wake Karen. What would I even say? Instead, I grabbed the hatchet we'd used earlier and held it tight. My hands were sweaty, and my heart was racing. The footsteps stopped by the back window. I held my breath, waiting. Then I heard a soft tapping on the glass. I didn't move. The tapping grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't random. It was like whoever or whatever was out there wanted me to know they were there. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than before. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun finally came up, Karen climbed down from the loft, yawning. She asked if I had slept, but before I could answer, she froze. Her eyes locked on the back window. I turned to see what she was looking at. The glass was covered in muddy handprints. They were smeared, like whoever made them had pressed their palms and fingers against the window again and again. But what made my stomach drop was the size. The prints weren't big. They were small, like a child's hands. I grabbed my bag and told Karen we needed to leave. I didn't care about finishing the work anymore. But as we stepped outside, I noticed something even worse. The muddy prints weren't just on the window. They were on the walls, the porch, even the door. They were everywhere. And they weren't leading away from the cabin. They were leading in. It was a cold, rainy night, and I was in the middle of nowhere. I had rented a small cabin for a few days to get away from the noise of the city. The cabin was deep in the woods, far from the nearest town. It was so quiet out there that it felt heavy, broken only by the sound of rain hitting the roof and the creaks of the old wooden floorboards. I had one small lamp turned on, but its light barely reached the corners of the room. Outside, the rain poured down without stopping, and the wind roared through the trees. The power had been acting up all evening, flickering on and off. I wasn't sure how much longer it would stay on. I tried to keep myself busy by reading, but every little noise made me stop and listen. A branch falling, tree limbs scratching against the window. The storm sounded like it was trying to push the walls of the cabin inward. Around midnight, I decided to go to bed. I made sure the doors were locked, checked all the windows, and pulled the curtains shut. As I lay in bed, the sound of the rain seemed to grow louder. It wasn't just the rain hitting the roof anymore. It sounded heavier, like something was moving around outside. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but then I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps on the wooden porch. My chest tightened, and my heart started pounding. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon looking for food. But the steps didn't stop. They moved across the porch, pausing near the door. I lay frozen, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Then I heard the doorknob rattle. I stopped breathing. Someone was trying to get in. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand and quietly crept out of bed. I moved slowly to the living room, careful not to make a sound. The rattling stopped, but then I heard heavy breathing on the other side of the door. My stomach turned as I checked the lock. It was still secure, but knowing someone was that close to me made my skin crawl. I peeked through the curtains, but the rain blurred everything outside. The flashlight's beam reflected off the window, and I quickly turned it off, cursing myself for the slip. I backed away into the shadows, my hands shaking. The breathing outside got louder. Then came a scraping sound against the door. It was slow and deliberate, like metal dragging across the wood. A knife, maybe. I stood there, frozen, trying to think. If I made any noise, it might make things worse. If I stayed quiet, whoever it was might break in. Then the power went out. The lamp flickered once before going dark, leaving the cabin pitch black. My heart sank. I could hear footsteps again, this time moving along the side of the cabin, heading toward the back. That's when I remembered the kitchen window didn't lock properly. I moved quickly but quietly, grabbing a knife from the counter and crouching behind the table. The rain was the only sound for a moment, but then I saw a shadow outside the kitchen window. Whoever it was tried to push it open, but the window stuck halfway. I could hear them muttering under their breath, though the rain drowned out most of it. I didn't wait to see what they would do next. My hands were shaking, but I managed to grab my car keys from the counter. Without thinking, I bolted for the front door. I threw it open and ran out into the rain. The cold water soaked me instantly, but I didn't care. Behind me, I heard a loud shout, followed by quick footsteps. Someone was chasing me. I made it to my car, fumbling with the keys as my hands slipped from the rain. I finally got the door open, jumped in, and slammed it shut. I started the car and hit the gas, the tires spinning on the muddy ground before I sped off down the narrow road. In the rearview mirror, I could see someone standing in the rain, just outside the cabin. They didn't run after me. They just stood there watching completely still. The sight of them burned into my mind. I didn't stop driving until I reached a gas station miles away. I called the police and told them everything. They said they'd check the cabin. When I followed up, they told me they hadn't found anything. No footprints, no signs of someone being there. Just the rain washing everything away. I never went back to that cabin. But every time it rains, I think about that night. I think about the figure outside the window and the sound of metal scraping the door. And I can't shake the feeling that whoever was out there wasn't just passing through. They were waiting, and they might still be waiting for someone else to find that cabin. I had been excited about this trip for weeks. Just me, my bike, and a quiet cabin in the woods. The plan was simple. Ride during the day, relax at the cabin at night, and just take a break from everything. The cabin was small but comfortable, sitting on the edge of a thick forest. The road to get there was rough gravel, with only a few houses scattered here and there. It felt far away from everything, and that was exactly what I wanted. The first 2 days went perfectly. I'd ride along the trails, stop to take in the views, and enjoy the silence. In the evening, I'd head back to the cabin, make something quick to eat, and fall asleep listening to the forest. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful, but I liked it. On the third day, I decided to check out a longer trail I had seen on the map. It went deep into the forest, and I thought it would be a nice challenge. I packed some water and snacks, planning to get back by late afternoon. The trail was harder than I expected, with steep climbs and thick plants growing over parts of the path. I didn't realize how far I'd gone until the sun started to sink behind the trees. I turned around and rode as fast as I could, hoping to get back to the cabin before it got too dark. As I got closer to the cabin, I noticed something strange. The gravel road, which was usually empty, had fresh tire tracks on it. They looked big, like from a truck. I didn't remember seeing any cars or trucks the day before, and there were no other cabins nearby. At first, I thought maybe someone was lost or making a delivery, but it felt wrong. When I got to the cabin, the first thing I noticed was the door. It was open, just a little swinging in the wind. My stomach dropped. I was sure I had locked it before leaving. I stopped my bike a few feet away and listened, but the woods were quiet except for the wind in the trees. I slowly walked up to the door, my hands shaking, and pushed it open. Inside, everything looked normal at first. My bag was still next to the couch, and the kitchen counter looked like I had left it. But then I noticed my water bottle. I had left it on the table, but now it was on the floor. It wasn't knocked over, it was just sitting there, like someone had picked it up and put it down in a different spot. My heart started pounding. I checked the bedroom and the tiny bathroom. No one was there. Trying to convince myself it was nothing, I locked the door again and wedged a chair under the handle for extra safety. I thought about leaving, but it was too dark to ride back safely. I told myself I'd leave first thing in the morning. That night I couldn't sleep. Every little sound made me jump. Just after midnight I heard it, footsteps. They were slow and steady, moving around the cabin. My body froze. The steps circled the cabin, crunching on the gravel outside. At one point, they stopped near the window by the kitchen. I stared at the curtain, barely breathing, praying they wouldn't move. The footsteps started again, fading into the woods. I didn't move for the rest of the night. I clutched a kitchen knife I had grabbed earlier, my heart pounding so hard I thought whoever was out there might hear it. When the sun finally came up, I grabbed my stuff, threw it on the bike, and took off. I didn't even look back. I pedaled hard, my legs burning, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. About a mile down the road, I saw something that stopped me cold. Just off the trail, hidden behind some bushes, was a small campsite. There was a fire pit, a chair, and a tarp strung between two trees. It hadn't been there before, and it was close enough to the cabin to explain the footsteps. Someone had been staying there, close enough to watch me. I didn't stop to look any closer. I kept riding until I reached the main road. I've never gone back to that cabin. Even now, I still think about those footsteps and the campsite. But what scares me the most isn't what happened that night. It's what didn't. Whoever was out there wasn't just watching. They were waiting for me to leave or for the right moment to come inside. I rented a small cabin in the woods for a weekend, just me and my dog, Rusty. We'd done some hiking before, so I thought he'd enjoy the quiet and peace away from the busy city. The cabin was old but sturdy, sitting alone on a little hill, surrounded by thick woods. I parked the car, grabbed the bags, and let Rusty out. He took off right away, running excitedly into the trees, tail wagging. It was a quiet spot with no other houses for miles. I spent the first evening settling in, unpacking my things and making the place feel like home. The air was cool, and the sun was setting, shining through the trees and making everything feel peaceful. Rusty, usually full of energy, calmed down and curled up next to the fire while I cooked. As night settled in, things started to feel off. Rusty suddenly growled, staring out the window into the trees. At first, I thought it was nothing, but then I heard it too. Something moving outside, faint sounds in the bushes. I thought it might be a deer or maybe a raccoon. But then Rusty stood up, his ears flat against his head, and he gave a deep growl that sent a chill down my spine. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling that something was wrong wouldn't go away. The noises kept coming, circling the cabin. Sometimes they were close, sometimes far away, but always there. I checked the doors and windows to make sure everything was locked. Rusty kept staring at the door, his eyes wide and fixed. I was starting to get worried, but I tried to stay calm for his sake. The hours dragged on, and the sounds grew louder, closer. At one point, I heard something heavy hit the side of the cabin. Rusty charged to the door, barking loudly, but I held him back. My heart was racing. Whatever was outside wasn't just passing by. It was moving around with purpose, like it was waiting for something. I grabbed a flashlight, holding it tightly in my hands. The noises stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. I stepped out onto the porch and shined the light across the dark woods. Rusty stood by my side, tense, his body rigid. The forest was eerily still, no wind, no animals. Just complete quiet. Then, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A shadow moving fast, low to the ground, almost on all fours, but not quite human. I rushed back inside, slammed the door, and locked it. Rusty was frantic now, scratching at the door, growling louder than I'd ever heard him before. Outside, the sound started up again, but this time, it wasn't just rustling. There were loud thumps against the walls and sharp scratching noises, like claws dragging along the wood. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. I was completely alone, miles from anyone. I couldn't stop thinking. Whatever was out there wasn't going to leave easily. My mind raced as I tried to think of what to do. The cabin wasn't strong enough to hold off whatever was out there, and I didn't have a way to fight back. The night dragged on. I stayed close to Rusty, trying to keep him calm. Every noise, every movement outside made my heart race. At one point, I heard a loud crash, a heavy thud against the back door. I jumped, feeling my heart jump into my throat. I grabbed a fire poker and held it in front of me, ready to defend myself. I could hear breathing outside, low and heavy, too close. Rusty barked again, his voice now full of panic. I heard the sound of a car engine in the distance, and for the first time all night, I felt a small wave of relief. The noises outside stopped, and the air seemed to lift a little. A truck pulled up to the cabin, its headlights sweeping across the porch. The driver, a park ranger, got out and walked toward the cabin cautiously. He looked at the cabin and asked, "You okay?" I just nodded. I couldn't speak. I was too scared. The ranger quickly checked around the cabin, then moved to the back. He came back a few minutes later, his face serious. "I don't know what it was, but you're lucky you're okay," he said. "There's something moving through the area. Big, fast, but not an animal. I'm not sure what it is, but it's been causing problems for a while." I didn't want to know more. I didn't care what it was. The ranger stayed the rest of the night watching the area. The morning felt like a relief, but it was different, calm, but with something still hanging in the air. I felt like the woods were still watching, waiting. When I left the cabin the next day, I locked the door behind me, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never come back to that place. The fear from that night didn't leave me, and every time I hear something moving in the woods now, I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, whatever had been watching me from the trees, is still out there, waiting for the right moment to return. Last summer, 2016, I rented a small cabin deep in the woods for a weekend getaway. I wanted to be alone, just me, a hammock, and time to think. The cabin was far from the nearest town, down a dirt road, and surrounded by trees. The only sounds were the wind in the leaves and the occasional rustling of animals. It seemed perfect. I got there in the late afternoon. I unpacked my stuff and set up near the porch. The cabin felt old, like no one had been there in a long time. But it didn't bother me. I liked being away from everything. I had my books, snacks, and the whole weekend to myself. After settling in, I took a walk through the woods to get familiar with the place. The trees were thick, and the air was damp, still, and quiet. I didn't think much of it, just thinking it was the kind of silence you don't get in the city. By the time I came back to the cabin, the sun was low, casting long shadows through the trees. I started a fire in the fireplace and made myself dinner. I felt comfortable, but something didn't feel right. It was like someone was watching me, though every time I turned around, there was no one there. Around 10 p.m., I was sitting on the porch, staring at the fire when I heard something. Heavy footsteps moving through the brush near the trees. My heart started beating faster. I thought it was probably a deer or another animal, but the sound was too slow and deliberate. It was too close to be random. I froze, trying to listen. The footsteps stopped. Then, I heard another sound, a twig snapping. Quickly looked around. There was nothing. The shadows in the trees were thick, and I couldn't see past them. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was nothing. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. I couldn't shake the idea that someone was out there, just out of sight. That night, I locked all the doors and windows and double-checked everything before bed. The cabin was so quiet before, but now every little noise, creaking floorboards, the wind against the walls, sounded like something else. I stayed up late, barely sleeping, listening to every sound. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I didn't finally fall asleep until early morning, too tired to stay awake anymore. When I woke up, the sunlight was already coming through the window. But something was different. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating. I got up, went to the window, and froze. There were fresh footprints all around the cabin. They circled the whole cabin, stopping at the porch steps and then coming to a halt at the door. These weren't animal prints. They were boots. Someone had been outside my cabin all night, walking around. I checked the door locks. Everything was still secure, but a cold panic started to take over. I quickly packed my things, grabbing only what I needed. I knew I had to leave. The woods weren't peaceful anymore, and whoever had been out there was still nearby, maybe even watching. I hurried down the gravel road, my heart racing. It wasn't until I finally reached the main highway that I started to breathe again. But the silence of the woods, the fresh footprints, and that feeling of being followed stuck with me. I didn't know who or what had been out there, but I knew one thing. I was never coming back to that cabin. As I drove away, the only thing I could think about was how close that person had been. The footsteps were right there, right outside, and yet I had never seen anyone. I looked in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing on the road behind me, but there was nothing. That's when I understood how wrong it had all felt. I had been alone in that cabin, but someone else had been much closer than I thought. The trees, the quiet, none of it had been peaceful. It had been empty for a reason. I don't know who was out there or what they wanted, but I still feel like they're watching me. Even now, the woods don't forget. They don't let go. And sometimes, when it's too quiet, I wonder if that person is still out there, waiting for me to come back. Maybe next time they won't just walk around the cabin. Maybe next time they'll come inside. We planned the weekend to be calm and quiet. My wife, who's a cop, and I, a retired sergeant, rented a small cabin deep in the woods. We needed time to get away from everything, to escape the stress of our jobs. The place was far from anyone else, just how we wanted. No neighbors, no phone service, nothing but us and the sound of the forest. The cabin was basic. It had one bedroom, a little kitchen, and a small living room with a wood stove. That first evening was peaceful. The only sounds were the fire popping in the stove and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind outside. My wife was curled up on the couch with a book, and I was staring into the fire, letting the quiet sink in. The first night was uneventful, just the kind of peace we were looking for. But on the second day, something felt off. In the afternoon, I went outside to chop some firewood. The trees around the cabin were thick, and their shadows stretched across the ground as the sun began to dip lower. I'd been chopping for a while when I noticed something strange. Footprints in the dirt behind the cabin. They weren't ours. They were fresh, leading off into the woods. I stood there for a long time, just staring at them, trying to figure out who they could belong to. We hadn't seen anyone since we arrived. Curiosity got the better of me, and I followed them for a short distance, but they disappeared into the trees, swallowed by the undergrowth. That evening, we made sure to lock all the doors and windows. I wasn't exactly scared, but those footprints stayed on my mind. My wife didn't say much, but I noticed she kept her gun close. I did the same, keeping my old pistol nearby. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. There was a sound outside, faint but clear. It was like footsteps crunching on dry leaves, but there weren't any leaves near the cabin. I lay still, listening. The noise grew louder, moving closer to the window near the bed. My heart started racing, but I didn't move. My wife stirred, but I gently rested my hand on her arm, trying to keep her still. The sound shifted, now moving to the back of the cabin. I got up quietly and crept to the window, pulling the curtain back just a little to look outside. Nothing, just the darkness and the faint outlines of trees in the moonlight. Then I heard it again, this time at the front door. A soft knock, slow and steady. We didn't answer. We stayed completely still, barely even breathing. Minutes passed. The knocking stopped, and everything went silent. But the feeling that someone was out there watching didn't go away. The night felt like it stretched on forever. Every creak and groan of the cabin made my skin crawl. By morning, we found scratches on the front door. They were deep, deliberate marks like someone or something had been testing the wood. The footprints were back too, circling the cabin this time. Neither of us said a word as we packed up our stuff. We both knew it wasn't safe to stay. As we loaded the car, I glanced toward the trees. Something moved, just for a second, but I saw it. A person standing just inside the shadows. They were dressed in dark clothing, their face hidden. I stared, trying to get a better look, but they stepped back into the trees, disappearing as quickly as they had appeared. I pointed it out to my wife, but by the time she looked, they were gone. We left without wasting another second. The narrow dirt road leading out of the woods felt endless. My wife kept looking in the rearview mirror, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Even now, back home, I can't stop thinking about it. I've been through a lot in my time, but this was different. This wasn't random. Whoever was out there wasn't just passing by. They were watching us. They knew what they were doing. Last night, I found scratches on our back door. Same deep, deliberate marks. I didn't tell my wife. I didn't sleep. And now I'm wondering how far they'll follow us and what they're waiting for. I wasn't happy when my boss, Mr. Phelps, asked me to spend the weekend at his family cabin to talk about work ideas. It felt strange, but I didn't want to seem like I wasn't trying hard enough. He called it a team-building trip, even though it was just the two of us. The cabin was a few hours away, deep in the woods. I kept telling myself it would be fine. A chance to impress him and maybe even relax a bit. The cabin was old and far from everything. It sat near a small lake, and the nearest town was a good 30-minute drive. My phone stopped working halfway up the bumpy dirt road. Mr. Phelps seemed totally comfortable as he unpacked groceries and work files. Meanwhile, I was looking around the place. It smelled like wet wood, and the walls made noises whenever I moved. I had this weird feeling like someone was watching me, but I figured it was just because I wasn't used to being out here. That first night, we worked on some reports. The cabin was freezing, even with the fireplace going. Around midnight, Mr. Phelps said he was going to bed, leaving me alone in the dim living room. I stayed up a little longer to go over some papers. It was so quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel small. The only sounds were tree branches tapping against the windows once in a while. As I sat there, I thought I heard something outside. It was faint, like someone walking on gravel. I stopped what I was doing and listened. The sound disappeared. I told myself it was probably just an animal and tried to focus on my work. But a few minutes later, I heard it again, this time closer. I got up and looked out the window, but it was pitch black. Couldn't see a thing. The next morning, I mentioned it to Mr. Phelps, but he just laughed and said the woods were full of animals. We spent the day working and fishing at the lake. I tried to relax, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. That night, before bed, I made sure every door and window was locked. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of floorboards creaking. At first, I thought it was Mr. Phelps, but then I heard it again. The steps were slow and heavy, nothing like his. My chest tightened as I grabbed my phone, only to remember there was no service. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. I stayed completely still, staring at the gap under the door. A shadow moved, and I could hear quiet breathing. My heart was pounding, and my hands were shaking. I grabbed a lamp from the nightstand, holding it like a weapon. The door creaked open slowly, and I swung as hard as I could. I hit nothing but air. The hallway was empty, but Mr. Phelps' bedroom door was wide open. I called his name, but no one answered. I stepped into his room, and my stomach dropped. His bed was empty, the covers neatly pulled back like he'd never gone to sleep. His bag and car keys were gone too. I searched the entire cabin, but there was no sign of him. I stayed awake the rest of the night, gripping the lamp and jumping at every little sound. When the sun came up, I grabbed my stuff and started walking down the road, not caring about anything except getting out of there. I finally made it to a small town and called the police. They searched the cabin and the woods around it, but they didn't find Mr. Phelps or any sign of what happened to him. His car was still there, and all the doors were locked from the inside. Weeks passed, and nothing came from the investigation. I quit my job not long after. Every time I think about that night, I feel sick. I don't know if Mr. Phelps planned something strange, or if we crossed paths with someone or something out there. The scariest part? Last week, I got a plain envelope in the mail. Inside was a single piece of paper with just 3 words, "See you soon. I haven't slept since." The cabin was old, barely standing on its shaky foundation. My friend Jake convinced me to spend the weekend there. It belonged to his grandmother and was deep in the woods. He said it was quiet and far away from everything with no cell service. That last part sounded terrible, but I agreed to go anyway. When we got there, the place looked abandoned. The wooden steps groaned loudly when we walked on them. The windows were covered in dirt, and the air smelled damp and musty. Inside, most of the furniture was covered with old sheets, and spiderwebs hung in every corner. There was a fireplace, but the ashes inside looked like they had been sitting there for years. It felt like stepping back in time, and not in a good way. Jake started cleaning up while I looked around. The kitchen was a mess. Rusty pots and pans hung on the walls, and the cupboards were full of canned food so old the labels were faded. At first, I thought it was funny, like finding something out of an old movie, but the longer I stayed in the cabin, the less I liked it. It didn't feel right. That night, we lit a fire in the fireplace and sat in the dim light. The forest outside was pitch black, and every sound made me nervous. Branches snapped, and bushes rustled like something, or someone, was moving around out there. Jake said it was just animals, probably raccoons or deer, but it felt too close, too purposeful. The next morning, Jake said we should check out an old shed nearby. His grandmother used to keep tools there, he said. It wasn't far, just a short walk through the trees. When we found it, the shed was even worse than the cabin. The door was falling off, and inside was a mess of broken tools and rotting wood. That's when we saw them. Footprints, fresh ones, in the dirt floor of the shed. At first, Jake laughed and said maybe an animal had wandered in, but these weren't animal tracks. They were human, bare feet. The prints led out of the shed and into the woods. We followed them, even though something in my gut told me we shouldn't. The prints went on for a while but vanished near a small stream. The whole time, I felt like someone was watching us. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. When we got back to the cabin, the front door was open. We had locked it before we left. Nothing inside seemed moved, but the air felt heavier, like the walls were closing in. Jake tried to act calm, but I could see in his face that he was scared too. That night, the noises outside were louder. Heavy footsteps, not the light steps of animals. They moved around the cabin, pausing by the windows. I sat on the couch, frozen, clutching a flashlight. Jake was by the fireplace, staring at the door. Just after midnight, the noises stopped. At first, it was a relief, but the silence that followed was worse. It was so quiet that even the creak of the wood under my feet sounded deafening. Couldn't sleep. Every second dragged on, and I kept waiting for something to happen. When the sun finally came up, we grabbed our things and got out of there. We didn't talk as we packed, and we didn't look back when we left. Outside, we saw them again. Footprints. barefoot just like the ones in the shed. They circled the cabin, stopped by each window, and disappeared into the woods. Weeks later, Jake called me. He said he had asked his grandmother about the cabin. She told him nobody had lived anywhere near it for years.
No neighbors.
No hikers passing through. There was no one who should have been out there. I still think about those footprints. Someone was there. They knew we were inside, and they wanted us to know they had been watching us. And the worst part? The way the footprints circled the cabin. It was like they were looking for a way in. I needed a quiet place to work on my research. The university lab was too noisy, and I was running out of time to finish my project. I studied bugs that live off other creatures, tiny ones that survive in harsh conditions. I found a cabin deep in the woods, far away from everything. It seemed perfect, quiet, alone, and in the middle of nature where I could find all the bugs I needed. The cabin was small, just one bedroom, a little kitchen, and a desk by the window. The forest outside was thick, with trees so close together that sunlight barely got through. The air was full of buzzing and chirping, the sounds of bugs and birds. Felt perfect for what I needed. On my first day, I set up my traps and tools. By evening, I already had a jar full of bugs, ticks, beetles, and some weird little worm-like things I couldn't name right away. By the second night, I noticed something strange. The traps close to the cabin were overflowing, but the ones further away were completely empty. It was like all the bugs were staying near me. I thought it was just a weird coincidence and went back to work. On the third morning, I woke up with a red, itchy rash all over my arms. It burned, and the itch was so bad I wanted to claw at my skin. I figured it was from handling the bugs, even though I hadn't been bitten. I put on some cream and tried not to think about it. That night, I heard scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. At first, I thought it might be mice, but it didn't sound right. It wasn't random like mice scurrying. It was steady, like something was trying to get in. I checked the walls and even went outside to look around, but didn't find anything. When I came back in, the sound stopped. By the fourth day, the rash had spread to my chest and neck. I felt weak and dizzy, like I had a fever. I decided to stop collecting bugs for the day and just study the ones I'd already caught. When I looked at the weird worms under the microscope, I noticed they had tiny hooks all over their bodies, the kind of thing that lets them dig into skin. They didn't look like any bugs I'd ever seen before. While I was studying them, a sharp pain shot through my arm. I looked down and saw one of the worms crawling on my skin. I smashed it, but I couldn't figure out how it got out of the sealed jars. The pain didn't stop, though. It felt like something was moving under my skin. I told myself I was just imagining it and went to bed early, completely worn out. The next morning, I woke up drenched in sweat. The rash had turned into small, swollen blisters. Worse, I could feel something crawling inside my arms. My heart raced as I grabbed some tweezers and carefully opened one of the blisters. A tiny worm wriggled out, alive and squirming. My stomach turned, and my hands shook. That's when I realized the worms weren't just in the jars. They were inside me. I freaked out. I packed my things, ready to leave as fast as I could. But when I opened the door, I froze. The ground outside wasn't still. It was moving. Thousands of bugs were crawling toward the cabin, covering the ground like a living carpet. They were all heading for me. I slammed the door and pushed furniture against it. The scratching started again, louder this time, coming from every wall. I sat in the corner, clutching a can of bug spray, feeling the worms writhing under my skin. The scratching stopped sometime in the middle of the night, but I couldn't bring myself to look outside. The silence felt wrong, heavy. I didn't sleep at all. At first light, I made a run for my car. The bugs were gone, but the forest felt empty, like it was holding its breath. I didn't trust it. I sped to the nearest hospital, and the doctors pulled dozens of worms out of my arms, chest, and back. They said they'd never seen anything like it. Weeks later, back in the city, I tried to tell people what happened. No one believed me. The samples I brought were brushed off as ordinary parasites. They said I must have imagined the rest, maybe from stress or exhaustion. But I know what I saw. Sometimes at night, I still feel them crawling under my skin. The doctors said they got them all out, but I'm not so sure. And every now and then, I wake up to a faint scratching sound, like something trying to get in, or worse, trying to get out. I've never been fond of the idea of staying at that cabin. It wasn't even ours. It belonged to one of my dad's friends, a cop who had a way of making everyone feel uneasy. He wasn't the friendliest guy, but Dad thought it'd be a good chance for me to clear my head for the weekend. I didn't really have a choice. So, I packed up my things and drove out to this old cabin, way out in the woods, with barely any signs of life around. When I got there, the cabin looked old and run down, but it was still standing. The wooden floor creaked under my feet, and the whole place smelled dusty, like it hadn't been touched in years. The nearest neighbor was miles away, so the place felt pretty isolated. To top it off, there was no cell signal. I tried not to think about it too much. It was just a couple of days. I could handle it. The first day went by fine. I kept busy with chopping wood, reading an old book I found in the cabin, and cooking whatever I could manage. But when the sun went down, the forest around me turned pitch black. There were no streetlights, no other houses in sight. The darkness felt suffocating, like the cabin was the only thing left in the world. That night, I woke up to a sound. It was faint at first, almost like a light tapping, coming from outside. I thought it was probably just an animal, but the tapping didn't stop. It was too controlled, too deliberate. My heart started racing. I stayed still in bed, trying to convince myself it was nothing, but the sound kept going. It started to move around the cabin, tapping on the walls, the windows, even the door. I couldn't stand it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and tiptoed to the window, trying to see what was out there. I shone the light outside, but there was nothing, just the porch empty. The tapping had stopped, and I felt a momentary sense of relief. But as I lay back down, I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. In the morning, I checked outside, looking for any signs of what might have caused the noise. No animal tracks, no broken branches, no scratches on the walls. Nothing at all. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling stuck with me all day. That night, it happened again. This time, it wasn't tapping, it was louder. The sound was like someone was banging on the walls, the windows, pounding at the door. I stayed in bed, paralyzed, listening as the noise circled the cabin again. Then suddenly, it stopped. Not a single sound. I thought it might have gone away, but then I heard a creak on the porch. It sounded like someone was standing there. I could hear the doorknob turning, slowly, as if they were trying to get in. I grabbed the closest thing I could find for protection, a fire poker from the fireplace. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely hold on to it. I stood there in the dark, not daring to move or make a sound, hoping whatever was out there would just leave. For what felt like hours, there was nothing. Then, finally, the sound stopped. I waited until the first light of morning to leave. When I opened the door to head out, I stopped dead in my tracks. Something was hanging on the porch, just a piece of fabric, tied to the railing. It was part of a police uniform. My stomach dropped. The man my dad had borrowed the cabin from was a cop. I didn't stick around. I rushed back to my car and sped down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. Later, I asked my dad if his friend had been up to the cabin recently or if he'd been anywhere nearby. Dad gave me a strange look, like I was overreacting, and told me his friend had been missing for weeks. I didn't mention anything about the tapping, the pounding, or the piece of fabric. But now, I can't stop thinking about it. What if his friend was never really missing? What if he had been up there all along? And what if it wasn't him who came to visit me in the night? What if there was someone else out there, wearing his uniform, pretending to be him? The thought makes my skin crawl. I'm not sure I'll ever know the full story, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched in that cabin. It's a feeling I can still sense, even now. I sometimes wonder if the same thing happens to anyone else who stays there. I wouldn't be surprised if they never make it out. It was a cold, rainy night when I pulled up to the cabin. The kind of rain that doesn't stop, just falls and falls, hitting the roof over and over, like tiny drumbeats. I'd been driving for what felt like forever, and the weather only seemed to get worse as I went further. I just wanted some peace, to be alone for the weekend. Just me, the cabin, and the storm outside. The cabin was small, hidden away in the woods, not far from a lake. This wasn't my first time here, but each time I came, it felt more isolated. Tonight was no different. After I unloaded my things, I settled in by the fireplace, watching the flames flicker and crackle. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, making everything feel quieter. It was the kind of night that makes you feel like you're the last person left in the world. As the hours passed, the rain picked up, pouring harder and harder. I tried to distract myself with the radio, but all I got was static and crackling. That's when I heard it. A knock. It was quiet but clear. My body froze. The knock came from the back door. I couldn't remember if I had locked it when I came in. It was an old door with a simple latch. For a moment, I told myself it was probably the wind, but then the knock came again. Clear, like someone was standing right outside. A cold feeling washed over me. There was no one for miles around. My heart started to race as I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and made my way to the back of the cabin. The rain hammered against the windows, and the darkness outside felt deeper than usual. I stood by the door, flashlight shaking in my hand. My breathing was loud in my ears, and all I could hear was the pounding rain and my heart thumping in my chest. Slowly, I reached for the door handle. Every part of me screamed not to open it, but I did. Nothing. No one was there. I looked around the yard, but all I saw was mud and rain pooling on the ground. I checked the porch and the windows. Still nothing. It didn't make sense. I locked the door again and stood there for a few minutes, trying to shake off the feeling in my stomach. Maybe I was just imagining things, I thought, but then I heard it again. A noise soft but clear. Footsteps, crunching on the wet leaves, right outside the window. I moved quickly to the side of the cabin, keeping low. I peered through the window, breathing fogging up the glass. The darkness outside was thick, but I could still see enough to know there was no one there. Nothing moved, but I had the feeling that something was wrong. My hands were sweating as I grabbed my keys and phone. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but I couldn't think straight. Then I heard it. The door behind me creaked open, slow and heavy. I whipped around. The air was thick, and I felt like something was closing in on me. That's when I saw it. Something dark moving just beyond the trees. It wasn't an animal or the wind. It was a person, a figure, not big, but clear enough to see in the dark. They were walking slowly toward the cabin. I didn't wait. I ran. I bolted, slipping in the mud, not caring about anything except getting to my car. The rain was deafening, and the wind pushed against me, but I didn't dare look back. When I reached the car, I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The headlights flickered on, lighting up the cabin for a second. I could see the dark outline of the place behind me. I didn't know who or what it was, but I wasn't staying to find out. I sped down the road, the rain so heavy I could barely see. My heart was still racing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that someone was watching me from the darkness. I tried to calm myself as I hit the main road, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands gripping the wheel tight. But just as I turned a corner, I looked in the rearview mirror, and that's when my blood ran cold. The lights in the cabin were on, the same lights I had turned off before I left. I don't know who or what had been out there that night, but I know one thing for sure. Whoever or whatever was walking outside that cabin wasn't just someone lost in the storm. And I'll never forget that feeling, the one that makes my skin crawl when I hear rain tapping against windows. As I drove away, the only thing I could think of was how those lights had been off when I left, and how I hadn't seen a single car around. I wasn't the only one out there that night, and whoever was left behind wasn't planning on letting me go. I've been stationed at this cabin near the southern border for a couple of weeks now. It's a small, run-down place, far from anything, surrounded by thick bushes and barely used dirt roads. My job's simple: keep an eye on the area, make sure no one's crossing the border illegally, and report anything strange. The silence out here is something you get used to, but it never feels right. The first few days were just normal. I spent my time scanning the land with binoculars, checking cars that passed by, and doing routine patrols. Then, on the fourth night, something changed. Around 2 a.m., I heard a sound. At first, it was a faint scraping or tapping coming from the back of the cabin. I figured it was just an animal, maybe a coyote or a raccoon, but the sound didn't stop. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The darkness felt thicker than usual, and I shone the light across the gravel and the bushes behind the cabin. Nothing moved. I stood still, listening. The noise came again, louder this time. It sounded like someone was dragging something heavy across the ground. My heart started to race. I moved closer, trying to stay quiet, and kept my flashlight on the area where the sound was coming from. The dirt crunched under my boots. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. The air felt thick, like something was out there, just out of sight. I checked the area around the cabin, making sure my rifle was within reach. The noise stopped as suddenly as it started, but the air still felt heavy. It was like something was watching me, just waiting in the dark. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there wasn't an animal. I stayed up the rest of the night, scanning the shadows, trying to see if anything was moving. But nothing came. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone being there. Just dirt and leaves like usual. But the feeling stuck with me. Whoever or whatever was out there was either good at staying hidden, or there was something more to it that I didn't understand. Days passed, and the sound came back every night. It would always start around 2 a.m., and it would go on for hours. I never saw anyone, though. No tracks, no signs that anyone was out there. Just that horrible scraping sound. On the seventh night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my rifle and left the cabin early, determined to find out what was causing the noise. The wind was cold, and the night felt even darker than usual. The scraping started again, and this time, I wasn't just going to wait for it to stop. I moved toward the sound, careful not to make any noise, my heart pounding harder as I got closer. The sound seemed to get louder, like it was following me. I pushed through the brush, shining my flashlight in front of me. That's when I saw something in the distance. An old, beat-up truck parked just outside the border. The truck had been there for a while, hidden in the bushes. Someone had been using it to smuggle things across the border. The scraping noise? It was the truck's tires, rubbing against the uneven ground as it shifted slightly. I moved closer, rifle still in hand, and that's when I saw what was in the truck bed, empty barrels. That's when I realized what was going on. They weren't just trying to cross the border. They were smuggling something. I couldn't see what was in the barrels, but I knew it wasn't good. The noise I'd been hearing, it wasn't dragging. It was just the truck moving, shifting as the load inside it settled. I stood there for a while, unsure of what to do. I could have called in the authorities, but it was clear that the truck was waiting to be used again. I was miles from any backup, deep in the middle of nowhere. I made the decision to stay hidden and watch, hoping to get a better idea of what was going on. When the driver returned, I followed him at a safe distance, careful to stay out of sight. He never noticed me, and by the time the first light of dawn was breaking, I knew I couldn't let this slide. I called the local authorities, giving them all the information I had. They arrived shortly after, and the truck was intercepted before it could cross into a more populated area. The whole situation felt unreal. I'd spent days listening to strange sounds, seeing nothing, and then it all clicked. The noise wasn't some ghost or weird animal. It was just people trying to keep their illegal operation hidden. By the time everything was wrapped up, I felt a little relief, but it didn't last. The operation was over, but something still didn't sit right with me. What happened out there wasn't some ghost story or folklore. It was real and a lot more dangerous. The quiet that followed the operation was different now. It wasn't peaceful. It was like the calm before a storm, the kind of silence that makes you wonder if something's still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to make a move. I can't shake the feeling that whoever was behind that truck will come back. Maybe not in the same way, but they'll be back. And the next time, they won't be so easy to stop. I thought I had it all figured out, but now, I'm not so sure. The border may be quiet for now, but I'm left wondering if I'll ever truly feel safe out here again. Something feels off, like it's not over yet. I keep thinking about it every night, hearing that scraping sound in my head, even when there's nothing around. It won't leave me, and I don't think it ever will. We rented the cabin to get away for the weekend. It wasn't planned in advance. My cousin, my boss, and I just needed a break. The cabin was way out in the woods, far from any road or town. At first, it felt like exactly what we wanted, quiet, peaceful, and far from everything. The first night was normal. We unpacked, made some food, and sat outside for a while, listening to the forest. It was so still, almost too still. But nothing weird happened. The second night was different. Just before it got dark, I went outside to grab firewood from the pile behind the cabin. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were big, much bigger than any of ours, and fresh. They led from the cabin into the woods, disappearing into the trees. I stared at them for a while, trying to make sense of it. Maybe a hunter had been nearby earlier, I thought. Still, it made me feel uneasy. That night, we were inside playing cards by the fire. The cabin had one window facing the front, and the curtains were open. While we played, I saw something move outside. It was just a quick shadow passing by the window. My body froze, and I stared hard at the glass, waiting to see it again. Nothing happened. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer. About an hour later, I heard something. It sounded like footsteps outside, crunching leaves and twigs. They'd stop, then start again, like whoever it was walking in circles around the cabin. I didn't say anything, but I could tell my cousin and my boss heard it too. They were still, their eyes darting toward the door. The footsteps went on for a while, then stopped completely. The silence felt heavier than before. We decided to go to bed early, hoping everything would feel normal in the morning. We locked the doors, checked the windows, and went to our rooms. Couldn't sleep. Every little noise outside made me jump. The creak of a tree branch, the rustle of leaves. Felt like someone was out there, waiting. Around 3 a.m., I heard the sound of the door handle moving. It wasn't subtle, it was slow and deliberate, like someone was trying to open the door. My heart felt like it stopped. I got out of bed as quietly as I could and looked through the crack of my room door. The main door was still locked, but the handle kept moving, twisting back and forth. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep after that. I just sat in the dark, holding the camping knife I'd brought with me, staring at the door. Every now and then, I thought I heard faint footsteps outside again, but I was too scared to check. When the sun finally came up, we went outside to see if anything was out there. The first thing we noticed were the footprints. More of them. They circled the cabin and then led back into the woods. They were heavy, deep in the dirt. Near the window, we saw a spot where someone had crouched down, close enough to watch us through the glass. We didn't say much. We just packed up and left as fast as we could. Driving back, I couldn't stop looking at the woods. I kept expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees, watching us leave. Now, back home, I can't get it out of my head. Those footprints, the sound of the door handle moving, the marks in the dirt. Whoever was out there didn't just stumble across us by accident. They had been watching us, circling us, waiting for something. And the scariest part? They didn't take anything or try to get in once we locked the door. Felt like they didn't want to hurt us. Not yet, anyway. They just wanted to make sure we knew they were there. I always thought staying in a cabin near an old graveyard would be quiet and relaxing. I rented one in a small town in South Carolina for the weekend. It wasn't fancy, just a small, wooden cabin with creaky floors, a tin roof, and a tiny porch that faced the woods. Behind it, maybe 50 steps away, was an old graveyard. I had read about it online. The gravestones were from the 1800s, some leaning or broken, with tall grass and vines growing all around. Seemed like it would be peaceful, not scary. The first night was simple. I cooked some food, sat outside listening to the crickets, and watched the stars. It was so quiet. I wasn't used to that kind of silence, but I liked it. I went to bed and slept fine. The next day, I spent my time walking in the woods near the cabin. I didn't go near the graveyard. It felt wrong to wander through it, even though no one alive would care. By evening, I had collected some firewood and sat on the porch with a small fire going. As the sun set, the quiet around me started to feel heavier. Every snap of a branch or rustling sound in the grass made me jump a little. That night, I woke up and checked my phone. It was 2:14 a.m. Nothing had made a noise to wake me up. It just felt off. The air felt heavy, like something was pressing down on my chest. I stared at the ceiling, trying to calm down and fall back asleep. Then I heard it. A soft scraping sound, like metal dragging on wood. My stomach dropped. The sound wasn't coming from inside the cabin. It was outside, near the graveyard. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon. I stayed in bed, trying not to breathe too loud, but the sound got louder. It wasn't random anymore. It was steady, like someone dragging something toward the cabin. The scraping stopped, but then I heard slow footsteps on the porch. The wood creaked under the weight of whoever or whatever it was. My heart was racing so hard it hurt. I reached for my flashlight on the nightstand and turned it on. The beam of light made me feel a little safer, but I didn't dare get up. Then the handle on the front door rattled. It wasn't violent, just enough to see if the door would open. That was it for me. I grabbed a small hunting knife I had brought to split wood and held it tight. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just waited. Whoever was outside didn't try to force their way in. After a few minutes, the rattling stopped. I heard footsteps again, but they were moving away, back toward the graveyard. I didn't sleep at all after that. The moment the sun started coming up, I packed my stuff, threw it into the car, and left. I didn't even bother cleaning up or locking the cabin. As I drove down the dirt road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin was fading into the trees, and for a moment, I felt better. But as I slowed down to cross a small bridge, I caught something in the mirror that made my stomach turn. There was someone standing at the side of the road, right at the edge of the woods. They weren't moving. They were just standing there, staring at me. I couldn't see their face. They were too far away. But the way they stood, completely still, made my chest tighten. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I just kept driving, but I couldn't shake the feeling they were still watching me. Even after I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. A few days later, I searched online for anything about the cabin or the graveyard. I found nothing, but every time I closed my laptop, I felt like I was being watched. I can't explain it. All I know is I'll never go back to that part of South Carolina again. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that figure standing on the road. It wasn't random. They were waiting, and part of me wonders if they still are. I rented a cabin deep in the woods for the weekend. After my divorce, I needed a break from the city, the noise, and everything that reminded me of the past. My ex-husband was a cop, and even though we hadn't talked much since the divorce, I couldn't help but feel uneasy when I thought about him. He had a temper, and sometimes I wondered how far he might go if pushed. But I reminded myself that he was out of my life now, and I needed to let go of those thoughts. The cabin was small but comfortable, surrounded by tall trees that swayed gently in the wind. It seemed like the perfect place to clear my head. I spent the first day hiking, reading, and enjoying the quiet. By the time the sun set, I felt more at peace than I had in months. That didn't last long. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, but the steps were too heavy and slow. They moved back and forth near the front door, stopping every now and then. My chest tightened as I stayed completely still in bed, listening. I didn't have anything to protect myself with, just a small pocket knife in my bag. I didn't dare move to get it. Then the footsteps stopped, and the silence was even worse. I sat there, straining to hear something, anything, but the woods were completely still. After what felt like hours, I finally got the courage to peek out the window. All I saw was moonlight and the trees casting long shadows. I told myself I must have imagined it. Maybe it was a bad dream. I had locked the door before bed, and the windows were solid. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stayed up, sitting in the dark, waiting for morning. When the sun finally came up, I felt stupid. The daylight made my fear from the night before seem silly. I decided to stay another night, but kept my phone close and made sure every lock was secure before it got dark. That night, the footsteps came back. This time, they circled the cabin. The sound was slow and steady, like whoever it was wanted me to know they were there. My heart pounded when I heard a light tap on the window near my bed. The curtains were closed, and I didn't dare move them. Then I heard the doorknob rattle. Fear took over. I grabbed my phone and called the police, whispering as I told them where I was and what was happening. The dispatcher told me an officer would be sent, but I didn't feel any safer. The footsteps didn't stop. They moved away, then came back, always slow and deliberate. When I finally saw flashing red and blue lights through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. But the relief didn't last. The officer stepped out of the car, and my stomach dropped. It was my ex-husband. He hadn't worked in this area for years, and there was no way he just happened to be the one sent here. He stood by his car for a moment, looking at the cabin, then started walking toward it. I froze. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. He came up to the front door and stopped. He didn't knock. He just stood there, staring at the cabin like he was thinking about something. After what felt like forever, he turned, walked back to his car, and drove off. The dispatcher called me back, saying the officer had taken care of everything. I didn't correct her. I didn't tell her that the person I'd been afraid of was the same one they'd sent to help me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. As soon as the sun rose, I packed my things and left. It's been weeks now, and I can't stop thinking about that night, about how he knew where I was, about how he didn't say a word, didn't try to talk to me, didn't even pretend to act like a cop. He didn't have to. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, sure I hear footsteps outside my apartment. I keep telling myself it's just my mind playing tricks on me. But every time I check, I see a car parked down the street, headlights off, just sitting there, waiting. I planned to spend a quiet week at a small cabin on a farm in a village. I found it online and thought it looked perfect, far away from everything, surrounded by open fields with some woods just behind it. I brought my dog, Max, hoping for a peaceful getaway. The cabin was simple but nice. It had one room with a small kitchen, a bed, and a wood stove, the kind of place where you hear every floorboard creak and every gust of wind. The first few days were great. I spent mornings walking Max along the dirt roads and evenings sitting on the porch, watching the sun go down. The only sounds were the wind in the trees and Max barking now and then when he spotted a rabbit or squirrel. It was the kind of quiet that makes you feel like nothing bad could happen. On the fourth night, though, things started to feel strange. Max wouldn't settle down. He usually curls up by the stove and sleeps, but that night he kept pacing near the door. His ears were up, and his tail was stiff. I thought maybe there was a deer or some other animal outside. I opened the door and used my flashlight to look around, but I didn't see anything, just darkness stretching out over the fields. That night, I barely got any sleep. Max kept growling softly, staring at the door. Around 3 a.m., I heard a faint rustling sound outside. It was so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. I tried telling myself it was just the wind, but something didn't feel right. The next morning, I saw something that made my stomach drop. The rain from the day before had turned the ground around the cabin to mud, and there were footprints in it. Human footprints. They weren't mine. They circled the cabin and led off toward the woods behind it. I hadn't walked near the edges of the cabin. I'd only been on the porch or out in the fields with Max. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe someone from the village wandered by. But deep down, I knew it didn't make sense. Why would anyone walk around the cabin in the middle of the night? I kept Max close to me all day and double-checked every door and window before it got dark. That night, things got worse. Max wouldn't stop barking. His fur stood up as he stared out the window, growling. I looked outside but couldn't see anything. Still, I couldn't ignore how tense Max was. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. They were slow and steady, moving around the cabin, just like the footprints I'd seen. I turned off all the lights and grabbed my flashlight. My heart was racing as I looked out the window. For a split second, the beam of light caught something. A shadow slipping behind a tree at the edge of the woods. Whoever it was, they were watching. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the dark with Max by my side, gripping the flashlight and listening. Every sound made me jump. By morning, I knew I couldn't stay another night. I quickly packed my things, loaded them into the car, and got ready to leave. Max was barking the entire time, his eyes locked on the woods. Just as I was about to pull away, I glanced back at the cabin. My blood ran cold. Someone was standing at the edge of the woods, half hidden behind a tree. I couldn't see their face, but they were tall and still, watching me. My hands shook as I hit the gas and drove down the dirt road, not looking back. When I got home, I called the person who rented out the cabin. They said they'd check into it but didn't seem too worried. Maybe they thought I was imagining things, but I wasn't. What still haunts me is something I noticed when I unpacked my bags at home. The flashlight I'd been holding all night, the one I used to spot the shadow near the woods, it wasn't mine. It was old and scratched with dried mud on the handle. I have no idea how it got into my bag. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. Whoever was out there didn't just know I was in the cabin. They had been inside at some point, and they left that flashlight on purpose, like they wanted me to know I wasn't alone. I had been sent to work at a small border patrol cabin near the Arizona-Mexico border for 2 weeks. The cabin was simple, just a small wooden building with a bed, a desk, and a radio. My job wasn't complicated. Check the cameras, report anything strange, and walk along the nearby trail once a day. The closest town was an hour away, and there was no cell service. It was late November, and the desert nights were freezing cold. At first, I didn't mind being out there alone. It was quiet, peaceful even. No traffic, no voices, just the wide, open desert all around me. But after a few days, the silence started to get to me. Every little sound, like the cabin creaking or the wind blowing outside, felt louder, sharper. One night, just as I was about to finish up and head to bed, the motion sensor outside the cabin went off. I looked at the monitor. There wasn't much to see, just the trail leading up to the cabin, dimly lit by the porch light. Could have been a coyote or maybe just the wind. Still, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The cold air hit me hard, cutting through my jacket. I shined the flashlight down the trail. Nothing. I stood there for a minute listening. The desert was dead silent, which made it even creepier. All I could hear was the crunch of gravel under my boots as I shifted my weight. Then I noticed them footprints, fresh ones, leading up the trail toward the cabin. I followed the prints a little way, my flashlight picking up the edges of the tracks. They were barefoot. That made my skin crawl. Who walks barefoot in the desert at night? I scanned the area with my flashlight but didn't see anyone. The tracks stopped suddenly at a patch of loose rocks, like whoever it was had just vanished. I hurried back to the cabin and locked the door behind me. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I checked the cameras again, but there was nothing unusual. Still, I kept my rifle nearby and left all the lights on. The next morning, I found something that froze me in place. There were more footprints around the cabin. They had circled the building. These weren't there when I went to bed. Whoever it was had come back during the night, walking silently around the cabin while I was inside. I didn't leave the cabin that day. I kept my eyes glued to the monitors. Around noon, I spotted something on one of the camera feeds. Far in the distance, a figure was standing completely still. I couldn't make out much, too far away to see any details, but they were just standing there, facing the camera. I kept watching, but the figure didn't move. Hours passed, and as the sun started to set, they finally stepped into the brush and disappeared. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat at the desk with my rifle in my lap, staring at the monitors. Around 2 a.m., the motion sensor went off again. I looked at the monitor and froze. The figure was back, standing just at the edge of the camera's view. They were barely visible in the dim glow of the porch light. They didn't move, didn't come closer, just stood there, staring toward the cabin. I didn't go outside. I sat there, heart racing, waiting for them to leave. But they didn't. They stayed there for hours, not moving an inch. By the time the sun started to rise, they were gone. When my 2-week shift ended, I wasted no time packing up and leaving. I told my supervisor everything, but nothing came of it. They said there was no proof of anything bad happening, just some footprints and blurry footage that didn't show much. But I know what I saw. Someone or something was out there. They weren't lost, and they weren't passing through. They were watching me. And late at night, I can't stop thinking about those footprints. The ones circling the cabin. The ones that started at the trail but never led away. It's like they were always there, waiting, and I'm still not sure if they ever left. I never thought a quiet cabin in the Italian countryside would be the place to ruin my vacation. I came there to get away from everything, hoping to clear my head after a stressful few months. The cabin was simple, hidden in the hills, surrounded by thick trees. It seemed like the perfect place for a solo trip, just me and the mountains. The first few days were peaceful. I spent my time hiking, cooking easy meals, and enjoying the calm. The food I brought wasn't much, just pasta, canned tomatoes, a few herbs. I also had some cheese and cured meats I got from a small shop near the village. I wasn't expecting anything fancy, just enough to keep me going. On the fourth night, after a long hike, I decided to cook myself a big meal. I lit the stove and put a pot over the fire. The smell of garlic, rosemary, and tomatoes filled the cabin, and for a minute, everything felt perfect. But as the night went on, things started to feel wrong. First, it was small. I felt like someone was watching me. I tried to shake it off, but then I noticed something strange. The food didn't taste right. It had a bitter flavor that didn't belong. I thought maybe I was just tired, so I made myself eat it, but the feeling of unease didn't go away. Later that night, as I sat by the small fire, I heard something light scratch at the cabin door. At first, it was soft like a breeze, but then it got louder and sharper. I froze, unsure of what to do. I hadn't seen anyone since I arrived, and the village was miles away. I couldn't help it, I had to check the food. Maybe there was something wrong with it. I opened the pot and looked at the pasta. The sauce had turned darker, almost black, and it looked strange, like it wasn't even supposed to be food anymore. I didn't want to believe it, but something told me this wasn't just bad cooking. A sick feeling hit me. The cabin felt colder, and the scratching noise kept going, now louder, like someone was trying to get in. My mind raced. Had someone done something to the food? Was I being tricked? I remembered the shop where I got the food. The owner wasn't exactly friendly, but I never thought much of it. I didn't think twice. I grabbed my bag, rushed out the door, and locked it behind me. The night air was cold, but I didn't care. The sounds of the forest around me didn't feel right anymore. The cabin, which had felt so peaceful before, now felt like a trap. I walked fast, looking over my shoulder, my heart pounding. I didn't stop until I reached the village, and then I went straight to the inn. The woman there seemed surprised to see me so late, but she didn't ask anything. I didn't care to explain what had happened. I just needed a place to stay. I found a room for the night, and even though I was warm inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The next morning, I went back to the cabin to get my things. The door was still locked. I stood there for a moment, looking at the cabin one last time. A wave of relief washed over me, but it didn't last. Something about that place, about what I had felt there, still lingered. I walked away, never looking back, but a cold shiver ran down my spine. I can't explain it, but I knew something was off about that food and that cabin. It wasn't just the strange feeling I had. It was the way the food had tasted, how it had made me feel. And the scratching at the door, that was never natural. As I left the village and headed back to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had happened, whatever I had almost walked into, wasn't over. I thought about the shop, the way the owner had looked at me, the way the food had changed. I wasn't the same after that trip. It wasn't just the fear I felt in the cabin. It was the sense that something had been waiting for me there, something that would follow me even back to the city. And as I walked through the crowded streets, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, like something had attached itself to me, ready to strike again when I least expected it. I knew deep down that I would never be free from it. Whatever it was, it hadn't just stayed in that cabin. It had come with me. It was getting late when the rain started. At first, it was just a light tapping on the roof, but soon it grew stronger. By the time night arrived, the storm had really picked up. The wind howled through the trees, and the windows rattled like they might break. The cabin felt like it was going to fall apart with every gust. I sat by the fire, trying to stay calm, but the place felt heavy, as though something wasn't right. Even though I was in a cabin in the woods, I felt more alone than I had ever felt. I had come out here for peace and quiet, just a weekend away from everything. It was supposed to be relaxing, but the storm made it feel strange. I couldn't help but keep glancing at the door. The trees outside were so thick that I couldn't see much past the porch, but sometimes I thought I saw shadows moving. Maybe it was just the storm or my mind playing tricks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Around midnight, the power went out. The lights flickered, then went completely dark. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer, trying not to panic. The fire was still burning, but the cabin suddenly felt colder, like the warmth was being pulled away. I kept listening to the rain hitting the windows, but every time the wind blew harder, I thought I heard something else. A faint tapping sound, almost like something was tapping on the roof. I wrapped myself in a blanket and decided to check the cabin. I started at the back door, making sure the locks were secure, then moved through the rooms, checking everything. But when I got to the kitchen, something made me stop. The back window was open just a tiny bit. I was sure I had closed it earlier, but in the chaos of the storm, I couldn't remember. I went over and shut it tight, but the feeling of unease stayed with me. I sat back down by the fire, trying to ignore the tension in the air. But then I heard it again. A soft tap, followed by a scratch, like something was dragging along the outside wall. It wasn't the wind. The sound was too steady, too deliberate. My heart started to race. I grabbed the flashlight again, turned it on, and stood up slowly. The storm outside was so loud, the tapping almost didn't sound real. I stepped out onto the porch, shining the flashlight across the steps. There was nothing, just the rain soaking everything. I turned to go back inside, but then I froze. From the corner of the cabin, just beyond the porch light, I saw something dark, low to the ground. It was too low to be a person standing. It was moving, creeping along the porch like it didn't want to be seen. My stomach turned. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced, trying to figure out what was going on. I couldn't just stay inside. I had to do something. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a heavy cast iron skillet from the kitchen, and stepped outside, shining the flashlight ahead of me. The thing stopped, just for a second, then darted behind a porch post. But it wasn't fast enough. I saw it clearly. A man, but his clothes were torn and dirty, his hair matted and dark, covering his face. I froze, my heart pounding. I stood there, holding the skillet, unsure what to do. The man didn't move. He just stared at me with wide, terrified eyes, his face twisted with something I couldn't quite understand. It wasn't fear. It was something else, desperation, maybe. My grip tightened on the skillet, but I didn't move. The rain soaked through my clothes, but I didn't care. The man didn't speak. He just stood there, his eyes locked on mine, like he was waiting for something. And then, just when I thought my heart might burst from my chest, he turned and disappeared into the trees. I stood there for what felt like forever, the flashlight shaking in my hand. The sound of his footsteps faded into the storm, and I stayed on the porch, not knowing what to do next. Was he alone? Would he come back? Or was there someone else out there? My mind raced, but I couldn't make sense of anything. I stayed outside for a while longer, staring into the rain, listening for any sign of movement. Eventually, I went back inside, locked the door behind me, and sat down in front of the fire. The storm still raged outside, but it felt like the danger was still there, just waiting. The thunder cracked so loud it made my skin crawl, and every time the wind blew, I thought I heard something in the trees. My eyes kept darting to the window, expecting to see that dark figure again, but it never came. The next morning, I packed up my things as quickly as I could. I didn't see anyone else, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. The whole time I drove back to the city, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. I don't know who that man was or why he was out there in the rain, but I'll never forget the way he looked at me, his eyes wide with fear, like he knew something I didn't. As I pulled into my driveway and turned off the engine, I glanced over at the woods behind my house. For a split second, I thought I saw something move between the trees. I couldn't be sure, but the thought of that dark figure watching me, just like before, made my skin crawl. I don't know if it was just my mind playing tricks, but I've never been able to shake the feeling that he's still out there, watching, waiting,